Howdy my brotatoes, I'm really glad you found your way here tonight. With the fire glowing nearby and its steady crackle filling the dark, it feels like a beneficial moment to slow down and sit together for a while. As the warmth settles in, we'll gently explore why most people today wouldn't last a single day in the Industrial Revolution, not as a shock or a lesson, but as a quiet reflection on endurance, routine, and the weight of ordinary hours. If this kind of calm storytelling suits you, you're welcome to follow us or leave a like and share where you're listening from and what time it is for you. Now, let your body ease closer to the warmth, rest your head on the pillow, slow your breathing, and allow the fire's rhythm to guide us into the story. Welcome to a different kind of morning. The year is somewhere in the middle of the 19th century, and you're waking in a town shaped by industry. This isn't the world of smokestacks filling the sky or harsh headlines. This is the world of ordinary routine, of steady work, and of days that repeat until they become familiar. Let's walk through one of those days together. You wake before the sun shows itself fully. The room around you is dim, the air cool enough that you can see your breath for just a moment before it fades. There's no alarm clock on the wall, no buzzing phone on a nightstand. Instead, you wake because your body has learned the rhythm. 6 days a week, sometimes 7, you rise at the same hour. Your hands know what to do before your mind catches up. The floor is cold beneath your feet, wood or stone, worn smooth by years of use. You reach for clothes that hang on a peg near the bed. They're the same clothes you wore yesterday and the day before that. Cotton or wool, depending on the season. The fabric is sturdy and designed to last. You dress in layers because the day will start cold and grow warmer as the machines heat the air inside the factory. Around you, others are waking too. If you share a room, you hear the rustle of movement, the quiet clearing of throats, and the soft sounds of people preparing without speaking much. Words aren't necessary this early. Everyone knows what comes next. You step into a hallway or down a narrow staircase. The building might be a boarding house or a tenement or a small cottage shared with family. The walls are thin. You hear footsteps above and below, the creak of floorboards, and the distant sound of a door closing. The whole structure seems to wake in waves, starting before dawn and continuing until the streets fill. Outside, the town is already moving. You step onto a street made of cobblestone or packed dirt. The surface is uneven, worn down by cartwheels and countless footsteps. The air smells of coal smoke, damp stone, and sometimes bread baking in a shop that opens early. The sky is pale, the kind of grey that comes before true daylight. Street lamps flicker and dim as the morning grows brighter. Other workers move in the same direction. You recognize faces without knowing names. The same people walk the same routes at the same time. There's a rhythm to it, a collective understanding. You don't need to speak. You simply walk, keeping pace with those around you. Some carry tin pails with lunch already packed. Others clutch shawls or caps against the morning chill. The sound of footsteps multiplies. Numerous individuals are making their way towards a select few buildings, the factories and workshops that anchor the town. You hear the hum of distant machinery already running, the first shift having started even earlier. By the time you arrive, the day has been going for hours in some places. You pass rows of houses pressed close together, narrow windows. Some yards have small gardens that are primarily used for practical purposes, vegetables if there's space, clotheslines strung between buildings. Everything is built for function, Nothing wasted. The buildings themselves are brick or stone, blackened in places by soot. They look the same as they did yesterday, the day before and the month before. Change happens slowly here. At the corner a shop might be opening. A baker pulls back the shutters and a milkman places bottles on the stoops. These are the small rhythms that mark the day's beginning. You don't stop. There's no time. The factory bell will ring soon, and being late means lost wages. So you walk, steady and sure, part of a river of people flowing toward work. The factory building rises ahead. The factory building rises ahead, its rows of tall windows glowing with lamplight from within. The structure is larger than anything else nearby. The structure, with its brick walls and multiple floors, stands as a testament to the power of repetition and production. Smoke rises from chimneys on the roof, pale against the morning sky. Not thick or choking, just a steady presence. A sign that the furnaces are lit and the day's work has begun. You join others at the entrance. Wide doors already open. A supervisor might stand nearby watching the flow of workers. No one speaks to him unless necessary. You move inside through a corridor that smells of oil and metal and wool, depending on what's made here. The floors are wood, stained dark and worn smooth. Your footsteps echo briefly before being swallowed by the larger sounds inside. The main floor opens up. Rows of machines, long tables, workstations arranged in lines. The ceiling is high, supported by iron beams. Windows let in natural light, though it's still early enough that lamps burn in the corners. The space is already warm. Machines running generate heat, so do the bodies of workers moving through their tasks. You find your station. You find yourself standing in the same spot as you did yesterday. The same tools and the same materials are waiting. You don't need instruction. You've done this enough times that your hands move without thinking. You tie on an apron if the work requires it. You check that everything is in order. Next, you patiently await the signal to start working in earnest. Around you, others do the same, settling into place, preparing. There's a kind of quiet before the full noise of the day starts. There is a moment of anticipation that is neither tense nor unfamiliar. This is what mornings look like here. The present is how days begin. The bell rings, sharp and clear, and the work starts in full. The machine set the pace. If you work near a loom, the rhythm is constant. The shuttle is moving back and forth, the clack of the frame, the hum of thread being pulled tight. If you work at a spinning station, it's the steady whir of wheels, the slight vibration under your hands as fibre turns into thread. If you're in a foundry or workshop, it might be the sound of hammers, files, or the steady turning of lathes. Each space has its heartbeat, and you learn to match it. Your task is simple in concept. Take material, perform an action, pass it forward, repeat. The simplicity is what makes it possible to do for hours. You don't need to think through each step. Your hands know, your body remembers. The work becomes automatic, a kind of motion that continues while your mind drifts or settles into a kind of quiet focus. The factory floor is full, but you're not crowded. Each person has their own station and small territory. You stand or sit depending on the task. Some jobs require you to move back and forth, fetching materials or carrying finished pieces to the next stage. Others keep you in one place, anchored by the machine you operate. Either way, the hours ahead stretch long and steady. The noise level is high but consistent, not sudden or jarring, just a constant layer of sound that you stop noticing after a while. Conversations are difficult. Most people don't try. If something needs to be said, it's done with gestures or a quick shout close to someone's ear. Mostly, though, the work speaks for itself. You see what needs doing. You do it. The person next to you does the same. The air inside is warm and grows warmer as the day goes on. During the summer, it can become stifling. In winter, it's almost welcome. The machines generate heat. So do the bodies packed into the space. Dust hangs in the air sometimes, visible in the beams of a light coming through the windows. Cotton fibres, metal shavings, sawdust, depending on the industry. You breathe it in without thinking. Everyone does. Time moves differently here. Without a clock in easy view, you measure the day by other markers. The sunlight streams through the windows, the soreness building in your hands or feet. As the hours pass, the growl of hunger intensifies in your stomach. The first hour feels long. The second is shorter. By the third or fourth, you've settled into a rhythm that makes time blur. Mistakes happen, but they're usually small. A thread breaks. A piece doesn't fit quite right. You fix it and move on. There's no time to dwell. The pace doesn't allow for it. If something goes seriously wrong, a machine jams or a tool breaks, you signal for help. A supervisor or a more experienced worker comes over. They assess. They fix. Work resumes. Your body adapts. At first, standing or repetitive motion feels difficult. Your back aches. Your fingers cramp. Your feet throb. But after days and weeks, the discomfort becomes familiar. Not gone, but expected. You learn to shift your weight, to flex your hands during brief pauses, and to hold yourself in ways that make the work bearable. The work itself varies slightly depending on where you are. In a textile mill, you might be piecing together broken threads, watching for snags and keeping the flow steady. You may be shaping clay, cutting edges, or applying glaze in a pottery workshop. You could be operating a press, filing sharp edges, or assembling parts in a metalworks. The specifics differ, but the underlying pattern is the same. Repetition, consistency, output. There's a kind of satisfaction in it, small but real. At the end of an hour, you can see what you've accomplished. You can see a stack of completed pieces, a length of fabric, a row of assembled parts. It's tangible. You contributed to something larger than yourself. The feeling isn't grand or celebrated, but it's there. Your contribution to the day's production is quietly acknowledged. You notice the people around you in peripheral ways. The woman at the next station consistently hums softly, her voice too quiet to be heard over the noise of the machines, yet her lips move clearly. The young man across the way moves with quick, nervous energy, always a bit ahead of the pace. The older worker, 2 rows down, moves at a slower pace but never commits any mistakes. You don't know their names necessarily, but you know their presence. They're part of the landscape of your day. Lunch will come eventually, but it's hours away still. Until then, the work continues. Your hands move. The machines hum. The light shifts as the sun climbs higher. The factory floor transforms into an isolated realm, shielded from the outside world. What happens beyond these walls doesn't matter right now. What matters is the task in front of you, the rhythm you've found, and the knowledge that the day will continue this way until the bell rings again. The work might feel solitary in its repetition, but you're never truly alone. The person at the station beside you is part of a larger network. You don't need to speak to feel their presence. Their movements inform yours. If they fall behind, you notice. If they speed up, you adjust. The work flows through the room like a current, and everyone is part of it. Sometimes a machine needs adjustment. Someone signals. Another worker steps over, often without being asked. They've seen the same problem before. They know how to fix it. A lever pulled, a belt tightened, a tray cleared. The task is done in moments, and both return to their places. No thanks were exchanged, none needed. This is simply what happens. In spaces where materials need to be moved, there's a kind of choreography. One person finishes their part and passes the piece along. Another takes it, adds their step and passes it forward. The chain rarely breaks. If someone stumbles or drops something, hands reach out to steady the flow. There's no lecture, no blame, just a quiet correction, and the work resumes. Meal breaks reveal the community more openly. When the bell rings, the machines fall silent. The sudden absence of noise feels almost heavy. Workers straighten, stretch, and move toward the edges of the room or out into courtyards. Some sit right where they are, too worn out to go far. Others gather in small clusters, familiar groups who sit together every day. You find your spot. Maybe it's a bench near a window. Maybe it's a patch of wall where you can lean. You unwrap whatever you brought. Bread, usually. Cheese, if you're fortunate. An apple or a bit of cold potato. The food is simple and often the same day after day. Variety is rare, but it's fuel, and that's what matters. You eat slowly, savouring the break more than the meal itself. Around you, quiet conversations happen, not loud or animated. There is only the soft murmur of people discussing minor matters. Someone mentions the weather. Another talks about a child at home. A third complains mildly about a sore shoulder. The talk is easy, unforced. No one expects deep discussion. This is an opportunity to relax and allow your thoughts to wander. Some workers don't talk at all. They sit in silence, chewing slowly, staring at nothing in particular. That's acceptable too. No one pressures anyone to perform sociability. The shared understanding is enough. You're all here. You all know what the work demands. That common experience creates a bond that doesn't need words. Children sometimes appear during breaks if the factory allows it. Older siblings often monitor their younger siblings who are employed in different sections. A parent may briefly step out to check on a child who works nearby. These moments are brief. A few words were exchanged. A piece of bread was shared. Then they return to their individual tasks. Family connections thread through the workday, but they don't dominate it. Work comes first. After the break, the return to the machines is almost a relief. The noise resumes, the motion starts again, your hands remember what to do. The mental rest you got during the meal helps you settle back in. The afternoon stretches ahead, but it feels more manageable now. You've had a pause. You've eaten. You can continue. As the hours pass, you become more aware of the collective effort. The factory produces goods because hundreds of people perform hundreds of small tasks in coordination. Your contribution is one thread in a much larger weave. That knowledge can feel diminishing, but it can also feel grounding. You're part of something that functions because everyone shows up and does their part. Sometimes there's singing, not loud or formal, just a melody that starts somewhere in a room and gets picked up by others. Work songs, simple and repetitive, matching the rhythm of the machines. The lyrics are often about labour, about passing time and about enduring. The singing isn't meant to entertain, it's meant to help the hours pass. It gives the voice something to do while the hands stay busy. When someone new arrives, a young worker just starting, the community absorbs them quietly. An experienced worker guides them through the process, not with formal instruction, but by demonstrating. Slow movements at first, then faster as the newcomer learns. Mistakes are expected. Patience is given, within limits. Everyone remembers being new once. Everyone knows the learning curve. Accidents, when they happen, bring the community into sharper focus. A minor injury, a cut, or a burn. Work pauses nearby. Someone fetches water or a clean rag. The injured worker is helped to sit. If it's serious enough, they're sent home or to a doctor if one is accessible. The work resumes, but the incident lingers in the air. A reminder that the machines don't care, that only the people around you do. The end of the shift approaches. The light through the windows changes. The fatigue in your body deepens. But so does the anticipation. Almost done. Almost time to leave. The final hour is often the hardest, but also the shortest. Your mind is already moving toward what comes next. The walk home, the evening, the chance to rest. When the bell finally rings, the collective exhale is almost audible. Machines wind down, tools are set aside, workers straighten and shake out tired limbs and head toward the exits. The flow reverses. Instead of pouring in, everyone pours out. Back onto the streets, back toward homes and the next part of the day. Rest during the workday isn't abundant, but it exists in small, measured doses. The body learns to take advantage of every opportunity. A machine pauses for adjustment. You lean against a post for 30 seconds, letting your legs relax. A supervisor steps away. You flex your fingers, shake out your wrists, and roll your shoulders. These moments are brief, but they're necessary. They're what allow you to continue. Some factories allow a mid-morning pause, 5 minutes, maybe 10. Not a formal break, just an unspoken understanding that workers need to breathe. You might step outside if the weather is tolerable. The fresh air, even tinged with coal smoke, feels cleaner than the air inside. You take a few deep breaths. You look at the sky. Then you return. The lunch break, longer than other pauses, becomes a kind of anchor. You know it's coming. You count toward it in your mind, not obsessively, but as a marker. Half the day. Once lunch is done, the afternoon is what remains. The break itself might only be 30 minutes, but it feels longer because you get to sit, to be still, to let your body stop moving in prescribed patterns. Water is available in buckets or barrels near the work areas. You drink often if the work is hot. The water isn't cold or particularly clean, but it's wet. It eases the dryness in your throat. Some workers bring their own flasks or bottles filled from a well at home. The taste of your own water is always better. Familiar. Bathrooms are basic. Outhouses in yards, or privies in corners of large buildings. They're not pleasant. They smell. They're often crowded during breaks, but they serve their function. You go when you need to, quickly, and return to work. Privacy is minimal. You learn not to expect it. As the afternoon wears on, your body starts negotiating with itself. Your back asks for rest. Your feet insist they've had enough. Your hands want to stop gripping tools, but there's no option to simply quit. So you find small accommodations. You shift your weight from one foot to the other more frequently. You adjust your grip. You let your mind wander to take attention away from discomfort. Some workers develop techniques for enduring. They count. They hum. They focus on a spot on the wall and let everything else blur. They imagine being somewhere else briefly before pulling back to the present. These mental tricks aren't taught. They're discovered individually and practiced quietly. They're part of how you survive the length of the day. The end of the shift brings the longest rest. When you leave the factory, the transition from work to not work is immediate. One moment your hands are busy, the next they're free. The relief is physical. Your body knows it's done. The walk home becomes its own kind of rest. Your legs are tired, but the movement is different. Voluntary, unhurried. You can stop if you want. Look at something. Adjust your pace. Evening is when rest becomes more intentional. You reach your lodging or home. You set down whatever you carried. The first thing you do is remove your work clothes. They're stiff with sweat and dust. You hang them or drop them in a corner to deal with later. If there's water available, you wash, face and hands at minimum. The feel of cool water on skin is a small luxury. Sitting down after a day of standing feels profound. Your body sinks into the chair or bench. Your spine straightens slightly as the weight comes off your legs. You might close your eyes for a moment, not sleeping, just resting them. The relief is immediate and deep. Food preparation, if you're responsible for it, requires effort you don't quite have. But hunger motivates you. You put together something simple: porridge, bread and butter, soup if there's time. The act of eating while sitting, while not being monitored or rushed, is restful in itself. You chew slowly. You let the food settle. You don't think about the next day yet. After eating, the evening stretches out. In summer, it's still light for a while. In winter, darkness comes early. Either way, there's a pocket of time that belongs to you. Some people read if they're literate and if there's enough light. Others mend clothes or do small tasks that have been waiting. Some simply sit. The lack of obligation, even for an hour or two, is a kind of rest that's different from sleep. Conversations, if they happen, are low and easy. Talk about the day, but not in detail. Complaints are brief. Observations are shared. Plans for the next day, if there are any, are mentioned. But mostly the talk is just a way to connect. To remind yourself that you exist outside of work, that there are other parts to life. As full dark settles, the tiredness becomes harder to ignore. Your eyelids grow heavy, your thoughts slow. You prepare for bed without much ceremony. Clothes off, night clothes on if you have them, into bed, which might be a proper mattress or a pallet on the floor. The surface is familiar. You've lain here hundreds of times. Your body knows how to settle. Sleep comes quickly most nights. You're too tired for it not to. The day has drained you. Rest is not optional. It's inevitable. And in the morning the cycle begins again. But for now, for these hours, you're still. You're quiet. You're resting. And that's enough. The food you eat during an industrial workday isn't about enjoyment. It's about sustaining the body through long hours. Flavour and variety are secondary to availability and cost. What you eat is shaped by what you can afford, what keeps without refrigeration, and what you can prepare with minimal time and equipment. Breakfast, if there is one, happens before you leave for work. Porridge is common. Oats boiled with water, sometimes milk if you're fortunate, a pinch of salt, maybe a bit of sugar or a spoonful of jam if those luxuries are accessible. The meal is warm and filling, designed to carry you through the morning hours until the midday break. You eat it quickly, standing or sitting at a rough table, your mind already on the day ahead. Bread is a staple. Dark bread made from coarser flour, baked in large loaves that last several days. You cut thick slices and eat them plain or with butter if you have it. Cheese is another common companion. Hard cheese that doesn't spoil easily. A piece of it, a piece of bread, and you have a meal that travels well and requires no preparation. The lunch you bring to work is packed in a tin pail or wrapped in cloth. The same foods appear day after day. Bread and cheese, cold potatoes left from the previous night's dinner, sometimes a boiled egg. an apple if they're in season and affordable. The meal is eaten at your workstation or in a designated area, often while sitting on the floor or a low bench. There are no tables, no plates. You eat with your hands, wiping them on your clothes when you're finished. Water is the primary drink. Tea if you're lucky enough to have access to hot water and can afford the leaves. Coffee is less common but appears in some places. Milk is a luxury for many, reserved for children if it's available at all. Beer, weak and small, is sometimes part of the midday meal, safer than questionable water sources and providing a few calories. Dinner, the evening meal, is the most substantial food of the day. It's cooked at home or in a shared kitchen if you live in a boarding house. The options are limited by budget and time. Stew is common. Cheap cuts of meat, root vegetables, water and salt. It simmers for hours when someone has time to tend it, or it's thrown together quickly when everyone is too tired for more effort. The same pot might serve for several days, with new ingredients added to stretch it further. Potatoes appear frequently, boiled, mashed or fried if there's fat to spare. They're filling and cheap. A sack of potatoes can feed a household for weeks. You eat them alongside cabbage, onions, turnips, or whatever vegetables are affordable and in season. Fresh greens are rare. Preservation is difficult. Salted or pickled foods last longer and appear more often. Meat is not an everyday item for most workers. When it appears, it's in small amounts. Bacon for flavour, a bit of salt pork, sausages made from scraps and offal. A whole chicken or a roast is a rare event, reserved for special occasions or shared among many people. Fish, if you live near water, might be more accessible, smoked or salted to last. Baking is done communally in many cases. A neighbourhood oven, a bakery that lets people bring their own dough to be baked for a small fee. Bread made at home is denser, heavier, and less refined than what you might buy from a shop. But it's cheaper and often more filling. Sugar and sweet things are treats, not staples. A bit of treacle, a piece of hard candy, a slice of cake at a celebration. These are rare enough to be memorable. The everyday diet is plain, repetitive, and practical. You eat to work. The pleasure of food is secondary. Shopping for food is a weekly or daily task depending on storage and budget. Markets are crowded, noisy places. Vendors call out prices. Shoppers haggle. You learn which stalls offer the best value and which vendors are trustworthy. You buy in small quantities because you can't afford to buy in bulk, even though bulk would be cheaper. The economics are punishing. Cooking equipment is minimal. A single pot. A pan if you're fortunate. A knife. A wooden spoon. Everything is used and reused. Dishes are washed in a basin with cold water and a bit of soap if you have it. Cleanliness is important, but it's achieved with effort and limited resources. Spoilage is a constant concern. Food that goes bad is food wasted, and waste is something you can't afford. You learn to smell and inspect carefully, to use everything before it turns. Leftover scraps go into the next stew. Stale bread is soaked and eaten. Nothing is thrown away lightly. Children, if there are any in the household, eat what the adults eat. There's no special food for them. They learn early to appreciate what's offered and not to ask for more. Hunger is a familiar feeling, managed but not always satisfied. You go to bed with your stomach not quite full more often than not. The rhythms of eating are tied to work. Meals are scheduled around shifts. If you work nights, you eat at odd hours. If you work long days, your meals compress into brief windows. The social aspect of eating, the gathering around a table, is often rushed or absent. Food is fuel. You consume it and move on. Special occasions bring better food, a holiday, a wedding, a community gathering. These meals are remembered because they're different. There's meat, there's cake, there's enough that you feel satisfied, but they're infrequent. The daily reality returns quickly. Preservation techniques are crucial. Salting, smoking, pickling, drying. These methods allow food to last through seasons when fresh options are scarce. Root cellars, if accessible, store vegetables through winter. Jars of preserves line shelves, rationed carefully. The food you eat shapes your health in ways you don't fully understand. Deficiencies lead to fatigue, to illness, and to weakened resistance. But you don't have the knowledge or the means to address it. You eat what you can and hope it's enough. Despite the plainness, there's a kind of comfort in the repetition. The same foods, prepared the same ways, become familiar. You know what to expect. The taste of your daily bread. The texture of your evening stew. These sensations anchor you. They're part of the rhythm that makes life predictable, even when it's hard. The walk home at the end of the workday is quieter than the morning journey. The urgency is gone. You're no longer racing against a bell. The streets are still full of workers, but the collective pace is slower, tired. People move with heavy steps, shoulders rounded and faces turned downward. The town itself seems to exhale as the factories empty. You follow the same route you took in the morning. Past the same buildings, the same corners. The light is different now. Late afternoon or early evening, depending on the season. In summer, the sun is still warm on your back. In winter, dusk is already settling in, and the cold bites harder than it did at dawn. You pull your shawl or jacket tighter and keep moving. Other workers peel off at their own doors. The crowd thins gradually. By the time you reach your street, only a handful of people remain. You recognize them. They live nearby. You nod if you make eye contact, but conversation is rare. Everyone is too tired. Your building comes into view. If you live in a shared house or tenement, you can hear signs of life inside before you open the door. Voices, the clatter of dishes, a child crying, the sounds of other people's evenings beginning. If you live alone or in a smaller household, the return is quieter. Just your own footsteps on the stairs. The first thing you do when you step inside is remove your work boots or shoes. They're heavy with the day's labour. Your feet ache. You set the boots by the door and flex your toes, feeling the relief of freedom. If you wear a work coat or apron, that comes off too. You hang it on a peg or drape it over a chair. The removal of work clothes is like shedding the day itself. If there's a basin of water waiting, you wash. The water is cold, but it cuts through the grime. You splash your face, scrub your hands, and wipe down your neck and arms. The act is practical, but also symbolic, washing away the factory, returning to yourself. The water turns grey with dirt and sweat. You dry off with a rough towel and feel a degree cleaner. The room you return to is small. Furniture is minimal. A table, a few chairs, a bed or beds, depending on how many people share the space. Shelves or hooks for belongings. Everything serves a function. There's no decoration to speak of. Maybe a picture on the wall if someone brought one from a previous home. Maybe a tin cup that belonged to a relative. Small markers of identity in an otherwise plain space. If you live with others, they're likely in various stages of their own unwinding. Someone might be preparing food. Another person might be sitting, staring at nothing, gathering energy. Children, if present, might be louder now, released from their own day's obligations. The household hums with low activity, everyone moving through familiar routines. dinner preparation falls to whoever has the responsibility. Often women, though not exclusively. The cooking is simple, a pot set on a small stove or hearth, ingredients added, water poured. The process is efficient because it has to be. There's no time or energy for elaborate meals. Stew, soup, and porridge, something warm that fills the belly. While the food cooks, you sit, just sit. The act of stillness after hours of standing or moving feels almost medicinal. Your back rests against the chair, your legs stretch out, your eyes close briefly. You're not asleep, but you're not fully awake either, just resting in a suspended state. The smell of cooking food eventually pulls you back. You open your eyes. Your stomach reminds you that you're hungry. The midday meal was hours ago. You wait for the food to be ready, anticipation building in a quiet, physical way. When the meal is served, you eat at the table if there's room. Otherwise, you eat where you sit, bowl in your lap. The food is hot and plain, the same flavours as yesterday and the day before. But it's warm, and it's yours, and it fills the empty space inside. You eat slowly, chewing each bite, giving your body time to register fullness. Conversation during the meal is sparse. Someone might mention something that happened during the day, a broken tool, a harsh word from a supervisor, a piece of news heard in passing. The talk doesn't go deep. It's just a way to acknowledge each other's presence, to confirm that you all made it through another day. After eating, the dishes are cleared, washed in the same basin you used to clean yourself, stacked dry. The routine is automatic. You don't think about it. You just do it because it needs doing. The evening stretches out differently depending on the season and your level of exhaustion. In the longer days of summer, there's still light outside. Some people step out for a brief walk. Others sit on stoops or in shared courtyards. The outside air, even if it's not fresh, is different from the air inside. It offers a change of scenery, a mental break from the confines of the home. In winter, when darkness comes early, the evening is spent mostly indoors. Candles or oil lamps provide light, though they're used sparingly. Fuel costs money. You light a lamp only when necessary. Much of the evening is spent in dim light or near darkness. Your eyes adjust. Some people use the evening for mending. Clothes need repair constantly. Seams split, buttons fall off, hems fray. You take needle and thread and fix what's broken. The work is quiet, focused, and satisfying in a small way. Making something functional again. Extending its life. Others read if they can. A newspaper if someone brought one home. A book if you own one or borrowed one. Reading by lamplight is hard on the eyes, so you don't do it for long, but it's a window into something beyond the day's labour. Stories, news, ideas, a reminder that the world is larger than the factory. Children, if present, might play quietly in a corner. Simple games, a ball, a homemade doll. They're learning the same rhythms as the adults. They need to be quiet, to occupy themselves, to make do with little. As the night deepens, fatigue becomes harder to ignore. Yawns come more frequently. Your eyelids grow heavy. The day has been long, and your body demands rest. You begin the process of preparing for bed. Clothes removed and folded or draped. Put on night clothes if you have them. Teeth cleaned with water or a rough cloth if you're diligent. The bed is a welcome sight. You climb in, feeling the familiar give of the mattress or pallet. If you share the bed, you settle into your usual spot. The warmth of another body nearby is comforting and practical in cold weather. If you sleep alone, the bed is all yours, a small luxury. The room grows quiet. Lamps are blown out. Darkness settles fully. Outside, the town is winding down too. Fewer voices, fewer footsteps. The distant sounds of the factories, some of which run through the night, become more audible in the stillness. A low hum, a reminder that work never fully stops. You lie still, feeling the day drain away. Your muscles relax, your mind empties. Sleep comes not with dreams or drama, but with a simple, heavy certainty. The day is over. Rest is here. Tomorrow will come, but for now, you're done. The bed you sleep in is not plush or particularly comfortable. The mattress, if you can call it that, might be stuffed with straw or horsehair. Over time, it compresses and develops permanent dips where bodies lie night after night. You've learned which positions avoid the worst lumps. You shift automatically into the familiar shape that allows your back to settle, your hips to rest, and your neck to align as well as it can. The pillow is flat, fabric stuffed with whatever was available. Feathers if you are fortunate, more straw if not. It doesn't provide much cushioning, but it's something to rest your head on. Better than nothing. You adjust it under your neck and close your eyes. If you share the bed, there's a routine to the arrangement. One person closer to the wall, another on the outside edge. Sometimes more than two if space is limited. Children might sleep crosswise at the foot of the bed. Bodies arrange themselves through habit, each person knowing their place. The closeness is necessary. It provides warmth in winter when blankets are thin. The blankets themselves are worn. Wool, often scratchy. Quilts pieced together from scraps. Layers added or removed depending on the season. In summer, you might sleep with just a sheet. In winter, you pile on everything you have and still feel the cold creeping in around the edges. You curl into yourself, drawing your knees up, conserving heat. The room is dark, but not silent. If you live in a tenement or boarding house, you hear the sounds of other households. Footsteps in the rooms above, voices through thin walls. A baby is crying somewhere down the hall, a cough, a door closing. The building is alive with people, all trying to rest in proximity to one another. Outside, the town continues in muted ways. A dog barking in the distance, a cart rattling over cobblestones, some late delivery or early preparation for the next day. The hum of a factory that runs through the night, faint but persistent. These sounds become part of the background. You hear them without listening. They're just the texture of night time. Your body sinks into the bed. The relief of horizontal rest after hours of standing or sitting in rigid positions is immediate. Your spine lengthens. Your legs stretch out fully. The tension in your shoulders begins to ease. You take a deep breath and let it out slowly. The act of breathing shifts from the shallow rhythm of work to the deeper, slower rhythm of rest. Sleep doesn't always come immediately. Sometimes your mind lingers on the day, a difficult moment, a task left unfinished, a worry about tomorrow. But you're too tired to dwell long. The thoughts drift without anchoring. Eventually they fade altogether. Your breathing deepens, your muscles go slack, sleep pulls you under. Dreams, when they come, are often simple, repetitions of the day's tasks, your hands moving through familiar motions, the sound of machines, walking the same streets. Sometimes the dreams shift into nonsense, fragments that don't connect. You don't remember most of them when you wake. The night progresses. You shift positions occasionally, adjusting to discomfort or seeking a cooler spot on the sheets. If you share the bed, you move carefully to avoid disturbing the other person. Sometimes you wake briefly, not fully conscious, just aware enough to turn over before sinking back into sleep. In the deepest part of the night, the town is quietest. The factories that run constantly become the primary sound. A low, steady hum, rhythmic, almost soothing in its consistency. It's the heartbeat of the place. Even in rest, you're never fully separate from industry. It shapes the soundscape of sleep. If you need to relieve yourself during the night, you rise reluctantly. The floor is cold beneath your feet. You navigate by memory, avoiding furniture in the dark. The chamber pot is kept nearby for this purpose. You use it quickly and return to bed, pulling the blankets back over yourself, seeking the warmth you just left. Illness or discomfort can make sleep harder. A persistent cough, a sore back that won't settle, the ache in your hands from the day's repetitive work. You try to find positions that minimize the pain. You wait for sleep to dull the sensations. Sometimes it does. Sometimes you lie awake longer than you'd like, aware of every small discomfort. Children, if they're in the household, sometimes wake with nightmares or needs. A voice in the dark calling for a parent, the sound of crying. An adult rises, tends to the child, and soothes them back to sleep. The interruption is brief. Everyone settles again. These moments are part of the rhythm of shared living. As dawn approaches, the quality of sleep lightens. You're no longer in the deep rest of midnight. You're closer to the surface, aware of the coming day even before you wake fully. Your body begins to anticipate movement. Your mind starts to engage, though you resist it. The first sounds of morning filter in. A rooster somewhere. The clatter of a cart being prepared. Footsteps in the hall as early risers begin their day. You hear these things and know that your own rising isn't far off. But for a few more minutes, you stay still, eyes closed, clinging to the last bit of rest. When you finally wake, it's not abrupt. No alarm jolts you upright. Instead, you surface slowly. Awareness returns in layers. The weight of the blanket, the texture of the pillow, the coolness of the air on your face. You open your eyes to the dim light of early morning. The room is the same as it was when you closed your eyes. Nothing has changed. You lie there for a moment, gathering yourself. The day ahead looms. Another shift, another set of hours at the machine or workstation. The knowledge is heavy, but it's also familiar. This is what you do. This is what every day looks like. You've done it before. You'll do it again. Eventually you push the blankets aside. The cold air touches your skin and you shiver briefly. You swing your legs out of bed. Your feet find the floor. You sit on the edge of the mattress, rubbing your face with your hands, urging yourself into full wakefulness. Around you, others are waking too. The rustle of movement, a cough, the creak of the bed frame as someone else sits up. The household is stirring, preparing to repeat the cycle. You stand, reach for your clothes, and begin the process of dressing. Another day, another routine. The night's rest is over, and the work begins again. The days blend together, one morning into the next, one shift following another. The rhythm becomes so familiar that you stop noticing the repetition. It's simply what life is. You wake, you work, you eat, you rest. The cycle continues without dramatic peaks or valleys. It's steady, reliable, in its own way, grounding. The work itself changes very little over weeks and months. The machines are the same. The tasks are the same. Your hands perform the same motions thousands of times until the movements are engraved into muscle memory. You could do the work in your sleep. Sometimes it feels like you are. The seasons shift, and with them, small adjustments. Summer brings heat that makes the factory floor stifling. You drink more water. You move more slowly in the afternoons when the air is thickest. Winter brings cold that seeps through the walls and windows. You wear extra layers. You huddle closer to the machines for their warmth. But the work remains constant beneath these surface changes. The people around you change gradually. Someone leaves for a different job or a different town. A new worker arrives to take their place. The faces shift, but the roles stay the same. The newcomer learns the rhythm just as you did. They become part of the collective effort. The work absorbs them. You notice your own adaptations over time. The calluses on your hands thicken. Your tolerance for standing increases. Your ability to tune out discomfort sharpens. What felt unbearable in the first weeks becomes manageable, not comfortable, but bearable. Your body and mind adjust because they have to. Survival requires adaptation. The town itself evolves slowly. New buildings appear over months and years. Streets are paved or repaired. More factories open. The population grows. But these changes happen so gradually that they're almost invisible day to day. You look up one morning and realize something is different, though you can't pinpoint exactly when it changed. The industrial rhythm shapes everything. Meal times are dictated by shift schedules. Sleep patterns are determined by work hours. Social interactions happen in the margins, the brief pauses between labour. The work is the sun around which everything else orbits. It provides structure. It imposes order. It defines the boundaries of daily life. There's a kind of security in this structure, even if it's harsh. You know what's expected. You know what will happen each day. The predictability can be comforting when uncertainty feels more dangerous. The routine might be exhausting, but at least it's familiar. At least it's known. The goods you produce move on to other places. You rarely see the finished products in use. Your contribution is one small piece of a larger whole. The thread you spin becomes fabric. The part you assemble becomes a machine. The item you pack is shipped away. You don't know where it goes or who uses it. The work is abstract in that way, disconnected from its end purpose. Yet there's a quiet pride in the making. You can point to a stack of finished pieces and say you did that. Your hands created something tangible. It exists because you performed your task. The pride isn't loud or celebrated, but it's there. A small anchor of meaning in the repetition. The community of workers becomes a kind of extended family, even if you don't know everyone's names. You share the same experience, the same exhaustion, the same small victories and frustrations. When someone is struggling, others notice. Help is offered in practical ways. A shared meal, a kind word, assistance with a heavy load. These gestures are simple but significant. Over time you develop a reputation, not based on grand achievements, but on consistency. Showing up every day, completing your tasks without complaint, being reliable. This reliability is valued. It's what keeps the whole system functioning. Everyone is doing their part. Everyone contributing to the continuity. The years pass, measured not in dramatic events but in accumulated days. You grow older within the rhythm. Your body wears down slowly. The work takes its toll, but you continue because that's what there is. The routine sustains you, even as it drains you. It provides purpose, however small. The industrial age is built on this quiet continuity. Not on heroic individuals, but on countless people performing countless small tasks. Each person a thread in the fabric, each day a stitch in the weave. The strength of the whole comes from the persistence of the parts. You're one of those parts. Your contribution matters precisely because it's part of a larger pattern. The evening you return home tonight is like every other evening. The walk is familiar, the streets are the same, your lodging hasn't changed. You remove your work clothes and wash your hands. You sit at the table and eat simple food. You rest as best you can. The routine wraps around you like a warm blanket. Familiar, expected. As you prepare for bed, you think briefly about tomorrow. Another early morning, another shift, another day in the long succession of days. The thought could be discouraging, but tonight is just a fact. This is what you do. This is what your life is. And within that reality, you've found ways to endure. Small comforts, brief moments of rest, the knowledge that you're not alone in it. You lie down in the same bed you've slept in countless nights. The mattress dips in the same places. The pillow flattens under your head in the familiar way. You pull the blanket up and close your eyes. Outside, the town settles into its own rest. The factories hum. The streets are empty. The night deepens. Sleep will come soon. It always does. And when morning arrives, you'll wake and begin again. Not because it's easy. Not because it's what you would choose if all choices were available, but because this is the life you're living, and you've learned to live it. One day, one shift, one small task at a time. The continuity isn't loud or celebrated. It's quiet, patient, enduring. It's the sound of footsteps on cobblestones, the hum of machines, the rhythm of breath in sleep. It's the steady, unglamorous persistence that builds societies and shapes eras. It's the work of millions of hands, yours among them, moving through time with neither fanfare nor recognition, just the simple, profound act of continuing, day after day, year after year, until the pattern is woven so tightly it becomes the fabric of an age, and so you rest, knowing that tomorrow will come, knowing that you'll meet it, knowing that the rhythm will hold you as it has held you before and will hold you again. The industrial world turns on this quiet continuity, and you, in your small corner of it, are part of what makes it turn. Sleep well. The day is done. The work awaits. But for now, there is only rest and the gentle certainty that you will rise again when morning comes. You find yourself in the landscape of Roman Britain during the middle years of the 1st century, when stone roads cross green valleys and settlements rest between older paths and newer walls. Daily life continues here beneath layers of authority and custom, where farms stretch across familiar ground and people move through routines shaped by both old traditions and recent rule. You wake in a world where two ways of living overlap across the same fields and villages. The sun rises over land that has been worked for generations, but now Roman roads cut straight lines through the curves of older tracks. The day begins, much as it always has, with the same tasks and seasons, though new patterns have woven themselves into the fabric of ordinary time. In the towns, stone buildings stand beside timber structures. You smell bread baking in the early morning, the eastern warmth drifting through narrow streets, where people already move with purpose. Vendors arrange goods on tables beneath simple awnings. Pottery, tools, fabric and food appear in familiar displays. The marketplace fills gradually as the morning progresses, voices mixing in several languages as people greet neighbours and negotiate prices. The rhythm of market day follows established patterns. You watch as a farmer brings grain in measured amounts, the sacks carefully counted and noted. A potter displays bowls and storage vessels, each one shaped by hands that have repeated the same motions for years. People examine goods closely, feeling the weight of a knife or testing the weave of cloth before making decisions. Transactions happen through gesture and practiced understanding as much as through words. Outside the town walls, the countryside spreads in patches of cultivation and pasture. Fields follow the natural contours of the land, divided by low stone walls and hedgerows. You walk along a track worn smooth by countless feet and cartwheels, passing farms where families have lived for many generations. Smoke rises from roof vents, steady and unremarkable, marking where people prepare meals and warm their homes. The Roman presence shows itself in certain details. Milestones mark distances along the main roads, their carved numbers indicating how far you have travelled or how far remains to go. Tax collectors make their rounds according to schedules that repeat throughout the year, their visits anticipated if not always welcomed. Soldiers pass through occasionally, their leather and metal distinct among the wool and linen worn by most people. Yet much of daily life proceeds according to older rhythms. Cattle graze in pastures that have supported herds for as long as anyone remembers. Sheep are moved between summer and winter grazing grounds following routes established generations before any Roman arrived. Grain is sown and harvested according to weather and season, the timing adjusted by years of accumulated knowledge about this particular soil and climate. In the villages, round houses still shelter most families. You enter through a low doorway into a single circular room where the central fire provides light and warmth. Sleeping platforms line the walls, covered with layers of fleece and fabric. Tools hang from posts and beams. Storage jars rest against the curved wall, holding grain and preserved foods. The space smells of wood smoke, wool, and earth. Women prepare food using methods passed down through their mothers and grandmothers. Grain is ground into flour using stone querns, the circular motion repeated until the texture becomes fine enough for bread or porridge. Vegetables simmer in pots suspended over the fire. Herbs dry in bunches hung from the rafters. The work continues steadily throughout the day, hands moving through familiar motions while conversations flow around the tasks. Men work in the fields or tend livestock, their days governed by what each season requires. In spring, you plough and sow. In summer, you maintain boundaries and watch over growing crops. Autumn brings the harvest, when entire families work from dawn until dusk gathering what has grown. Winter means repairing tools, mending buildings, and caring for animals sheltered near the house. Children learn by watching and helping. A young girl sits beside her mother, learning to spin wool into thread. Her fingers fumble at first, then gradually find the rhythm. A boy follows his father to check on sheep, learning to read the signs that indicate health or illness in the flock. Knowledge transfers through demonstration and practice, with skills building slowly through repetition. The towns show more evidence of Roman planning. Streets meet at right angles, creating a grid that feels different from the organic growth of older settlements. Public buildings occupy central locations. You might find a bathhouse where people gather for cleanliness and conversation, the warm rooms providing comfort during colder months. Administrative buildings house officials who manage the territory's records and regulations. Water flows through carefully constructed channels. Aqueducts carry water from sources outside the town, the steady flow maintained by regular inspection and repair. Public fountains provide access for those without private supplies. Drainage systems remove waste. The channels are covered by stone slabs that you walk over without much thought. In both town and countryside, people wear practical clothing suited to their work and the climate. Most people dress in simple tunics, the fabric woven from wool or linen. Cloaks provide additional warmth and protection from rain. Leather shoes or boots protect feet from rough ground and cold. Those with more resources might add dyed fabrics or metal pins and brooches, but most clothing serves function rather than display. Food reflects what the land provides and what can be preserved through the year. Bread forms the foundation of most meals, accompanied by porridge, stews, and preserved vegetables. Meat appears regularly, but not at every meal, with pork, mutton, and beef all part of the diet. Fish comes from rivers and the coast. Milk becomes cheese that stores well through winter. Beer provides a drink safer than uncertain water sources. The day's rhythm includes several rest periods. People pause in the middle of the day when the sun reaches its height, eating a simple meal and resting briefly before returning to work. In towns, the bathhouse might draw people in the afternoon, offering a break from labour and a chance for unhurried conversation. Evenings bring the main meal, when families gather and the day's efforts wind down toward rest. Religious practice weaves through daily life in quiet ways. Small shrines mark crossroads and springs. People make offerings of grain or small objects, maintaining relationships with forces they understand as woven into the land itself. The Roman presence has added new gods and temples, but many people continue older observances alongside newer forms, seeing no contradiction in honouring both. Trade connects communities across distances. Merchants travel the Roman roads, carrying goods between towns and large cities. Pottery from one region appears in markets far from where it was made. Metal goods travel even farther, following trade routes that extend beyond Britain entirely. Salt, a necessity for preserving food, comes from coastal salt works and mines, and is distributed through networks of exchange. Craftspeople maintain their workshops in towns and larger villages. A blacksmith shapes iron into tools and fittings, the hammer's ring marking the passage of hours. A carpenter selects wood and shapes it into everything from simple spoons to complex cartwheels. A weaver works at a loom, threads crossing in patterns that create both utility and beauty. Each craft requires years to master, and skilled workers pass their knowledge to apprentices who will eventually continue the tradition. Legal matters follow Roman structures in towns, while villages often maintain older systems of resolving disputes. Magistrates hear cases and render judgments according to Roman law. Contracts are written and witnessed. Property boundaries are recorded in official documents. Yet in the countryside, many agreements still happen through witnessed oaths and community knowledge, recorded in memory rather than on tablets. The seasons govern more than agriculture. Winter brings less outdoor work, but more time for indoor crafts and repairs. Spring requires intense labour as planting begins and animals bear young. Summer means constant attention to growing crops and maintaining infrastructure. Autumn focuses on gathering and preserving, preparing for the months when fresh food will be scarce. Communication travels along the roads and through established networks. Official messages move quickly via the Roman postal system, with riders carrying documents between administrative centres. Informal news spreads more slowly but just as reliably, carried by merchants and travellers who share information as naturally as they share meals at taverns along the way. Children play games that teach skills they will need as adults. They practice throwing and accuracy with small stones and targets. They race and climb, building strength and coordination. Girls play with simple dolls, acting out domestic scenes. Boys create miniature farms and forts, arranging sticks and stones into familiar patterns. The rhythm of a day in Roman Britain combines continuity and change. You rise with the sun because that is when light allows work to begin. You follow patterns established over lifetimes because they match the requirements of season and land. Yet you also encounter new structures, new authorities, and new expectations that have been added to what came before. The combination creates a daily life that feels both familiar and adapted, traditional and modified, settled into patterns that seem likely to continue indefinitely. The Roman presence in Britain operates through systems designed to function with regular precision. Officials work through established procedures, maintaining records and collecting revenues according to schedules that repeat throughout the year. The machinery of administration requires constant attention, with each official responsible for specific tasks that connect to larger networks of governance. Tax collection follows a calendar known to everyone. Collectors arrive in districts at expected times, carrying tablets and scrolls that list what each household and farm owes. The amounts have been calculated based on land holdings and production capacity. You gather what is required and present it for counting and recording. Grain fills measured baskets, livestock is counted, and a portion is designated for collection. In some cases, currency changes hands, the coins representing value in a more portable form. The process involves careful documentation. Each transaction is noted, the details recorded in wax tablets that will later be transferred to more permanent records. Officials check measurements and verify counts. Witnesses observe to ensure fairness in the process. The system depends on accuracy and accountability, with multiple levels of review designed to catch errors or dishonesty. Roads require constant maintenance to remain usable. Crews work along major routes, repairing surfaces damaged by weather and traffic. You might see workers replacing stones that have shifted, filling holes that have formed, or clearing drainage ditches to prevent water damage. The work follows inspection schedules, with officials noting problems and assigning crews to address them. Milestones serve practical purposes beyond marking distance. They indicate jurisdiction and responsibility, showing which authorities maintain which sections of road. The stones themselves require occasional repair or replacement, their carved letters refreshed when weather wears them smooth. Maps and itineraries list the distances between settlements, allowing travellers to plan journeys with reasonable accuracy. Military installations dot the landscape, though many function more as administrative centres than active battlegrounds. Forts house soldiers who rotate through assignments, spending time in Britain as part of longer military careers that may take them across the empire. The forts operate on strict schedules with guard rotations, meal times and training periods all following established patterns. Supply chains keep these installations functioning. Food arrives from designated sources, with local farmers providing grain, meat and other provisions as part of their tax obligations. Equipment comes from workshops that specialise in military goods. Everything from weapons to cooking pots travels along supply routes managed by officials who track inventory and anticipate needs. Legal administration requires officials who understand Roman law and can apply it to the variety of situations that arise. Magistrates hear disputes about property boundaries, broken contracts, and injuries. They reference legal codes and precedents, applying principles developed over centuries to specific circumstances. Decisions are recorded and can be appealed through higher authorities if parties remain unsatisfied. Contracts structure many relationships in Roman Britain. Land leases, service agreements, and business partnerships all exist in written form, witnessed and sealed to prevent later disagreement. The documents specify terms carefully, noting what each party promises and what happens if promises are broken. Officials maintain archives of these contracts, available for consultation when disputes arise. Census taking happens periodically, requiring officials to count people, animals and property throughout their assigned territories. Teams of census takers travel from settlement to settlement, recording names, ages, occupations and holdings. The information serves multiple purposes, from tax assessment to military recruitment planning. The process takes months to complete, with results compiled and forwarded to higher administrative levels. Public buildings require regular upkeep. The bathhouse needs fresh water brought in and wastewater removed. Heating systems must be maintained, with fires tended and channels kept clear. The forum and basilica, where official business is conducted, require cleaning and occasional repairs. Skilled workers receive payment from public funds to perform these tasks. Currency circulates through the economy, supplementing the older systems of barter and exchange. Coins come in various denominations, allowing for precise payment and easier trade across distances. Moneylenders operate in larger towns, extending credit and managing debt according to regulated interest rates. The presence of standardized currency makes certain transactions simpler, though many rural areas still rely heavily on direct exchange. Written records accumulate steadily. Administrative buildings house scrolls and tablets documenting everything from tax receipts to legal judgments to construction projects. Clerks copy important documents to create backups and summaries. The archives represent decades of accumulated information about the territory's management and development. Postal systems enable communication across long distances. Designated stations along major roads provide fresh horses for official couriers. Messages travel faster than ordinary travellers because couriers ride continuously, stopping only to change mounts. The system allows administrators to send and receive reports, orders and questions without travelling themselves. Weights and measures follow standardised systems, making trade more straightforward. Official sets of weights are maintained in markets, available for checking the accuracy of scales used by merchants. Length measurements use established units, allowing construction projects and land surveys to reference consistent standards. Inspectors verify that merchants use proper measures, imposing penalties when they find deliberate inaccuracies. Harbour facilities in coastal towns manage trade arriving by sea. Docks allow ships to load and unload cargo. Warehouses store goods awaiting distribution inland. Customs officials assess duties on imported items. The work requires coordination between merchants, ship crews and administrative staff, all following procedures designed to keep goods moving while collecting appropriate revenues. Education in larger towns includes schools where children learn to read and write. The curriculum emphasises practical skills, teaching the Latin necessary for administrative work and trade. Students practice writing on wax tablets, learning letter forms and basic arithmetic. Those destined for official positions receive more advanced training in law and rhetoric. Public entertainment serves administrative purposes as well as providing leisure. Festivals mark important dates in the official calendar, celebrating emperors and military victories. Games and performances gather people together, creating opportunities to announce policies and reinforce social hierarchies. The events require planning and resources, with officials coordinating logistics and funding. Border control involves monitoring movement along the territory's edges. Officials at major crossing points record travellers and check cargo. They watch for goods that should be taxed and for people whose presence might indicate security concerns. The system is porous by modern standards but maintains awareness of general movement patterns. Building codes govern construction in towns, specifying minimum standards for safety and functionality. Regulations address fire risk, structural stability, and waste management. Inspectors review major construction projects, ensuring compliance before buildings are occupied. The rules reflect accumulated experience with urban life and the problems that arise when too many people live close together. Health regulations address public sanitation and disease prevention. Requirements for waste disposal reduce contamination of water supplies. Quarantine procedures exist for ships arriving from places known to have illness. While understanding of disease remains limited, practical measures based on observation provide some protection against epidemic spread. Market regulation prevents certain forms of fraud and manipulation. Officials set maximum prices for essential goods during shortages, preventing exploitation. They monitor quality, checking that food is safe and that products match their descriptions. Licensed traders must follow rules to maintain their permission to operate in official market spaces. Labour systems include both free workers and enslaved people. Free labourers negotiate terms for their work, receiving payment in currency or goods. Enslaved people work under compulsion, their labour directed by those who own them. The institution exists as part of the Roman economic system, unremarked upon by most as simply how certain work gets done. Veteran settlement programs place former soldiers in rural areas, providing them with land in exchange for their military service. These colonies strengthen Roman presence in the countryside and provide a source of loyal, trained men who can be called upon if needed. The veterans bring their families and establish farms, becoming part of the permanent population. Water management extends beyond aqueducts to include drainage systems and flood control. Engineers design channels that direct water away from settlements during heavy rains. Wetlands are sometimes drained to create additional farmland. Wells are dug with attention to location and depth, seeking reliable sources while avoiding contamination. The administrative year follows a cycle of reports and reviews. Officials submit accounts to their superiors, documenting revenue collected, expenses paid, and projects completed. Auditors examine these records, checking calculations and investigating discrepancies. The system creates accountability, though it also generates enormous amounts of paperwork. Justice administration includes prisons where people await trial or serve sentences. Conditions vary based on status and the nature of the offence. The facilities require guards, food supplies, and maintenance. Processing prisoners generates more documentation, tracking who is held, why, and for how long. All of this administrative work continues day after day, creating the structure within which daily life occurs. Officials rise and attend to their duties. Records accumulate, systems function. The work is rarely dramatic but always necessary, maintaining the framework of order that allows everything else to proceed. Beyond the Roman towns and administrative centres, the Iceni and other tribal communities maintain ways of living that reach back through countless generations. Their relationship with the land follows patterns established long before any Roman arrived, shaped by the seasons and the particular characteristics of the territory they call home. The Iceni hold lands in what is now East Anglia, where rivers wind through relatively flat terrain, and forests provide resources alongside the open fields. Settlements spread across this landscape, each community connected to others through kinship and custom, rather than through written law or centralised administration. Authority flows from recognition and respect rather than from an appointed position. Land belongs to families and clans in ways that involve both individual use and collective responsibility. You inherit rights to specific fields and pastures, but these rights come with obligations to kin and community. Boundaries are known through long use and collective memory, rather than through surveyed lines on official maps. Disputes about land are resolved through discussion among elders who remember how divisions were made and why. Leadership among the Iceni involves both inherited status and demonstrated capability. A chieftain's position passes through family lines, but maintaining respect requires wisdom in judgment and generosity to followers. Leaders are expected to feed their people, provide protection, and settle disputes fairly. They wear torques and fine clothing that mark their status, but these items represent accumulated obligation as much as privilege. Women hold significant roles in Iceni society. They can own property, inherit wealth, and in some cases lead their communities. Marriage involves negotiation between families, with dowries and bride prices exchanged to formalise alliances. Women manage households, make decisions about resources, and participate in religious observances. Their knowledge of herbs, healing, and cloth production makes them essential to community survival. Extended families live in close proximity, often within the same settlement. A roundhouse might shelter parents, unmarried children, and sometimes grandparents. Nearby houses hold married children and their families. This proximity allows for shared labour and mutual support. Children are raised by many hands, learning from aunts and uncles as well as from parents. Craftsmanship reaches high levels of skill in metalwork and textile production. Smiths create tools, weapons, and jewellery using techniques refined over generations. The Iceni are known for their metalwork, producing items that combine function with decoration. Patterns flow across surfaces, connecting the practical object to deeper meanings about identity and belonging. Weaving produces fabrics in various weights and patterns. Women work at looms, creating cloth for clothing, blankets, and wall hangings. Dyes made from local plants provide colour. The most skilled weavers produce complex patterns that require careful planning and precise execution. These textiles serve as markers of status and as valuable trade goods. Horses hold particular importance in Iceni culture. They are bred carefully, with attention to traits that make them valuable for riding and pulling chariots. Knowledge about horse care passes from experienced handlers to younger learners. Horses represent wealth and status, with ownership of fine animals indicating both resources and judgment. Religious practice centres on locations in the landscape that hold sacred meaning. Groves, springs, and certain hills serve as places where the boundary between ordinary and sacred feels particularly thin. Offerings are left at these places, maintaining relationships with forces understood to inhabit and influence the world. Druids serve as religious specialists, though their role includes much more than ceremony. The Druidic tradition encompasses law, history, poetry, and medicine, alongside religious knowledge. Druids train for many years, memorizing vast amounts of information that they preserve and transmit orally. They serve as judges in disputes, applying traditional law. They preserve stories that explain how things came to be and what obligations people carry. They observe natural signs and advise on appropriate timing for important actions. Seasonal festivals mark turning points in the agricultural year and in the natural world. These gatherings bring communities together for celebration, ceremony, and the conduct of important business. Marriages are often formalised during these times. Alliances are confirmed. Disputes are brought for judgment. The festivals combine practical social functions with spiritual observance. Warfare exists but follows rules different from Roman military practice. Warriors fight for honour and status as much as for territory or resources. Raids between neighbouring groups test courage and provide opportunities for young men to establish reputations. Combat includes individual challenges and displays of prowess. Bravery in battle brings lasting renown, celebrated in songs and stories. Warriors wear distinctive gear that marks their status. Torques circle their necks. Shields carry patterns unique to families or groups. Spears and swords are cared for with attention that reflects both practical need and spiritual significance. A warrior's weapons may have names and histories passed down through generations. Feasting provides crucial social structure. Leaders demonstrate generosity by hosting elaborate meals where meat, beer, and bread are shared freely. Seating arrangements reflect status, with honoured guests placed near the host. Bards perform during these feasts, reciting poetry that praises warriors, recounts famous deeds, and maintains collective memory of important events. Food production follows seasonal rhythms that everyone knows intimately. Spring means preparing fields and sowing grain. Summer requires tending crops and gathering wild plants that supplement cultivated foods. Autumn brings harvest, and the preservation work that will sustain the community through winter. Winter means living on stored foods while caring for animals sheltered near settlements. Preservation techniques make seasonal abundance available throughout the year. Grain is stored in pits lined with clay, where it remains dry and protected from pests. Meat is salted or smoked. Vegetables are dried. Milk becomes cheese that ages and improves in storage. These techniques require knowledge and careful work, but they allow people to eat reliably even when fresh food is scarce. Hunting provides meat and other resources from wild animals. Deer, boar, and smaller game are pursued using dogs, spears, and knowledge of animal behaviour. Hunting happens within understood territories, with rights to certain areas recognised through custom. Success requires patience and skill, qualities developed over many seasons of practice. Fishing takes advantage of rivers and coastal waters. Weirs and traps capture fish during their seasonal movements. Lines and nets bring in other catches. The work requires understanding of fish behaviour and water conditions. Dried and smoked fish add variety to the diet and can be stored for later use. Children learn through participation in daily tasks. A child watches herding before being trusted with animals. They practice with small tools before handling full-sized implements. Skills build gradually through repeated exposure and increasing responsibility. Knowledge transfers through demonstration and correction, rather than through formal instruction. Stories serve educational purposes alongside their entertainment value. Tales about ancestors teach proper behaviour through example. Accounts of past mistakes warn against specific errors. Genealogies establish connections between living people and important figures from earlier generations. The stories are told and retold, adapting to each telling while maintaining core elements. Healing combines practical knowledge of plants and injuries with ritual elements, meant to address spiritual dimensions of illness. Healers know which plants reduce fever, ease pain, or promote healing of wounds. They set broken bones and treat various ailments using remedies refined through long experience. Treatment also includes prayers and offerings, acknowledging that illness may have causes beyond the physical. Trade connects Iceni communities to other groups near and far. Metalwork travels to distant markets. Grain and livestock are exchanged for goods not produced locally. Salt, essential for preservation, comes from coastal sources. Luxury items like amber or wine arrive through trade networks that extend across the known world. Kinship obligations structure mutual support. You're expected to help relatives in need, to host travelling family members, and to contribute to important family events. These obligations are reciprocal, creating networks of mutual aid that function as social safety nets. Failure to meet kinship obligations damages reputation and social standing. Marriage creates alliances between families and clans. Negotiations involve careful consideration of what each side brings and what obligations the union creates. Children from the marriage connect both families, creating new kinship ties. Divorce is possible but complicated, requiring negotiation and sometimes formal judgment about property division and child custody. The built environment reflects social organisation and practical needs. Roundhouses provide efficient shelter while requiring minimal materials. Their circular shape offers no corners where heat can be lost. Central fires warm the space and provide light. The design has been refined over centuries to match climate and available materials. Boundaries between communities are marked but permeable. Recognisable landmarks indicate where one group's territory ends and another's begins. Movement across boundaries happens regularly for trade, marriage, and seasonal gathering. Conflicts over territory are resolved through negotiation, or, in some cases, through displays of force that establish relative strength without necessarily causing extensive harm. Livestock ownership provides wealth that can be moved and increased. Cattle, sheep, and pigs represent stored value that grows over time as animals reproduce. Herds require constant care but provide meat, milk, leather, and wool. The size and quality of someone's livestock indicate their prosperity and management skills. Time is measured through natural cycles rather than counted units. The day progresses from dawn through midday to dusk. Months follow the moon's phases. Years are marked by seasonal festivals and significant events. This system connects time to observable phenomena rather than to abstract numerical sequences. All of these customs and practices create a way of living that feels complete unto itself. The Iceni maintain their identity through language, custom, and connection to specific places. They interact with Roman authority where necessary, but preserve internal structures that govern most of daily life. The overlap between Roman systems and tribal traditions creates layers of rule and relationship that coexist, sometimes easily, and sometimes with friction. Even in times of transition and adjustment, rest remains essential to life's continuation. Bodies and minds require periodic renewal, and every culture develops patterns that allow for recovery from work's demands. In Roman Britain, rest takes many forms, woven into daily schedules and seasonal cycles. The day structure naturally includes pauses. Work begins at dawn when light allows tasks to be seen clearly. By midday, the sun's intensity suggests a break from labour. People eat a simple meal and rest briefly, sitting in shade during warmer months or near fires when the weather turns cold. Conversation flows quietly during these pauses, voices low and unhurried. Evenings bring a longer period of reduced activity. As light fades, outdoor work becomes impractical, and people move toward shelter. Meals are prepared and eaten with family or household members. The pace slows naturally as darkness removes the ability to do precision work or travel safely. People settle into indoor spaces warmed by fires and lit by oil lamps or rush lights. In roundhouses, the central fire becomes the focus of evening time. Flames provide warmth and light while also serving practical purposes, keeping pots warm and making the space visible. People sit around the fire on low stools or benches, engaged in tasks that require less light than daytime work. Wool might be spun or fibre prepared for weaving. Tools might be repaired or sharpened. Small tasks continue, but the atmosphere differs from daylight hours. Stories emerge during these evening gatherings. Someone might recount events from the day or remember incidents from years past. Older family members share memories that become part of collective knowledge. The telling happens without performance or drama, simply one voice among others, speaking and being heard. The stories blend with the crackling of the fire and the small sounds of people working with their hands. Children settle into sleep before adults, their earlier bedtimes reflecting their lesser stamina. Parents guide them to sleeping platforms covered with fleece and fabric. The children curl beneath coverings, warmed by the fire's residual heat and by shared body warmth when siblings sleep together. Their breathing gradually deepens and slows, marking their passage into rest. Sleep arrangements vary by status and setting. In Roman-style houses, separate sleeping rooms allow for more privacy. Beds are raised on frames with mattresses of straw or wool. Blankets and furs provide warmth. In simpler dwellings, platforms along the walls serve as sleeping surfaces. Everyone sleeps fully clothed except for outer garments set aside for morning. Night brings a different quality to settlements. Most people sleep, but some remain awake for necessary tasks. In towns, night watchmen walk established routes, their presence maintaining order during dark hours. Their footsteps echo against stone walls, regular and predictable. They carry lanterns that cast small pools of light, checking doors and watching for fire risk or other problems. In military forts, guard rotations continue through the night. Sentries stand watch in designated positions, alert but not tense. The hours pass slowly, measured by the changing positions of stars overhead. Relief comes at set intervals, one guard replacing another in a rotation that ensures rest for all, while maintaining constant vigilance. Rural settlements typically lack formal watch systems, but maintain awareness nonetheless. Dogs sleep lightly, responding to unusual sounds with barks that alert human occupants. Livestock sometimes stir in their pens, their movements audible to those sleeping nearby. The sounds of the night become familiar, making truly unusual noises more noticeable. Seasonal changes affect rest patterns. Summer nights are shorter, with darkness lasting only a few hours. People might sleep less during these months, rising early and working until late evening. Winter's long nights provide more time for sleep and for indoor activities that happen in firelight. The seasonal variation matches work demands, with longer rest periods coinciding with times when outdoor work is limited. Religious observances sometimes include nighttime elements. Certain festivals involve keeping watch through the night, maintaining fires, or observing rituals that mark important transitions. These occasions are communal rather than solitary, with groups of people sharing the experience and supporting each other through the unusual schedule. Bathhouses in Roman towns provide afternoon and evening relaxation. People visit after work, spending time in warm rooms where they can wash and rest. Conversations happen in the changing rooms and around the pools. The environment encourages unhurried time, a deliberate pause in the day's progression. Leaving the bathhouse clean and relaxed, people head toward evening meals and eventual sleep. Taverns serve as gathering places where men sometimes extend their evenings beyond home. Beer and simple food are available. Gaming boards provide entertainment. Talk flows among people who might not see each other elsewhere. The atmosphere is generally peaceful, with most customers seeking companionship rather than excitement. Dreams are understood as meaningful, though interpretations vary. Some dreams are seen as messages or warnings. Others are simply the mind's night wandering, unimportant except as curiosity. People sometimes share notable dreams with family members or respected elders, seeking insight into their significance. Illness can disrupt rest, requiring care during night hours. Healers sometimes attend to seriously ill people through the night, providing comfort and administering remedies. Family members take turns sitting with sick relatives, offering water and adjusting coverings. The night care combines practical nursing with presence, ensuring the ill person does not suffer alone. Pregnant women and new mothers experience altered rest patterns. Late pregnancy makes comfortable sleep positions difficult to find. Newborns wake frequently for feeding, interrupting their mother's rest. Extended families help by taking infants for periods during the day, allowing mothers to sleep when possible. The disturbance is temporary, ending as children develop more mature sleep patterns. Elderly people often sleep less than younger adults, their nights broken by discomfort or the simple changes that come with age. They might rise during the night, adding fuel to fires or simply sitting quietly until sleep returns. Their presence during night hours adds another layer of watchfulness to household safety. Weather affects rest quality. Cold nights require more coverings and maintenance of fires. Wet weather might mean dampness seeps into buildings, making comfort harder to achieve. Wind creates sounds that can disturb sleep, particularly when it catches loose shutters or doors. People adapt through experience, learning what works in their particular circumstances. Music sometimes accompanies evening hours, though not every night or in every household. Simple instruments like flutes or small harps provide melodies. Singing happens informally, with people joining in or listening as they prefer. The music is gentle, suited to the winding down of the day rather than to energetic performance. Travel requires different rest arrangements. Those moving along Roman roads might stay at way stations that provide basic shelter and food. Others seek hospitality at farms or settlements, requesting space to sleep in exchange for news or a small payment. Sleeping outdoors is possible during warmer months, with travellers seeking dry ground and relative shelter. Festivals disrupt normal rest patterns for short periods. Celebrations might continue into the night with feasting and ritual. People accept the temporary change, knowing they will return to regular schedules afterward. The special occasions justify the departure from routine. Monks and religious specialists in some communities maintain different rest patterns, rising for prayer during the night or observing vigils. Their schedule reflects spiritual dedication rather than practical necessity. Most people respect these practices while not adopting them personally. Rest represents more than simple cessation of activity. It provides necessary recovery that allows work to continue. It offers time for bodies to repair and for minds to process experiences. The rhythm of work and rest repeats daily, creating a pattern that supports life's continuation. People honour rest by allowing themselves and others these necessary pauses, understanding that pushing beyond natural limits serves no one well. Food production and distribution create the foundation for everything else in Roman Britain. Without reliable nourishment, no administrative system, no army, and no community can function. The work of growing, gathering, storing, and sharing food occupies much of everyone's time and attention. Grain forms the centre of most diets. Wheat, barley, and oats grow in fields that are ploughed, planted, tended, and harvested according to well-established cycles. You prepare the soil in autumn after the previous harvest is complete, turning it with wooden ploughs pulled by oxen. The work is hard and slow, requiring multiple passes to break up compacted earth and expose fresh soil to weathering through winter. Spring planting begins when soil temperature and moisture indicate favourable conditions. You broadcast seed by hand, walking steadily across the field with a bag slung over your shoulder. The motion becomes rhythmic, reaching into the bag, casting the seed in an arc, stepping forward and repeating. Coverage must be even to avoid gaps where nothing will grow. After sowing, you might plough again lightly to cover the seed and protect it from birds. The growing season requires vigilance against various threats. Birds eat exposed seed and young shoots. Weeds compete for water and nutrients. Disease can spread through plants if conditions favour it. You walk through fields regularly, observing and making decisions about intervention. Sometimes weeding is necessary. Sometimes you accept losses as inevitable, rather than spending effort on marginal improvements. Harvest demands intensive labour compressed into a short period. Grain ripens over several weeks, and timing matters for maximising yield and quality. You cut stalks with sickles, bending and grasping bundles while moving steadily down rows. The cut grain is tied into sheaves that stand in the field to dry further before being gathered into larger stacks. Threshing separates grain from stalks and chaff. The work happens on prepared floors where grain is spread and beaten with flails, or where animals walk over it, crushing the seed free. Wind is used to winnow, tossing the mixture in the air so that lighter chaff blows away while heavier grain falls. The process requires dry weather and multiple repetitions to achieve clean grain. Storage determines how well the harvest sustains people through the year. Grain must be kept dry and protected from pests. In rural areas, underground pits lined with clay or stone provide storage. In towns, purpose-built granaries raise floors above ground level and include ventilation to reduce moisture. Regular inspection catches problems before they spread. Vegetables supplement grain-based foods. Cabbage, onions, leeks, and root vegetables like carrots and turnips grow in gardens near houses. These plants require less space than grain fields and can be tended by people who are also managing household tasks. Harvesting happens as vegetables mature, with some taken fresh and others preserved for later use. Preservation methods extend the availability of fresh foods beyond their growing season. Root vegetables store well in cool, dark places. Cabbage can be fermented into a form that keeps through winter. Onions are dried and hung in bunches. The work of preservation happens alongside harvest, adding steps to autumn's labour but ensuring variety in winter meals. Legumes like peas and beans provide protein and store well when dried. They grow in rotation with grain, actually improving soil quality for subsequent grain crops. You harvest them when pods have dried on the plant, then shell the seeds and store them in sealed containers. Soaking and cooking restore them to usable form throughout the year. Livestock management involves constant attention and seasonal variation. Cattle, sheep, pigs, goats, and chickens all require different care, but all need food, water, shelter, and protection from predators and disease. You learn to recognise signs of health and illness, to judge when animals need intervention, and to make decisions about breeding and culling. Cattle provide multiple resources. Milk comes from cows and is consumed fresh, or made into cheese and butter. Calves are born in spring when grass is growing and milk production is increasing. Oxen, castrated male cattle, serve as draft animals for ploughing and hauling. Eventually, aging or excess animals are slaughtered for meat and hides. Sheep give wool, milk, and eventually meat. Shearing happens in late spring when wool has grown thick through the winter, but before summer heat makes the fleece burdensome to the animal. The wool is washed, combed, and spun into thread for weaving. Lambing requires close attention, with shepherds checking frequently on pregnant ewes and assisting with difficult births. Pigs convert food scraps and forest mast into meat. They forage in woodlands during autumn, fattening on acorns and other nuts. Their ability to eat varied foods makes them efficient livestock, though they require different management than grazing animals. Pork can be preserved through salting and smoking, making it available long after slaughter. Chickens provide eggs regularly, and meat occasionally. They forage around settlements, eating insects and seeds. Their roosting places need protection from foxes and other predators. Gathering eggs is a daily task, with production varying by season and the age of the hens. Dairy work requires daily attention. Cows must be milked twice a day during their lactation period. The milk is processed quickly, as it spoils rapidly without refrigeration. Cheesemaking transforms milk into a form that stores well. The process involves adding rennet to separate curds from whey, then pressing and aging the curds. Skilled cheesemakers produce varieties that improve with storage. hunting supplements domesticated meat sources. Deer, wild boar and smaller game live in forests and on uncultivated land. Hunting requires permission in areas controlled by Roman authorities or by tribal leaders who claim hunting rights. The work combines patience, knowledge of animal behaviour and skill with weapons. Success provides meat but also hides, antlers and other useful materials. Fishing provides protein from rivers, streams and coastal waters. Techniques vary with location and target species. Weirs channel fish into traps. Nets are set in likely spots and checked regularly. Lines with hooks catch individual fish. The work suits different seasons and conditions, providing food when weather makes other work difficult. Foraging gathers wild plants that add nutrients and variety to meals. Berries, nuts, mushrooms and edible greens are collected by people who know what is safe and where to find it. This knowledge is specific to local conditions and is shared within families and communities. Foraging happens alongside other work, taking advantage of time spent travelling or herding. Salt is essential for preservation and flavouring. It comes from coastal evaporation pans or from inland salt deposits. Trade networks distribute salt to areas without local sources. The substance is valuable enough that it features in tax payments and trade calculations. Proper salting can preserve meat and fish for months. Beer provides a drink safer than uncertain water sources while also offering nutrition. Brewing involves soaking grain until it sprouts, drying and crushing it, then boiling it with water and allowing fermentation. The process requires attention to temperature and timing, but becomes routine for experienced brewers. Beer consumption is normal for adults and children, though the alcohol content in daily beer is relatively low. Bread making begins with grinding grain into flour. Stone querns turn steadily, reducing grain to powder fine enough for baking. The work is time-consuming but necessary for creating palatable food from stored grain. Flour is mixed with water, and often with leavening agents like yeast from beer brewing. The dough is shaped and baked in ovens or in pots set among fire coals. Cooking techniques suit available equipment and fuels. Most heating happens over open fires or in simple ovens. Pots hang from tripods or sit directly in coals. Baking vessels hold dough while heat surrounds them. The methods are simple but effective, refined through long experience with particular ingredients and conditions. Meal timing follows work rhythms. A light breakfast might consist of bread and beer. Midday brings a more substantial meal when work pauses. Evening provides the main meal, when people gather and eat together. What is consumed depends on the season, status, and what is available, but the pattern of multiple smaller meals rather than one large one is common. Fasting happens occasionally for religious reasons or when supplies run low before harvest. Deliberate food restriction demonstrates devotion or disciplines the body. Unintentional hunger occurs when weather damages crops or when distribution systems fail. Communities often share when some have more and others less, maintaining relationships through mutual support. Trade in foodstuffs allows specialization and variety. Wine arrives from Mediterranean regions. Olive oil comes from southern areas where olives grow. Spices travel vast distances. These luxury items appear more often in towns and in households with more resources, but they demonstrate the connections that link distant places through exchange. Market days concentrate food exchange. Farmers bring produce and livestock. Bakers sell bread. Butchers offer fresh and preserved meat. Fishmongers display their catches. Prices fluctuate based on supply and season, with officials sometimes intervening to prevent excessive increases during shortages. Food quality matters not only for taste but also for health. Spoiled or contaminated food causes illness that can spread through households or communities. People learn to recognize signs of spoilage and to discard questionable items. Standards exist informally through shared knowledge and formally through market regulations. Children learn food skills through participation. They help with harvesting, picking vegetables, collecting eggs, and preparing meals. The work teaches patience, attention, and the seasonal cycles that govern availability. As they mature, their contributions increase until they can manage food production independently. Hospitality includes sharing food with guests. Offering meals to visitors demonstrates generosity and maintains social relationships. The quality and abundance of food served reflects on the host's status and character. Even modest households provide what they can when travellers or relatives arrive. Food connects to celebration and ritual. Feasts mark important occasions with abundance and variety. Offerings to gods include grain, animals, or drink. The religious dimension of food acknowledges dependence on forces beyond human control and maintains proper relationships with the sacred. All of these activities and systems interweave, creating a complex network that nourishes the population. The work is constant but familiar, repeated with variations throughout every year. People know what each season requires and what each task involves. The reliability of these patterns provides security, allowing communities to continue from one generation to the next. Across Roman Britain, evenings settle with a familiar quality, even as larger circumstances shift gradually beneath the surface of daily life. The light fades at its appointed time, fires are lit, and people move through routines that feel permanent, though nothing actually is. In Colchester, evening finds the streets quieter than during the day. The administrative buildings have closed, their officials having completed the day's work and departed for home. Merchants have covered their goods and shuttered their stalls. The Forum, which during daylight hours serves as a gathering place for business and conversation, now sits mostly empty. A few people cross through it, moving with purpose toward destinations elsewhere. The Roman Theatre, a permanent structure of stone and timber, sometimes hosts performances in the evening. Tonight it sits dark, its rows of seats empty, waiting for the next scheduled event. The building represents cultural ambitions, a statement about civilization and its proper forms. During performances, people gather to watch plays or hear recitations, participating in traditions that link this distant province to the broader empire. Bathhouses remain open into the evening, their braziers stoked to maintain heat in the caldarium. A handful of patrons move between the warm room and the tepidarium, following the bathing sequence designed to cleanse and relax. Attendants move quietly, maintaining fires and cleaning surfaces. Conversations echo softly against tile and stone, the words indistinct but the tone peaceful. In the settlement's residential areas, individual households conduct their evening routines. Oil lamps cast steady light in rooms where families eat their evening meals. Simple dishes are passed and shared. Children are reminded to finish their portions. Adults discuss the day's events in low voices. Nothing urgent or alarming, simply the exchange of information that maintains household awareness. A temple dedicated to the imperial cult stands on the settlement's edge, its architecture deliberate in conveying Roman authority through design. During the day, officials conduct ceremonies that acknowledge the emperor's position. Evening finds it quiet, watched over by a single attendant who maintains the sacred space. A lamp burns continuously, its flame representing continuity and order. Beyond the town, on farms worked by families who have known this land for generations, similar rhythms unfold. Animals have been secured for the night, sheltered where possible, or at least gathered into areas where they can be monitored. Chickens roost in their protected spaces, cattle settle in pens, sheep cluster together in fields, their collective presence providing mutual warmth and some defence against predators. Inside a roundhouse, a family sits around the central fire. An older woman is working wool through her fingers, the motion automatic after decades of practice. Her daughter prepares something in a pot set near the coals, occasionally stirring and checking progress. Children sit nearby, one playing quietly with a simple toy, another already drowsy and leaning against a parent. The conversation, when it happens, is unremarkable. Someone mentions that a neighbour's cow has gone lame and may need attention. Another note is that the grain storage pit needs inspection before the next rainfall. The topics are practical and immediate, requiring no dramatic response. Information is shared and acknowledged, creating the network of awareness that allows communal life to function. In the Iceni territories further north, evening settles over villages where life continues according to older patterns. Here the Roman presence is less visible, felt more through taxation and occasional administrative visits than through daily architecture or enforced customs. The settlements maintain their traditional character, round houses clustered together, paths worn by long use connecting them. A chieftain's compound shows signs of status through size and the quality of items visible to visitors. The main house is larger than others, capable of hosting gatherings when necessary. Tonight it holds only the immediate household. A fire burns in the centre, smoke rising toward the roof opening. The chieftain sits with his family, eating a meal that includes meat, a marker of relative prosperity. The conversation here also lacks drama. There is discussion of alliances with neighbouring groups, of marriage arrangements being negotiated for one of the children, and of harvest expectations for the coming autumn. These are matters of importance but not immediate crisis. They represent the ongoing work of maintaining position and meeting obligations that come with leadership. In a military fort along one of the major roads, soldiers move through their evening routines with the regularity that military life demands. The day's duties have concluded. Equipment has been cleaned and stored. The evening meal has been served in the mess hall, simple but adequate food consumed efficiently. Off-duty soldiers gather in their barracks, some gaming with dice or knucklebones, others engaged in quiet conversation. A few write letters to distant family, the stylus moving carefully across wax tablets, forming words that will eventually travel along postal routes to other parts of the empire. The letters speak of routine, of missing home, and of small observations about Britain's weather and customs. Guards have taken their positions for the night watch. They stand or walk their assigned routes, maintaining the discipline expected of them, while also passing the hours until relief comes. The fort is quiet, secure, and functioning as it is designed to function. Nothing threatens, nothing requires a special response. The night progresses as night should, marked by the slow movement of stars overhead. Along the roads, way stations provide shelter for travellers who have not reached their destinations before dark. These simple establishments offer basic accommodations, a place to stable animals, and a room where travellers can rest. The keeper maintains a fire in the common area where several people sit, resting before continuing their journeys tomorrow. The travellers include a merchant moving goods between settlements, a courier carrying official documents, and a family relocating to a new area where work has been found. They share the space without much interaction beyond basic courtesy. Each is focused on their own purposes, tired from the day's travel, and thinking ahead to tomorrow's progress. In coastal areas, fishing communities settle into evening after a day on the water. Boats have been pulled onto beaches or secured to moorings. Nets have been mended and set to dry. The catch has been divided, with portions designated for household use and others prepared for sale or preservation. Families in these settlements often eat fish as their primary protein, the monotony of the diet broken by whatever else can be grown or traded for. The sea provides abundantly when conditions allow, but it also demands respect and caution. Evening conversations include observations about weather and water conditions, information that will guide decisions about whether to venture out tomorrow. Everywhere, across all these varied settings, children are being settled towards sleep. Parents guide them to sleeping places, adjust coverings, and speak gentle words of reassurance. The children's questions, if they come, receive simple answers. Their small concerns are addressed with patience. They are tucked into the security of routine, surrounded by familiar sounds and smells. The fires that burn in hearths and braziers throughout Roman Britain will be maintained through the night, or allowed to die down to coals that can be revived tomorrow. They provide heat and light, practical necessities, but they also represent continuity. Fire was maintained and passed forward, linking each day to the next, each generation to those that came before. Dogs settle near doors or in corners, their presence providing additional security. They sleep lightly, alert to unusual sounds but relaxed in familiar surroundings. Their occasional movements or soft sounds become part of the night's normal background. The evening passes toward full night. People finish their tasks and conversations. They make their way to sleeping places. The settlements grow quieter as activity diminishes. Light visible through door cracks and window openings gradually reduces as lamps are extinguished and fires die down. All of this unfolds without foreknowledge of what larger changes are developing beneath the surface of daily routine. The patterns feel permanent because they have been repeated for so long. The routines provide comfort through their reliability. People settle into rest, expecting tomorrow to arrive much like today did, bringing the same familiar tasks and rhythms. The evening holds no warning, carries no signal that might indicate approaching disruption. It simply exists as evenings do, bridging day and night, containing the small activities through which life continues. What will come remains in the future, unknown and unworrying. For now, there is only the present evening, settling peacefully across a landscape where countless people move through their individual routines, connected by larger systems but focused on immediate personal realities. Night in Roman Britain brings a different arrangement of awareness and rest. While most people sleep, some remain awake by necessity or choice, maintaining the structures that allow communal life to continue safely. The darkness is neither threatening nor mysterious, simply a condition that requires adjustment in how tasks are accomplished and security is maintained. In Roman towns, the night watch begins its rounds at dusk. These are ordinary men, employed to walk streets and observe conditions, ensuring that no fires break out unnoticed and that property remains secure. They carry lanterns that create small circles of light moving through larger darkness. Their footsteps echo against stone walls, regular and predictable, a sound that residents learn to recognise and find reassuring. The watchmen know their routes intimately, every corner and doorway, every place where someone might shelter or hide. They check that shops are properly secured, that no embers remain alive where they could spread and that nothing appears out of place. Their work is mostly uneventful, hours passing with nothing to report. This lack of incident represents success, not boredom. When watchmen encounter people abroad at night, the interaction is usually brief and polite. A late traveller arriving at a town gate identifies themselves and states their business. A worker finishing a task that extended past dark exchanges greetings and moves on. The watchmen note these encounters, but rarely intervene unless something appears clearly wrong. Fire presents the greatest nighttime danger in settlements where wooden structures sit close together. A spark from a hearth, an overturned lamp, or a lightning strike can ignite buildings. The watch remains alert for smoke or the glow of uncontained flame. Systems exist for raising alarm and organising response, but prevention through vigilance works better than fighting fires once they spread. In military installations, guard duty follows strict rotations. Sentries stand watch at gates, walk along walls and observe from towers. The assignments change at regular intervals, preventing fatigue from reducing alertness. Each guard knows exactly when relief will arrive and who will replace them. The system functions with the precision expected of a military organisation. Guards maintain awareness of their surroundings through all senses. They watch for movement, listen for unusual sounds, and even smell for smoke or other indicators of problems. The nights are generally quiet, but this quiet requires active maintenance. A guard who grows inattentive fails in their duty even if nothing actually goes wrong during their watch. Communication between guard posts happens through established signals. A call and response pattern confirms that sentries remain alert. If a signal goes unanswered, others investigate immediately. The network of watchfulness covers the entire installation, creating overlapping awareness that prevents gaps in security. Inside the fort, most soldiers sleep in barracks, long buildings divided into rooms that house small groups. The rooms are simple, containing bunks and storage for personal items. Soldiers sleep in their tunics, ready to dress quickly if summoned. Equipment hangs on wall pegs or rests in chests, organised for rapid access. Some soldiers sleep poorly despite exhaustion from the day's labour. They lie awake thinking of home, of family members left behind when they joined the legions. Others fall asleep immediately, their bodies claiming the rest they need regardless of where they are or what concerns they might carry. Soft snoring and the occasional mutter of someone dreaming blend into the background sounds of the night. In rural settlements, nighttime security relies less on formal systems and more on collective awareness. Dogs provide the first alert to unusual sounds or approaching strangers. Their barking might wake a household or even an entire village, depending on the intensity and duration. People learn to distinguish between a dog responding to a wandering animal and one alerting to human presence. Livestock pens are located where they can be heard from dwelling places. Distressed animals make noises that carry, indicating predators or thieves. Farmers learn these sounds intimately, able to judge from inside their houses whether intervention is needed, or whether the disturbance will resolve without human involvement. During certain seasons, someone might remain wakeful to tend to specific needs. A farmer with a labouring cow might check on her periodically through the night. A mother with a sick child rises when needed to provide comfort or medicine. These wakeful periods are accepted as part of life's requirements, managed through the understanding that they will pass. The night sky above Roman Britain shows stars unobscured by artificial light. Guard and watchman alike can navigate by celestial markers, using familiar constellations to judge the passage of time. The moon, when visible, provides enough light for movement and basic observation. Its phases are known to everyone, their progression as reliable as any other natural cycle. Clouds obscure stars on some nights, making darkness more complete. Rain adds sound and dampness, creating different conditions that require adaptation. Guards take shelter where possible, while maintaining their watch. In towns, awnings or covered walkways provide some protection. In open forts, watchtowers offer minimal shelter, but at least a roof overhead. Wind carries sounds farther on some nights and muffles them on others. A watchman learns to account for these variations, understanding that what seems loud might be distant and what seems quiet might be nearer than it appears. Experience teaches judgment, the ability to assess conditions and respond appropriately. Inside buildings, people sleep with varying depths. Children typically sleep soundly, their rest unbroken except by physical needs or nightmares. Adults wake more easily, their sleep lighter, and more readily interrupted. The elderly often experience broken sleep, waking periodically for no apparent reason and sitting quietly until drowsiness returns. Dreams occur throughout the night, though people remember only fragments, if anything at all. The dreams blend daily experience with random association, creating narratives that feel significant during sleep but fade quickly upon waking. Occasionally someone experiences a dream vivid enough to remember and perhaps share, but most dreams dissolve unnoticed into forgotten mental activity. In households where new parents care for infants, night involves multiple wakings for feeding. The mother rises, sometimes fully, sometimes remaining in a half-awake state while the baby nurses. The father might wake as well or sleep through the disturbance, depending on individual patterns. The interruptions are expected and managed as temporary, a phase that will pass as the child grows. Sick people might suffer more during night hours, when isolation and darkness seem to intensify discomfort. Caregivers remain nearby, offering water, adjusting coverings, and providing presence that eases suffering even when nothing more can be done. The night vigil is both practical care and emotional support, maintaining connection during difficulty. Storage areas require occasional checking even at night. Grain stores might be inspected for signs of moisture or pests. Food preservation rooms are monitored for temperature and smell. These checks happen less frequently than during the day, but still form part of household management, brief tasks accomplished by lamplight before returning to rest. Travelling during night hours is unusual but not unknown. A messenger carrying urgent information might continue travelling after dark, using moonlight or torches to navigate familiar roads. Someone summoned to attend a medical emergency might travel at night by necessity. These journeys require extra caution but can be accomplished when circumstances demand it. Way stations along major roads accommodate nighttime arrivals, their keepers accustomed to being roused after dark. The traveller is admitted provided with basic shelter and allowed to rest. Payment might be settled immediately or deferred until morning. This system functions to enable necessary movement while providing some security and comfort. Religious spaces sometimes include elements of nighttime observance. A lamp might burn continuously in a temple, tended by a priest or attendant who maintains the sacred flame. Certain rituals happen at night, their timing connected to celestial events or traditional requirements. These practices are carried out quietly, their performance known to specialists but not widely observed by general populations. In the homes of wealthy individuals, enslaved people might serve as nighttime attendants, available to meet needs that arise during dark hours. They sleep lightly, if at all, responding to calls for water, additional blankets, or other requirements. Their service extends around the clock, structured by their subordinate status rather than by personal preference. Workshops and commercial spaces sit empty and locked at night, their valuable tools and goods secured against theft. The building stands silent, work paused until daylight returns and activity resumes. The interruption is complete and expected, with no attempt to extend productive hours into darkness when lamps provide insufficient light for precision work. Animals sleep according to their natures. Horses doze standing, able to rest while remaining ready to move if needed. Cattle lie down in groups, their collective warmth and awareness providing security. Pigs sleep heavily, often in piled masses that conserve heat. Chickens roost immobile, entering deep sleep that renders them vulnerable, but also allows complete rest. The progression of night can be judged by the changing positions of stars and by the internal sense of time passing. Guards know approximately when their watch will end. Mothers know when the next feeding will likely occur. People wake naturally near dawn, their bodies responding to circadian rhythms shaped by countless repetitions of the day-night cycle. Before dawn breaks, some people begin to stir. Bakers rise to prepare ovens and begin the day's bread production. Workers with early tasks dress and move quietly to avoid disturbing others. The transition from night to day begins gradually, with light spreading slowly across the eastern horizon, while most people still sleep. Throughout the night, across all of Roman Britain, the patterns of rest and vigilance have maintained their balance. Those whose duty required wakefulness have remained alert. Those whose bodies needed rest have slept. The systems designed to maintain security have functioned as intended. The night has passed safely, unremarkably, allowing another day to arrive and continue the ongoing cycles of life and work. The story of Boudica and her challenge to Roman authority in Britain unfolds across a brief span of months, a concentrated period of conflict that disrupts but does not ultimately break the larger patterns of life. The revolt itself belongs to history, its details recorded and remembered, but it exists within a much longer continuum of human presence in this landscape. Before Roman arrival, communities lived on this land for centuries, developing relationships with rivers, forests and fields that shaped their cultures and identities. The Iceni and other tribes were not waiting for Rome to give their lives meaning. They had complete societies, rich traditions and effective systems for managing their affairs. Roman conquest added new layers of authority, but did not erase what existed previously. The tension that led to conflict grew from specific circumstances. Decisions made by Roman administrators regarding taxation, debt collection, and the treatment of local leaders created conditions that became unsustainable for those affected. When peaceful resolution failed, resistance took the form of organised military action. Boudica led her people and allied groups in an attempt to expel Roman presence from Britain. The uprising achieved significant tactical successes initially. Roman settlements were overcome, their population scattered or worse. The destruction was substantial, marking the landscape in ways that would remain visible for years. Yet military success did not translate into permanent political change. Roman forces, larger and more professionally organised, eventually concentrated their response and defeated the revolt decisively. The aftermath involved rebuilding what had been destroyed and re-establishing the administrative systems that had been disrupted. Roman authority reasserted itself, though perhaps with more awareness of the costs of excessive harshness. The Iceni and other involved groups faced consequences but continued to exist as communities, their daily lives resuming around the changed political circumstances. What persisted through the conflict and its resolution was the basic structure of agricultural life. Fields still needed ploughing and planting. Animals still required care. Children still grew and needed raising. The fundamental work of survival and provision continued because it had to, regardless of who claimed political authority or what battles had recently been fought. Seasons advanced according to their usual rhythm, indifferent to human conflict. Spring brought its requirements for sowing. Summer demanded attention to growing crops. Autumn still arrived with harvest pressures. Winter imposed its limitations and requirements, regardless of recent upheaval. People adapted their labour to these unchanging demands because the alternative was hunger and deprivation. Knowledge accumulated over generations proved more durable than political structures. Farmers still knew when to plant based on soil conditions and weather signs. Craftspeople still understood how to work their materials effectively. Healers still treated illness with methods refined through long practice. This practical knowledge was transferred between generations, modified gradually by experience but maintaining essential continuity. Communities rebuilt their social structures even when physical buildings had been destroyed. Families regrouped and re-established households. Neighbours resumed patterns of mutual aid and cooperation. Local leadership re-emerged, whether appointed by Roman authorities or arising from community recognition. The specific individuals might change, but the functional roles they filled remained necessary. Trade networks, disrupted during the conflict, gradually resumed operation. Merchants returned to their roots once security improved. Markets reopened and began functioning again. The economic connections that linked different regions provided advantages that both Romans and tribal communities valued, creating incentives for restoring exchange relationships. Children born after the revolt knew it only through stories told by elders. For them, the current reality was what needed learning and adapting to. They absorbed the languages, customs, and expectations of their particular time and place, receiving both Roman and tribal influences without experiencing these as contradictions. Life simply was what it was, to be navigated with available resources and knowledge. The physical landscape bore marks of conflict but gradually healed or was modified by new construction. Burned settlements were rebuilt, sometimes following new plans. Roads damaged during fighting were repaired. The land itself, the soil and forests and rivers, continued functioning according to ecological patterns much older and more persistent than human political arrangements. Memory of Boudica and her resistance persisted in different forms. Roman writers recorded the events from their perspective, emphasizing the danger averted and the restoration of the order. Tribal oral traditions maintained different emphases, remembering the courage and the attempt at preservation of autonomy. Both versions existed simultaneously, reflecting the different experiences and values of those who transmitted them. What gets remembered about any historical period often highlights dramatic events over everyday continuity. Battles and revolts leave clearer markers in records than the quiet persistence of agricultural cycles. Yet the unglamorous work of daily life provides the foundation that makes everything else possible, including the conflicts that dominate historical attention. The blending of Roman and tribal cultures continued long after Boudica's time. Latin words entered local languages. Roman building techniques influenced construction. Religious practices merged and adapted. The fusion created something distinct from either source, a British Roman culture that evolved over centuries of coexistence. Administrative systems that Romans established proved useful enough to persist, even when Roman political control eventually withdrew. The concept of written law, standardized measures, and organized taxation influenced later governance structures. Yet tribal forms of social organization also persisted in modified forms, contributing to systems that came after. Technologies introduced during the Roman period became integrated into local practice. Potter's wheels, new plough designs, and building methods were adopted where they offered advantages. People are practical in selecting what works, regardless of its origins. Innovation layers onto tradition, creating gradual change that often goes unremarked by those experiencing it. What remains most constant across political and cultural changes is the human requirement for basic necessities. Food must be obtained, children must be raised, shelter must be maintained, and rest must be taken. These fundamental needs create work rhythms that persist across centuries, binding people to seasonal cycles and environmental realities. The landscape of Britain holds evidence of many periods of human activity, each layer adding to what came before without entirely erasing it. Roman roads still carry traffic centuries after their builders disappeared. Tribal settlement patterns still influence where communities locate themselves. The land remembers in its own way, through physical traces that persist when memory fades. Evening still comes at its appointed time, regardless of era or empire. Fires are still lit to provide warmth and light. Families still gather to share meals and conversation. Sleep still claims people when darkness and fatigue combine. These basic patterns of human life maintain themselves through historical transitions that seem overwhelming when experienced, but settle into memory as one more phase in a longer continuity. The story of Boudica reminds us that resistance to imposed authority is part of human patterns, recurring wherever power overreaches or injustice becomes unbearable. It also reminds us that resistance alone rarely suffices to create lasting change. What persists is the ongoing negotiation between different groups, the slow adaptation of practices and structures to accommodate new circumstances, while maintaining functional continuity. Life continues because people find ways to make it continue. They repair what breaks, replant what was destroyed, and teach their children what they need to know. The specific details change, but the underlying work of sustaining human communities maintains itself through collective effort and accumulated knowledge. You can rest now, understanding that daily life possesses remarkable persistence. The routines of cultivation, craft and care continue across centuries, providing the foundation upon which everything else builds. The larger historical events matter, but they occur within and around patterns of ordinary life that prove far more durable than any empire or revolt. The land endures, the seasons cycle, and people continue their necessary work, generation after generation, creating continuity through patient attention to what each day requires. You wake before the sun touches the horizon, wrapped in wool blankets that smell faintly of wood smoke and sand. The air carries that particular chill that only deserts know, sharp and clean, making your breath visible in small clouds. Outside your tent, the world exists in shades of deep blue and purple, the stars still brilliant overhead despite the approaching dawn. Your feet find your sandals in the darkness, leather worn soft from months of travel. The camp around you stirs with the quiet sounds of early risers, the soft nickering of camels, the rustle of fabric as someone tends a cooking fire, and the gentle pour of water into clay vessels. You've travelled far to reach this place, following trade routes that connect the Mediterranean to the Arabian Peninsula, and today you'll finally see what merchants and travellers speak about in hushed, reverent tones. The first hint of sunrise appears as a thin line of gold along the eastern mountains, turning the sky above it the colour of rose petals. You stand and stretch, feeling your muscles adjust to the movement after a night on the ground. Around you, the desert begins to reveal itself in layers, rocky outcrops emerging from shadow, the pale tracks of last night's beetle crossings visible in the sand, and the distant silhouette of cliffs that seem to glow from within as light touches them. A trader from your caravan nods at you, his face already creased with smile lines despite the early hour. He gestures toward the cliffs with his chin, where you can now make out something extraordinary. Dark openings in the rock face, too regular to be natural caves, too high to be easily reached. Tombs, he tells you, though his accent makes the word sound like a song. Monuments to the dead who watch over the living. You accept a cup of mint tea from the communal pot, warming your hands around the clay. The liquid steams in the cool air, and the first sip spreads warmth down your throat and into your chest. Around the fire, other travellers gather, some rubbing sleep from their eyes, others already animated with the excitement of arrival. You've all heard the stories, but stories are just shadows of reality, and reality waits just beyond those cliffs. The sun breaks free from the horizon properly now, and the transformation is startling. The cliffs don't just reflect light, they seem to capture it, to hold it within the stone itself. The rock glows in shades of pink, orange and deep rose, layered like frozen waves in a sea of sandstone. You understand now why people call this the Rose City, though the name feels inadequate for the reality before you. The trader shares bread with you, flat rounds baked in the coals last night, still slightly warm when you tear into them. The texture is chewy and satisfying, with a faint smokiness that complements the sweet tea perfectly. He tells you about his first visit to Petra 20 years ago, when he was barely old enough to travel with the caravans. Even then, he says, even knowing what to expect from his father's descriptions, the reality struck him speechless. As you finish your tea and prepare for the day's journey, you notice how the temperature shifts quickly from cold to merely cool, and you know that by afternoon it will be genuinely hot. The desert offers no middle ground, no gentle transitions. It demands you pay attention, stay present, or suffer the consequences of distraction. You check your water skin, full and heavy, and adjust the cloth covering your head and neck. The locals have perfected the art of desert clothing over centuries, and you've learned to trust their wisdom. The camp begins to break down around you with practiced efficiency. Tents collapse and fold into surprisingly compact bundles. Camels are loaded with goods and supplies, complaining with their characteristic groaning sounds that always make you smile. These creatures are magnificently adapted to desert life, but apparently evolved without dignity. One camel nearby spits dramatically at nothing in particular, just to make a point about the indignity of being loaded with cargo at this hour. You gather your own belongings, a small pack with essentials, your water skin, and a journal you've been keeping of your travels. The journal's pages are already filled with sketches and notes from other stops along the trade routes, the ancient cities of Damascus and Palmyra, the coastal ports where Mediterranean waves crash against weathered docks, and the mountain passes where snow still clings to northern slopes even in summer. But you've left several pages blank for Petra, sensing somehow that this place will require more space, more words, and more attempts to capture something fundamentally difficult to express. The caravan master calls out, his voice carrying across the camp, and people begin to gather. You'll travel together to the entrance of Petra, but once there, each person will explore at their own pace. Some are merchants who've been here many times and know exactly where they're going. Others, like you, are visitors drawn by curiosity and wonder, ready to wander wherever the day takes you. The walk from the camp to Petra's entrance takes perhaps half an hour, following a well-worn path that countless feet have travelled before. The landscape here is harsh but beautiful in its austerity. Rocky ground dotted with scrub brush, and the occasional hardy tree that has found water somewhere deep underground. You spot a hawk circling overhead, riding thermal currents with barely a wing beat, scanning the ground for breakfast. As you walk, the trader tells you more about the Nabateans, the people who built this city. They were Arabs originally, nomadic traders who settled here and transformed themselves into master builders and engineers. They controlled the frankincense and myrrh trade routes from Arabia to the Mediterranean, and their strategic position made them wealthy beyond measure. Petra was both their capital and their stronghold, a city that could be easily defended but also displayed their prosperity to anyone who entered. He points out a line of cliffs in the distance, explaining that the Nabateans carved hundreds of tombs into those rock faces. The most elaborate tombs belonged to kings and nobles, while simpler ones housed merchants and citizens. Everyone who could afford it wanted to be buried in the rock, to become part of the eternal stone, to rest in chambers that would outlast empires and ages. The entrance to Petra reveals itself gradually, which somehow makes it more magnificent than if it had appeared all at once. You approach what looks like a simple crack in the cliff face, barely wide enough for two camels to pass side by side. This is the Seek, the narrow gorge that serves as the main entrance to the city, and standing at its mouth you feel like you're about to step into another world entirely. The walls on either side rise immediately to dizzying heights, perhaps 80 feet, perhaps more. Your eyes follow the vertical sweep of stone upward until your neck protests. The rock here shows its age and history in horizontal bands of colour. Cream, rust, burgundy, pale pink and deep rose. Geological time made visible, each layer representing millennia compressed into stone. You step forward, and the temperature drops noticeably. The high walls block the direct sunlight, creating a corridor of cool shadow. Your footsteps echo slightly, a quiet percussion against the ancient pathway, worn smooth by countless feet before yours. In some places, you can still see the remnants of the original paving. Fitted stones that once made this journey even easier for the heavily laden caravans that were Petra's lifeblood. Above you, the narrow ribbon of sky seems impossibly blue, a colour so intense it almost hurts to look at directly. Occasionally a bird passes overhead, its shadow flickering across the walls before disappearing. The walls themselves seem to breathe, their surfaces carved by wind and water into waves and curves that play tricks on your vision. In certain light, you could swear the stone actually moves. The rock faces on either side display an astonishing variety of colours and patterns. You stop to examine one section where the sandstone swirls in shades, ranging from cream to deep burgundy. The layers twisted and folded by ancient geological forces into patterns that resemble abstract art. Running your fingers across the surface, you can feel the different textures where harder and softer stone have eroded at different rates, creating a landscape in miniature. Halfway through the Sick, you notice channels carved into the walls at about shoulder height. These are water conduits, engineered with such precision that they carried water from mountain springs into the city, with almost no loss to evaporation or leakage. You run your fingers along one, feeling the smooth interior worn by centuries of flowing water. The Nabateans understood something fundamental. In the desert, water is power, and controlling water means controlling trade, prosperity, and survival itself. Looking more closely at the water channel, you can see how the engineers calculated the angle of descent with remarkable accuracy. Too steep and the water would flow too fast, eroding the channel. Too shallow and sediment would accumulate, clogging the system. They found the perfect gradient and maintained it for the entire length of the Sick, a feat that required not just skill, but deep understanding of hydraulics and mathematics. The path curves and narrows, then widens slightly, then narrows again. This winding approach serves multiple purposes. It makes the city easier to defend, it provides shade, and it builds anticipation with each turn. You can't see what's ahead until you're almost upon it, and each bend reveals new details. A carved niche that once held a sacred stone, a section where the rock appears almost translucent when light hits it at the right angle, and a place where flash flood debris from centuries ago still clings to a high ledge. In one of these niches you spot a small carved figure, worn almost smooth by time but still recognisable as a deity or protective spirit. Someone has left an offering of flowers at its base, recent enough that they haven't completely dried out. You wonder if this is a continuation of ancient practice or a new tradition started by modern visitors. Either way, it speaks to something persistent in human nature, this desire to acknowledge the sacred, to leave something behind, to participate in ritual. You pause at one section where the walls nearly touch overhead, creating a natural archway of stone. Here, in the coolest part of the sick, you can smell the mineral scent of ancient rock, clean and somehow timeless. A small lizard watches you from a crevice, its scales catching what little light penetrates this far into the gorge. It blinks slowly, unimpressed by yet another human passing through its territory. The sick is not completely straight, and with each turn you lose sight of the entrance behind you and cannot yet see what lies ahead. This creates a feeling of suspension, of existing between worlds. The modern world has fallen away, not yet replaced by whatever waits at the end of this stone corridor. You're in a space that belongs entirely to itself, governed by its own rules of light and shadow, sound and silence. Other travellers move through the sick at their own pace. An elderly man walks slowly, stopping frequently to rest and look upward. A young couple hurries past, eager and impatient, their voices echoing off the walls. You settle into your own rhythm, not too fast, not too slow, trying to absorb everything your senses offer. The cool air, the quality of light, the texture of stone, and the vast sense of time pressing in from all sides. At one point you hear water, actual flowing water, not just the memory of it. Following the sound, you discover a small spring emerging from the rock face, creating a wet patch on the wall where moss and tiny plants grow. The water trickles down into one of the ancient channels, still following the path carved for it 2,000 years ago. You cup your hand and catch some of the water, tasting it. It's cold and clean, slightly mineral, exactly what water should taste like when it comes straight from deep inside the earth. The sick begins to brighten ahead, sunlight spilling around a corner in a way that makes you squint. You can hear voices now too, other visitors who have reached the end and are reacting to what they've found there. Their exclamations echo back toward you, wordless expressions of awe that need no translation. Your pace quickens slightly, not because you're in a hurry, but because something in you senses that the real marvel lies just ahead, around this next curve, through this corridor of stone that has funneled travellers toward wonder for 2,000 years. You take a deep breath, preparing yourself for whatever comes next, even though preparation is probably futile. Some experiences cannot be prepared for. Some moments exist outside the realm of expectation, dwelling instead in pure experience, in the shock of beauty, and in the confrontation with human capability that exceeds what you thought possible. This is one of those moments you sense, and you're right, and then you see it, though see feels like too small a word for what happens when the treasury reveals itself through the narrow gap of the Essex. At first, just a vertical slice of facade appears between the canyon walls, glowing rose gold in the morning sun. Then, as you take another step, another few feet of carved cliff face emerges, and another, until finally you stand in the open space before it, your neck craned back, your mouth slightly open, rendered completely silent by the sheer audacity of what ancient hands created here. The treasury, Al-Khazne in the local language, rises 130 feet from the sandy plaza floor, carved entirely from the living rock of the cliff behind it. Not built, carved. The builders started at the top and worked downward, chiseling away everything that wasn't this magnificent facade, revealing rather than constructing. You try to imagine the faith required to begin such a project, the certainty that the stone would cooperate, that the vision in someone's mind could be translated into this reality. The lower level features 6 massive columns, each one perfect despite being carved from the same continuous piece of cliff as everything around it. Between and behind these columns, doorways lead into cool darkness, chambers cut deep into the rock. Above this, a second level rises with more columns, more detail, and more impossible precision. And crowning it all, a circular structure topped with an urn that legend says contains the treasure that gave this monument its name. You walk closer, your sandals quiet on the sand that has blown into this plaza over centuries. The morning light hits the facade at an angle that makes the stone seem to glow from within, and you understand that the Nabateans didn't choose this rose-coloured sandstone by accident. They built, carved, with light in mind, understanding how it would transform their work throughout the day, throughout the seasons, and throughout the ages. Details emerge as you approach. Carved figures stand in niches, dancing Amazons according to local knowledge, though their features have softened over 2 millennia of wind and rare rain. Floral motifs curve along capitals and cornices. Geometric patterns create visual rhythms that draw your eye upward and upward until you're dizzy with looking. You notice that the stone itself contains subtle colour variations. A seam of deep burgundy here, a band of cream there, and streaks of orange and pink swirling together like some cosmic painter's palette. A merchant you met in the caravan stands beside you now, and you realise you've both been staring in silence for several minutes. He laughs quietly and says something about how he's seen the treasury 24 times, and it still makes him feel like a child seeing magic for the first time. You nod, understanding completely. There's something about the scale of human ambition here, the sheer devotion required to imagine this, and then make it real, that shrinks your modern concerns down to their proper size. You notice now that the plaza in front of the treasury is actually quite large, capable of holding hundreds of people. This wasn't just a tomb or a temple, it was a statement, a declaration carved in stone. We are the Nabateans, and this is what we can do. This is our power, our wealth, our skill, and our vision. Remember us. And you do remember them standing here 2,000 years later exactly as they hoped. The facade shows signs of damage in places, bullet holes from treasure hunters who took the legend of the urn's contents literally, cracks from earthquakes, and sections where the softer stone has eroded faster than the harder. But these imperfections somehow make it more real, more touching. Perfect preservation would make it a museum piece. These scars remind you that the treasury has survived, persisted, and endured through everything time and humans could throw at it. You walk to one of the doorways and step inside. The interior is surprisingly simple compared to the elaborate facade. Large rectangular chambers with smooth walls and high ceilings. The temperature drops immediately, the thick rock walls maintaining a coolness that feels almost shocking after the warm day outside. Someone has left an offering of flowers in one corner, already wilting in the dry air. A small gesture of reverence to whoever this monument was built to honour. The main chamber measures roughly 40 feet square, the walls rising to a ceiling that disappears into darkness above. Your footsteps echo in the empty space, and you realise that acoustics were probably considered in the design. Sound behaves differently in here, softer but also somehow more present, as if the stone itself remembers voices and occasionally whispers them back. You run your hand along the wall, feeling tool marks invisible to the eye but present to touch. Thousands of careful strikes with chisel and hammer, each one removing a tiny amount of stone, each one part of the larger vision. The patience required staggers you. This isn't work that could be rushed. This is work that required dedication spanning years, probably decades, probably generations of craftsmen passing skills and knowledge down through their families. In a corner of the chamber you notice graffiti scratched into the stone. Not modern vandalism, but ancient visitors leaving their marks. One inscription is in Nabatean script, another in what might be Greek, and a third in a language you don't recognise at all. People have been visiting this place and wanting to record their presence for as long as the treasury has existed. You resist the urge to add your own mark, feeling that the practice has shifted from documentation to desecration somewhere along the millennia. Back outside, you find a spot of shade and simply sit, watching how the light changes on the carved surface as the sun continues its climb. Other travellers arrive, gasping and pointing, going through the same progression of awe you just experienced. You notice how the treasury seems to change colour as the sun moves. What was rose gold an hour ago now tends more toward deep salmon, and in another hour it will shift again. A young woman sits near you, also just watching. After a while, she says quietly that she's an architect, and this breaks her brain. The engineering required, the vision, the skill, it all exceeds what should be possible with the tools available at the time. You ask what she means, and she explains. These aren't small decorative carvings. This is structural work at a massive scale, and it had to be done perfectly because there are no second chances. You can't add stone back once it's removed. Every strike of the chisel had to be precisely calculated and executed. One major error and the entire facade could have been ruined. She stands and approaches the treasury again, gesturing at the columns. To make columns that appear to be separate but are actually part of the continuous cliff face, she says, "You need to understand not just what the finished product should look like, but exactly how to remove stone in 3 dimensions to create the illusion of independent structures. It's subtractive sculpture on an impossible scale, and it's architectural engineering, and it's mathematical precision, all combined." The Nabateans were operating at a level of sophistication that most people don't appreciate. A vendor has set up a small carpet nearby, selling cool drinks and dried fruit to overwhelmed visitors. You accept a cup of pomegranate juice, sweet and tart on your tongue, and listen as he tells stories about the treasury in an accent thick as honey. Some stories are clearly exaggerated. No, King Solomon's djinn didn't carve this overnight. But others hold the weight of possibility. Hidden chambers not yet discovered, treasures beyond the urn, which, he admits with a grin, is solid stone all the way through, riddled with bullet holes from fortune seekers who learned that lesson the hard way. He tells you that local Bedouin legends say the treasury was carved by a pharaoh who pursued Moses across the desert and needed a place to store his wealth. This is historically unlikely, but you appreciate the story anyway. Every culture that encounters Petra creates explanations for it, weaves it into their own mythology, and makes it part of their narrative. The treasury doesn't just belong to the Nabateans anymore, it belongs to human imagination. You purchase some dates from the vendor and they're perfect, sweet and slightly chewy, with that concentrated sugar flavour that makes them almost like candy. He tells you they're from a grove near a Kaaba, grown in the same soil that's produced dates for thousands of years. The Nabateans would have eaten dates just like these, carried them on long trading journeys, and used them to sweeten their lives in small, ordinary ways. The morning advances toward midday, and you know you should move on and explore more of Petra, but you're reluctant to leave the treasury. It has a gravity to it, an invisible pull that makes departure difficult. Finally, you force yourself to stand, to shoulder your pack, to turn away from the carved facade. But you look back 3 times before the plaza is out of sight, unwilling to let it go, needing these last glimpses to carry with you. Beyond the treasury, the city of Petra unfolds like a stone garden, and you venture deeper into its heart. The central colonnade stretches before you, a broad avenue that once bustled with traders, priests and citizens going about their daily business. Now it exists in partial ruin, columns standing at attention like soldiers who never received orders to stand down, others toppled by earthquakes that shook this region centuries ago. You walk among these remnants, trying to reconstruct the scene as it might have been. Market stalls would have lined this street, their awnings providing shade, their goods creating a sensory festival. Spices from India, silk from China, frankincense from Arabia, and olive oil from the Mediterranean. The Nabateans sat at the crossroads of the ancient world, and everything worth trading passed through their hands, leaving a percentage of its value behind. The colonnade itself shows evidence of multiple construction phases. Some columns are clearly older than others, the stone more weathered, and the capitals different in style. The city grew and changed over centuries, adapting to new influences, new wealth, and new needs. You can read this history in the architecture like rings in a tree, each layer telling its own story. Ahead, you spot what must have been a fountain, a large carved basin set into an architectural niche. Dry now, but still beautiful. You approach it and see the remains of decorative carvings around its rim, patterns that echo the natural swirls in the sandstone itself. You imagine it full of water, surrounded by travellers and locals alike, everyone grateful for this precious resource in the desert heat. The fountain's basin is carved from a single piece of stone, and you marvel at the effort required to quarry, transport and position something this large. Even with modern equipment, moving this basin would be challenging. The Nabateans managed it with human and animal power, with clever use of levers and rollers, and with the kind of patient determination that seems almost extinct in your own era of instant gratification. A cat appears from behind a fallen column, regarding you with a universal expression of feline superiority. It's orange and white and well fed enough that clearly someone in the modern Bedouin community that lives nearby takes care of it. The cat performs an elaborate stretch, front legs extended, rear end elevated, making it abundantly clear that it owns this particular section of ancient street. You're merely visiting. The cat approaches you cautiously, decides you're acceptable, and begins weaving around your ankles in that way cats have perfected over millennia of training humans to feed them. You scratch behind its ears, and it purrs loud enough to echo off the nearby columns. For a moment you're connected to every person who ever paused on this street to pet a friendly cat, because some things transcend time and culture. People have always loved small animals that deign to tolerate our presence. Along the edges of the colonnade, cave openings mark residential areas carved into the cliff faces. These aren't the elaborate tomb facades you see throughout Petra. These are simpler, more practical spaces where people actually lived. You climb a rough-hewn staircase to reach one, your hand trailing along the rock wall for balance. The entrance is low, you duck to enter, and inside you find a series of rooms carved in a simple but efficient layout. The main room would have been the living area, with smaller chambers branching off for storage and sleeping. The walls are surprisingly smooth, showing tool marks only in the corners where precision mattered less. You can see where shelves were carved directly into the rock, where oil lamps would have sat in niches, and where the ceiling rises higher to allow smoke from cooking fires to gather and escape through a carefully engineered vent. Standing in this ancient home, you can almost feel the lives that were lived here. A mother grinding grain in the cool morning, children playing in the doorway while their father prepared for a trading journey. Evening meals were shared while the day's heat finally broke. Arguments and laughter, births and deaths, all the ordinary moments that make up a life, played out in rooms carved from living stone. One of the sleeping chambers still has what looks like the remnants of plaster on the walls. Painted plaster, though the pigments have faded to barely visible ghosts of colour. You can just make out geometric patterns, perhaps floral designs, decoration that made this cave into a home, that added beauty to function, that proved even 2,000 years ago people wanted more than just shelter. They wanted aesthetically pleasing shelter. You notice that the floors aren't level. They're slightly sloped toward the entrance, a deliberate design choice that would have helped water drain out during the rare but intense desert rains. Even in homes carved from stone, even in places that seem permanent and unchanging, the Nabateans, prepared for water, respected it, and designed around it. In the desert, water is never an afterthought. Returning to the colonnade, you find yourself thinking about social structure in ancient Petra. The elaborate tombs and temples suggest a hierarchical society. Wealthy merchants and nobles at the top, priests and administrators next, craftsmen and traders in the middle, and labourers at the bottom. But the shared water systems, the public fountains, and the relatively modest homes, even for the wealthy, suggest a society that valued community cohesion. You can't run a successful trading empire if your social structure constantly threatens to collapse into conflict. Back on the main avenue, you notice a group of modern Bedouin guides taking their lunch in the shade of a particularly large fallen column. They wave you over with the immediate hospitality that seems to be programmed into desert peoples everywhere. Within moments, you're sitting cross-legged on a worn carpet, accepting flatbread and soft cheese, listening to stories told in a mixture of languages supplemented with expansive gestures. The food is simple, but satisfying. The bread still warm, the cheese tangy and creamy, and some olives that taste like sunshine and salt. Someone passes you a cup of strong coffee, thick and sweet, and you sip it carefully because it's very hot. The guides laugh at something one of them said, slapping their knees, and even though you don't understand the joke, you smile because laughter is contagious and context independent. One of the older guides, his face creased like well-worn leather, tells you about finding ancient coins after heavy rains, about discovering new chambers that tourists never see, and about the time a flash flood roared through the sick with such violence that it moved boulders the size of camels. His hands shape the story in the air, and you can see the water rising and feel the thunder of its passage. He laughs at the memory, not because floods aren't dangerous, but because surviving them earns you bragging rights that last a lifetime. The conversation turns to daily life in ancient Petra, and the guides share knowledge passed down through generations of living in and around these ruins. The Nabateans, they explain, were practical people. They carved their city from stone not for aesthetics alone, but because stone doesn't burn, doesn't rot, and lasts essentially forever in a desert climate. They built for their descendants, for eternity, and they succeeded beyond probably even their own imaginations. You learn that during Petra's height, this central street would have been shaded by fabric awnings stretched between the columns, making it possible to shop and trade even during the brutal midday heat. Wealthy merchants lived in carved homes with multiple rooms and elaborate facades, while poorer citizens made do with simpler cave dwellings on the outskirts. Everyone, regardless of status, had access to the city's water system, a democratic approach to precious resources that helped maintain social stability. One of the younger guides points out a section of the colonnade where you can still see post holes carved into the stone, evidence of those awnings, proof that this street once offered shade and relative comfort. He explains that the fabric would have been brightly coloured, dyed in reds and blues and yellows, creating a vibrant canopy overhead. The street would have been colourful in a way that's hard to imagine now, looking at the bare stone and sand. Trade goods would have been displayed on low tables or spread on carpets, the guide continues. Merchants called out their wares, hagglers negotiated prices, and money changers sat at small tables converting various currencies because traders came from all over the known world. It would have been loud, chaotic, and exciting. A true crossroads where different languages mingled, where news from distant lands spread, and where the exotic became ordinary through constant exposure. The guides also tell you about the social customs of ancient Petra, the little rituals of daily life. When traders arrived, they would have been greeted by city officials who assessed their goods for taxation purposes. Temples required offerings from those seeking divine favour for their business deals. Public baths. Yes, the Nabateans had public baths, an innovation borrowed from their Greek and Roman neighbours, served as social centres where business and gossip flowed as freely as the water. You ask about entertainment, and the guides exchange glances, grinning. There was a theatre here, one of them says, actually 2 theatres carved into the hillsides. The Nabateans enjoyed Greek-style drama, comedy and music. They weren't austere desert ascetics. They were cosmopolitan, sophisticated and interested in art and culture as much as profit. They wanted to enjoy their wealth, not just accumulate it. One guide mentions the remains of what was probably a tavern or inn near the colonnade, and suddenly you can imagine tired traders stumbling in after a long journey, calling for wine and food, swapping stories about dangerous mountain passes and profitable deals, boasting about their exploits and complaining about their competitors. Human nature doesn't change much. The details shift, but the fundamental patterns remain constant. The guides insist on showing you what they consider Petra's true marvel, not the carved facades, impressive as they are, but the water systems that made everything else possible. You follow them to what looks like an unremarkable channel, carved into the rock face along one street. Water once flowed here, they explain, brought from springs in the mountains through an engineering system so sophisticated that modern experts still study it with admiration and a touch of envy. You walk along this ancient aqueduct, following its path as it curves with the natural contours of the landscape. Every so often, you spot evidence of the Nabatean engineer's cleverness, a settling basin where sediment could drop out of the water flow, a gentle curve designed to maintain constant water pressure, and a covered section that prevented evaporation during the hottest parts of the day. The system wasn't just one channel, but a network of channels, cisterns and dams that collected every possible drop of water from the seasonal rains and mountain runoff. The Nabateans understood that water doesn't just appear when you need it. It must be captured, stored, and distributed with care. In this understanding, they built an entire civilization. One of the guides kneels beside the channel and traces the interior with his finger, showing you how smooth it is. This smoothness wasn't accidental, he explains. It reduced friction, allowing water to flow more efficiently. Every detail was calculated. Every feature served a purpose. The Nabateans were engineers who thought in terms of systems, understanding that water management required considering everything from mountain springs to individual homes. He points out where smaller channels branched off from this main aqueduct, carrying water to different districts of the city. Each branch had its own control mechanism, stone plugs that could be removed or inserted to direct water where it was needed most. During droughts, water would be rationed, with priority given to drinking and cooking. During abundant periods, excess water went to gardens, fountains, and the public baths. You continue following the main channel, and it leads you upward, climbing the hillside in a carefully calculated gradient. The guides explain that this particular aqueduct brought water from a spring over 6 miles away, maintaining a consistent downward slope the entire distance. The engineering survey work alone would have been an impressive feat. Imagine mapping a route over miles of rocky terrain, calculating elevations and determining the optimal path, all without modern instruments. At several points along the route, you see evidence of repairs made over the centuries. The Nabateans maintained their water systems religiously because their survival depended on it. Later inhabitants, Romans and Byzantines, continued the maintenance because the system was too valuable to abandon. Even after Petra was largely depopulated, local Bedouin tribes used parts of the water system, keeping sections functional up to the present day. One of the guides leads you to a large cistern carved deep into the rock, its opening protected by a low wall that prevents accidents. You lean over carefully and look down into cool darkness. Somewhere far below, water still collects. Not much, but enough that you can hear the occasional drip echoing in the chamber. This particular cistern, you're told, could hold enough water to supply the city for months if rains failed, which they sometimes did. The cistern's interior walls are plastered to prevent seepage, though much of the plaster has deteriorated over time. At the bottom, you can just barely make out the glint of water, perhaps 20 feet down. A metal chain hangs down the wall, a modern addition to help anyone who accidentally falls in, though the guides joke that falling into ancient cisterns is not recommended as a tourist activity. Near the cistern, someone has carved a warning in Nabatean script, still legible after all these centuries. The guide translates roughly. It warns against polluting the water supply and declares the punishment for such a crime to be severe. Water theft was apparently the most serious offence a person could commit in ancient Petra, worse than stealing gold or goods. You can understand why. Gold might make you rich, but water keeps you alive. The guide shares a story about a 19th century explorer who tried to map Petra's entire water system and gave up after weeks of work, having traced only a fraction of its extent. The system was simply too complex and too extensive, with channels running under streets, through buildings, and across valleys on aqueduct bridges that have since collapsed. Modern archaeologists using ground-penetrating radar continue to discover previously unknown sections. You continue following the water channels, and they lead you to what must have been a garden area. The soil here is different, darker, richer, and clearly enriched by centuries of water flow and organic matter. You can still see the remnants of the irrigation system, small channels branching off the main aqueduct to water individual planting beds. In the desert, a garden isn't just decoration, it's a statement of power, a demonstration that you command enough water to waste some on beauty. One of the younger guides kneels and digs in the soil, pulling up a shard of pottery. It's glazed in a pale green colour, decorated with a simple geometric pattern. Part of a plant pot, he suggests. or maybe a serving dish from when this garden hosted parties and gatherings. He hands it to you, and you turn it over in your hands, marvelling at how something so fragile survived when entire empires crumbled. The garden area overlooks the main city, offering a view across carved facades and ancient streets. You can imagine Nabatean nobles sitting here in the evening, enjoying the cool air and the sound of water trickling through irrigation channels, discussing politics and trade while surrounded by flowers and fruit trees that had no business surviving in a desert climate. The garden would have been a demonstration of their victory over nature, their ability to bend even the harsh desert to their will. Looking at the garden's layout, you notice it was terraced, with each level slightly lower than the one above it. This allowed water to flow naturally from one terrace to the next, ensuring even distribution and preventing waste. Even in ornamental spaces, even in areas designed purely for pleasure, the Nabateans maintained their engineering precision and respect for water's value. The afternoon heat has built to its peak now, and you understand viscerally why the Nabateans spent so much effort on water systems. Without constant hydration, the desert becomes genuinely dangerous. You drink from your water skin, grateful for it, and think about how different life must have been when every drop had to be consciously managed, when running out meant death, and when rain was literally a blessing worth celebrating with festivals and offerings to the gods. One of the guides mentions that during major festivals the Nabateans would sometimes run wine through their fountain systems instead of water, a display of wealth so extravagant it borders on absurd. Imagine standing in the plaza and seeing wine flowing from public fountains, available to anyone who wanted it. It would have been both generous hospitality and an unmistakable demonstration of power. We have so much wealth that we can literally pour wine into the streets. You ask about water quality, and the guides explain that the settling basins you saw weren't just for removing sediment. The Nabateans understood that allowing water to sit exposed to air for a period improved its taste and quality. They didn't know about aeration or oxidation in modern scientific terms, but they understood the practical result. Water tasted better after sitting in an open basin for a while. The water systems also included something unexpected. Public fountains positioned at regular intervals throughout the city, available to all residents regardless of wealth or status. This democratic approach to water distribution helped maintain social cohesion. In a society where wealth inequality could easily lead to unrest, ensuring everyone had access to clean water was both practical governance and a humanitarian consideration. As you walk back toward the main city, following the aqueduct downhill, you pass several more cisterns, another settling basin, and what looks like an ancient watermill, though so little remains that it's hard to be certain. The guides confirm your guess. Yes, the Nabateans used water power to grind grain, another borrowed innovation that they adapted to their needs and refined through their characteristic engineering precision. As the sun begins its slow descent toward the western horizon, you make your way to the religious heart of Petra, a complex of temples that show the Nabatean relationship with the divine. The largest, the Great Temple, sprawls across a terrace carved and built into the hillside. Climbing the ancient steps, you feel the temperature still radiating from the stone, hours of absorbed sunlight slowly releasing. The temple's layout reveals itself in layers. First, a large courtyard where worshippers would have gathered. Then, a series of columns leading to the temple proper, some still standing, others reduced to drums of stone lying like scattered coins. The columns that remain upright cast long shadows in the late afternoon light, creating patterns on the ground that shift and dance as you move between them. What strikes you most is the synthesis of styles. The Nabateans were traders, exposed to Egyptian, Greek, Roman and Arabian influences, and their religious architecture reflects this cultural crossroads. You see Egyptian-style capitals next to Corinthian columns and Arabian geometric patterns alongside Hellenistic sculptures. Rather than creating confusion, this blending feels intentional, even harmonious, a visual representation of a people comfortable moving between worlds. The columns themselves are remarkable works of engineering. Each one is carved from a single piece of stone, fluted with precision, and topped with capitals that show different decorative styles. Some columns have been re-erected by archaeologists, and you can see the modern concrete used to join the ancient drums together. These repairs are obvious up close, but from a distance, the columns once again stand as they did centuries ago, supporting nothing but sky, yet still magnificent. You enter what was once the inner sanctum, now open to the sky. The walls here are carved with niches that would have held statues or offerings. Some still contain fragments. A stone hand here, part of a face there, pieces of gods whose names have been largely forgotten. The Nabateans worshipped Tushara, their primary deity, often represented as a block of stone rather than a human form. You spot what might be one of these sacred blocks in a corner, worn smooth by time and the touch of countless faithful hands. The inner sanctum floor is paved with fitted stones, many displaced by earthquakes but still showing the original pattern. In the centre, a rectangular depression marks what was probably an altar where priests made offerings. Animals sacrificed, incense burned, and wine poured out as libation. You can almost smell the smoke of ancient fires and hear the prayers and chants that filled this space during religious ceremonies. Along one wall you find a series of inscriptions in Nabatean script. These are dedications from worshippers. You're told by a guide who has followed you into the temple. They thank Tushara for safe journeys, successful business deals, healthy children, and victories over enemies. The concerns of ancient people, expressed in language you can't read but can absolutely understand because human hopes and fears don't change much across millennia. A smaller temple nearby appears to have been dedicated to Al-Uzza, a goddess the Nabateans identified with Venus. This structure features more delicate carvings. Flowers and vines wind up the columns, and you can still make out what might be doves or other birds among the decorative elements. Someone has left modern flowers at what was probably the altar, a continuation of devotion across 2,000 years, even if the specific deity has changed. The Al-Uzza temple is smaller but more intimate than the Great Temple. Its proportions feel more human-scaled, less intended to overwhelm with grandeur, and more designed to create a space for personal connection with the divine. The chambers here are smaller, the decorations more detailed, suggesting this was perhaps a place for individual prayer rather than large public ceremonies. You sit on a low wall that once separated sacred space from common ground, and watch the light change on the temples. The stone shifts from bright gold to deeper orange, then toward that particular shade of red-pink that seems to exist only in Petra. Other visitors wander through, some photographing, others just experiencing. A small child breaks away from her parents and spins in circles among the columns, her laughter echoing off ancient walls, and you can't help but smile at the thought that children probably did exactly the same thing 2 millennia ago. The wind picks up slightly, and you notice how it sounds different moving through the temple complex, whistling around columns, moaning through empty window frames and creating unintentional music. The Nabateans must have heard this same wind song and must have attributed meaning to its variations. Perhaps certain winds were considered good omens, others warnings. Perhaps the priests claimed to interpret the messages carried on desert air. You stand and explore the smaller structures surrounding the main temples, what look like administrative buildings, storage rooms, and possibly living quarters for priests and temple workers. These are less elaborate, but no less interesting in their way. One building still has sections of its roof intact, creating a cool, shadowed space that offers relief from the afternoon heat. You step inside and find what might have been an archive room, with carved slots in the walls where scrolls or tablets could have been stored. The archive room makes you think about all the records that were kept here. Temple accounts, religious texts, copies of important contracts blessed by priests, and astronomical observations used to determine festival dates. Almost all of it is gone now. Papyrus and parchment rotted away centuries ago, knowledge lost to time and the desert's harsh preservation requirements. Stone survives, organic materials mostly don't. In another small building, you find what was clearly a kitchen area, a hearth built into one wall, a smoke-blackened ceiling, and carved channels that would have directed water for washing. Even priests need to eat, and temple life included mundane activities alongside religious ceremonies. There's something comforting about finding this kitchen, about being reminded that sacred and ordinary coexisted, that holiness didn't preclude hunger. You find ancient graffiti scratched into one wall of the kitchen area, names, dates, and declarations of love or importance. One inscription makes you laugh. It's a complaint about the quality of the bread written in Nabatean script. 2,000 years ago, some temple worker was apparently so annoyed by bad bread that he felt compelled to carve his displeasure into permanent stone. Some things truly are universal. Returning to the main temple courtyard, you notice how the complex is oriented to catch specific angles of sunlight during different seasons. During the summer solstice, the rising sun would have illuminated the main altar. During the winter solstice, it would have lit a different section. The Nabateans built their temples as solar calendars, using architecture to mark time's passage and connect human ritual to celestial cycles. The temple's position also offers commanding views of the surrounding city and landscape. Standing here, you can see the entire central valley, the dark line of the Sick cutting through cliffs, and distant tomb facades glowing in the afternoon light. This wasn't accidental positioning. The temples literally and figuratively look down upon the city, reminding everyone of the god's presence, the priest's authority, and the sacred dimension underlying everyday life. You wonder what festivals looked like here? Processions climbing the temple steps, priests in elaborate robes, musicians playing instruments now lost, and people singing hymns in languages nobody speaks anymore. Sacrificial animals were led to the altar, their blood offered to gods who may or may not have existed, but certainly existed in the hearts and minds of the faithful. Incense smoke rising toward the sky, prayers ascending with it, and hopes and fears laid before the divine. One of the columns has fallen in such a way that you can easily examine its capital up close. The carving is exquisite. Acanthus leaves curl and spiral with botanical accuracy, and between them, small figures emerge. Dancing women, musicians, and creatures that might be sacred animals or mythological beings. Each figure is distinct, detailed, and clearly carved by someone who cared about their work and who wanted it to be beautiful as well as structurally sound. The quality of light changes dramatically as the sun approaches the horizon. Everything takes on a warmer glow, softer somehow, as if the desert itself is preparing for rest. You make your way to the monastery, Adia, a structure even larger than the treasury but requiring a significant climb to reach. 800 steps carved into the rock face led upward, and you begin the ascent. The climb is gradual enough that it's not too taxing if you take it slowly, pausing occasionally to look back at the view. With each level gained, more of Petra reveals itself below you, the entire valley spreading out in shades of rose and gold, the carved facades catching the light, and the dark snake of the Seek cutting through the cliffs. You can see why the ancients put important structures on high ground. The view alone inspires reverence. The steps themselves are fascinating in their variety. Some are carefully carved and uniform in height and depth. Others are natural formations modified just enough to be passable. A few sections include handholds carved into the adjacent rock face, suggesting that even the Nabateans found these particular stretches challenging. Your legs begin to protest the sustained climbing, but you push on, curious to see what waits at the top. Halfway up, you disturb a small herd of wild goats that apparently use these ancient stairs as their personal highway. They scatter with indignant bleating, hooves clicking on stone, then stop a safe distance away to stare at you accusingly. One kid performs a little hop of pure goat exuberance, apparently just because it can, and you have to laugh at its enthusiasm for verticality. The goats are perfectly adapted to this environment, navigating steep rock faces with casual confidence that makes your careful climbing seem clumsy. You watch them for a moment as they resume their own journey, moving almost vertically up a cliff face that you wouldn't attempt without modern climbing equipment. They reach an impossible ledge, settle down in a patch of shade, and proceed to ignore you completely. You pass several carved monuments on the way up, smaller than the monastery but still impressive. These are tombs, shrines, or possibly both, their facades simplified compared to the elaborate structures in the main city. Up here, the focus seems to have been less on decoration and more on the act of climbing itself, the pilgrimage aspect of reaching these heights. One particularly interesting monument features a large carved niche with a relief showing what might be a deity or important figure. The carving has been worn smooth by wind and time, details lost, but you can still make out the basic form. A standing figure with raised arms, perhaps in blessing, perhaps in worship, perhaps in simple greeting to whoever made the climb to visit them. As you climb higher, the vegetation changes. Down in the valley, plant life is sparse and specialised. Up here, you find slightly more variety. Hardy shrubs, small flowers tucked into crevices, and even a stunted tree growing at an angle from a crack in the rock. Life finds a way, even in the most unlikely places, and seeing these plants thriving despite everything fills you with something like hope. The monastery finally appears around a curve, and even though you were expecting it, the scale still shocks you. This facade measures 150 feet across and over 150 feet tall, larger than the treasury, less ornate, but somehow more powerful in its relative simplicity. The central doorway stands 46 feet high, proportioned for giants or gods rather than ordinary humans. You cross the plaza in front of the monastery, your footsteps echoing in the sudden quiet. Most tourists don't make the climb, so up here you find relative solitude. Just you, the monument, and the vast desert landscape spreading in all directions. The monastery faces west, perfectly positioned to catch the sunset, and you find a comfortable rock to sit on, settling in to wait for the light show you've been told about. The facade shows some weathering, the doorway frame is still crisp and clear, but decorative elements on the upper levels have softened. Details lost to millennia of wind carrying sand particles that slowly erode even stone. Yet the overall structure remains sound, still standing proud after 2,000 years of desert weather, earthquakes, and simple passage of time. You walk to the doorway and step inside. Like the treasury, the interior is relatively simple, one large chamber carved into the mountain with smooth and unadorned walls. But the space feels different up here, more sacred somehow, or perhaps just more remote, separated from the world by elevation and effort. Standing in the chamber, you can hear the wind moving across the facade outside, a low whistle that might have been interpreted as a divine voice by those who came here seeking guidance. Back outside, you notice details you missed at first. Small carved channels run along the plaza floor, another water collection system, ensuring that even up here, at this remote height, precious rainwater could be captured and directed to cisterns. The Nabateans' obsession with water management extended to every corner of their territory, every structure they built. As the sun sinks lower, the sandstone begins to glow, not reflect light, glow, as if illuminated from within. The colour deepens from rose to coral to deep orange-red, so vivid it almost seems artificial. You watch the transformation, understanding why ancient peoples worshipped the sun, seeing in its daily death and resurrection a powerful metaphor for eternal return, for hope, for the persistence of life against darkness. The mountains in the distance turn purple and deep blue, their shadows lengthening across the valleys below. The air cools noticeably, that dramatic temperature shift that deserts specialise in. You pull a light cloak from your pack and wrap it around your shoulders, grateful for the warmth while still enjoying the spectacular light show unfolding before you. A raven lands on the top of the monastery's urn, silhouetted against the sky. It calls out, a harsh, echoing sound that somehow fits the moment perfectly. Another raven answers from somewhere in the cliffs, and for a moment you're part of a conversation between birds, rocks, and the fading day. Other visitors have made the climb and now sit scattered across the plaza, all watching the same transformation you're witnessing. Nobody speaks. There's nothing to say. Sometimes beauty simply demands silence, and this is one of those moments. The only sounds are the wind, the occasional call of a bird, and the quiet breathing of awed humans watching stone turn to fire. The sun touches the horizon, and the light intensifies for just a minute or two, everything burning with colour. The monastery facade seems to vibrate with intensity, every carved detail picked out in brilliant relief, shadows deep and dramatic. This is the climax, the moment everything has been building toward, and it exceeds all expectations. Then it's gone, dropping below the earth's edge with a suddenness that only happens in deserts and at sea. The stone fades immediately, colour draining like water, leaving behind greys and purples and deepening shadows. The show is over. The desert night approaches, and with it the cold you were warned about. In the twilight, you begin your descent, more careful now with reduced visibility. The stairs seem different in this light, older somehow, more mysterious. You can imagine ancient priests making this climb in the dark, torches lighting their way, chanting prayers or hymns that echoed off the canyon walls. You can almost hear those voices and feel the weight of ritual and belief that saturated this place for centuries. The descent takes longer than the climb because you're being cautious, testing each step before committing your weight. Other visitors descend around you, everyone quiet, still processing what they've witnessed. The cooling air carries the scent of stone and sparse vegetation, clean and sharp in your nostrils. About halfway down, you pause to look back at the monastery one last time. In the gathering darkness, it's barely visible. Just a darker shape against the darkening cliff, already receding into shadow and memory. Tomorrow the sun will rise again and bring it back to brilliant life. But for now it rests in darkness, patient and eternal, waiting as it has waited for 2,000 years. Back at the caravan camp that night, you sit around the fire with the guides and other travellers, and conversation turns to Petra's rediscovery by the Western world. The city was never truly lost. Local Bedouin tribes knew of it, used it, and protected it for centuries while Europe forgot it existed. But in 1812, a Swiss explorer named Johann Ludwig Burckhardt arrived in the region, disguised as an Arab Muslim, and became the first European to see Petra in modern times. One of the guides tells the story with obvious amusement at how excited Burckhardt apparently became despite trying to maintain his disguise. Imagine, he says, pretending you're not interested while facing the treasury for the first time, trying not to stare while your mind is completely blown. The other guides laugh, and someone adds that the local Bedouin who guided Burckhardt there must have found his barely contained enthusiasm highly entertaining. Burckhardt couldn't stay long or examine the site properly without arousing suspicion about his true identity and purpose, the guide continues. He made sketches from memory after leaving, wrote descriptions based on a brief visit, and died a few years later without ever returning. But his published accounts sparked Western imagination, and soon other explorers, artists and archaeologists began making the journey to Petra. The fire crackles and pops, sending sparks upward into the night sky. Someone adds more wood, and the flames leap higher, casting dancing shadows across faces gathered in the circle. The warmth feels good after the day's walking and climbing, and you stretch your tired legs toward the heat gratefully. The rediscovery brought archaeologists, artists, explorers, and eventually tourists. The guides have mixed feelings about this. Pride that their ancestral lands are recognised as important, wariness about the impact of thousands of feet wearing down ancient pathways, and frustration when tourists treat the site carelessly. One older guide mentions that his grandfather remembered when you could still find intact pottery just lying in the sand, before collectors and museums took everything that wasn't nailed down, and some things that were. A younger guide argues that without international attention, Petra might have crumbled completely. The Jordanian government might not have invested in preservation. Archaeologists wouldn't have discovered so much about Nabatean culture and history. Tourism brings money that supports local communities. It's complicated, he says, like most things worth thinking about carefully, but they also acknowledge that international recognition has brought resources for preservation, for study, and for understanding. Archaeologists continue to make discoveries, New tombs, new inscriptions, new evidence of how the Nabateans lived and died. Just last year, someone found what appears to be a previously unknown theatre, carved into a cliff face that had been hidden behind a rockfall. Petra still holds secrets, and still has surprises to offer. You ask about the earthquakes that damaged so much of the city, and the conversation turns sombre. The ancient world existed without the benefit of modern seismology, without warning systems or emergency response. When earthquakes struck, and they struck repeatedly, people just dealt with the aftermath as best they could. Eventually, after enough destruction, after trade routes shifted, after the centre of power moved elsewhere, people simply stopped rebuilding. Petra was gradually abandoned, left to the desert and time. The major earthquakes came in waves, one guide explains. First in the 4th century, then more in the 6th and 7th centuries. Each one brought buildings down, killed people, and destroyed infrastructure. The Nabateans' descendants tried to rebuild after the first few quakes, but eventually the cost became too high. Maintaining a city this elaborate requires enormous resources, and as Petra's strategic importance declined, those resources dried up. Trade routes shifted, he continues, gesturing with his hands to show paths changing. Maritime routes became more important. Different kingdoms rose to power in different regions. Petra went from being the centre of everything to being on the periphery of nothing. And periphery cities don't get the investment needed to rebuild after natural disasters. Someone asks what happened to the population, and the guide shrugs. They scattered mostly. Some moved to other cities. Some returned to nomadic lifestyles. Some probably stayed in Petra for generations after it ceased being a major centre, living among the ruins, maintaining what they could, remembering when this place was magnificent. Eventually only the Bedouin remained, and for them Petra was just part of the landscape, not a lost wonder requiring rediscovery. The fire burns low and someone adds more wood, sending sparks spiralling upward into the night sky. Above, stars blaze with the intensity possible only in places far from electric light. You lie back and stare upward, trying to pick out constellations, and realise that the Nabateans saw these same stars, navigated by them, and told stories about them. The stars don't care about the rise and fall of civilizations. They just keep burning, keep wheeling through their eternal patterns. One of the older guides begins telling stories about the Bedouin relationship with Petra. Over the centuries they guarded it. How they showed it to travellers sometimes for fees or gifts. How they protected it from treasure hunters and vandals. How they maintained oral traditions about what various buildings were used for. Information that later proved remarkably accurate when archaeologists began serious excavation. He tells about early archaeologists who came with colonial attitudes, treating local knowledge as primitive superstition, only to discover later that these superstitions contained genuine historical information passed down through generations. One archaeologist apparently spent weeks searching for a particular temple that a Bedouin guide could have shown him immediately. But the archaeologist refused to believe that an uneducated native could know better than his maps and theories. The younger guides laugh at this story, but there's an edge to the laughter. These tensions persist, one says. Foreign archaeologists still sometimes dismiss local knowledge. Tourists treat Bedouin guides as curiosities rather than experts, who know more about Petra than any outsider ever will. The relationship between Petra and the outside world remains complicated, full of power dynamics and cultural misunderstandings. But there are also good stories, another guide adds. Archaeologists who listen, who collaborate, who acknowledge that understanding a place requires respecting the people who live there. Tourists who come with genuine curiosity and leave with genuine appreciation. Scholars who help preserve not just stones, but also the oral traditions and cultural knowledge of the Bedouin communities. You ask about current archaeological work and the guides become animated. There's so much still to discover, they explain. Ground-penetrating radar shows structures buried under sand and debris. Entire sections of the city remain unexcavated. New analysis techniques applied to old finds reveal information previous generations of archaeologists missed. Someone mentions the recent discovery of a massive platform buried under the plaza in front of the treasury. Archaeologists aren't sure yet what it was for. Maybe a massive altar, maybe a ceremonial platform, maybe the foundation for something that was never completed. Each answer they find generates 3 new questions. Petra keeps revealing itself slowly, layer by layer, never giving up all its secrets at once. The conversation eventually winds down as tiredness sets in. People drift off to their tents, calling quiet goodnights, leaving the fire to burn itself out. You remain a while longer, watching the coals glow red and orange, thinking about everything you've seen and learned today. Tomorrow you'll leave this place, but you know it won't leave you. Petra has a way of staying with people, of occupying space in your thoughts long after you've departed. In the morning, you'll walk through the Essek one last time, say your goodbyes to the treasury and the monastery, and carry away memories carved as deeply as the facades themselves. Morning comes again, and this is your last day in Petra. You wake before dawn, wanting to walk through the Sek one more time in the early light, wanting to say goodbye properly to this place that has captured your imagination and won't let go. The Sek is different in the morning light than it was when you first arrived. You know what waits at the end now, so instead of rushing toward the reveal, you take your time, noticing details you missed before. The way water has carved specific patterns into the rock. The places where ancient tool marks are still visible. The small flowers growing in impossible cracks, their roots finding purchase where none should exist. You run your hand along the wall as you walk, feeling the texture of the stone cool in the early morning. This rock is 400 million years old, formed when this entire region was under a shallow sea. The sandstone contains the compressed remains of ancient beaches, ancient tides, and ancient life. You're touching deep time, geologic time, a scale that makes human civilizations seem like brief flickers. The early morning light enters the Sek at a different angle than you've seen before, illuminating sections that were shadowed during your previous passages. The rock glows softly, colours muted compared to full daylight, but somehow more intimate. You feel like you're seeing Petra's private face, the version of itself it shows only to those willing to wake before the crowds arrive. You pass the water channels again, and notice something you missed before. Small carved symbols at regular intervals along their length. Probably markers to help maintenance workers identify sections for repair or cleaning, but they look like a secret language, a code written in stone that only the initiated could read. The treasury appears again, still magnificent, still impossible. You stand before it one last time, trying to fix every detail in your memory, knowing that memory will fade and blur, but wanting to hold on to the essence of this moment. The light is different than yesterday, softer, pinker, gentler somehow. Or maybe you're different, changed by exposure to this place, to its history, to the reminder of human capability and ambition. You approach the facade slowly, taking in details you haven't focused on before. The capitals on each column are actually slightly different from each other, each one a unique variation on the Corinthian theme. The carved figures in the niches show different poses, different expressions, and different relationships to the space they inhabit. Every square foot of this facade received individual attention and individual artistry. You notice a family of pigeons has made a nest in one of the carved decorative elements high on the facade. They fly in and out, unconcerned with the monument's historical significance or architectural magnificence. For them, it's just a really good nesting spot, well protected from weather and predators. Somehow this makes you love the treasury even more. It's not a dead monument. It's a living part of the landscape, still serving purposes, still useful in unexpected ways. Inside the main chamber, you find a quiet corner and simply sit for a while. The stone is cool against your back, the air still and peaceful. You close your eyes and listen to the sound of the space, the acoustics that make tiny sounds echo and blend. Footsteps of other early visitors, quiet voices speaking in languages you don't understand, and the flutter of pigeon wings outside. When you open your eyes again, the light has shifted. Sunbeams enter through the doorway at a new angle, illuminating dust particles floating in the air. They drift and swirl in invisible currents, creating a kind of slow-motion dance. You watch them, mesmerised, thinking about how many mornings these same light patterns have played out in this chamber, and whether anyone has ever sat exactly where you're sitting and watched exactly what you're watching. You take the long route back through the city, saying goodbye to each section. The colonnade in morning shadow, the temples catching their first sunlight, the residential caves where ordinary people lived extraordinary lives, the water channels that made everything possible. Each structure, each carved doorway, and each ancient staircase represents someone's work, someone's vision, and someone's contribution to something larger than themselves. Walking through the street of facades, you're struck again by the sheer number of tombs carved into the cliffs. Hundreds of them, ranging from simple cave openings to elaborate multi-storey facades. Each one represented a family's wealth and grief, their desire to honour their dead with eternal monuments. Some facades are pristine, others badly eroded. Time plays favourites with no discernible pattern. You climb up to one of the more elaborate tomb facades, one you haven't entered before, and step inside. The chamber is larger than expected, with smaller rooms branching off the main space. Someone has left candles, recently burned down to stubs, suggesting this tomb still serves some ceremonial purpose for local Bedouin. The wax is white and the scent of smoke is still faint in the air. The tomb's walls show carved niches for burial, though they're empty now, whatever bones they held long since removed or disintegrated. You run your hand along one niche, smooth and precisely carved, sized to hold a human body in its final rest. The intimacy of this gesture, touching a space meant to hold a specific person's remains, gives you pause. This wasn't just architecture. This was love, made manifest in stone. Back on the main path, you encounter a Bedouin man leading a heavily laden donkey. The donkey's expression suggests deep philosophical resignation to its lot in life, and you exchange smiles with the man. He nods at you, says something in Arabic that you don't understand, but that sounds friendly, and continues on his way. The donkey's hoofbeats echo off the surrounding cliffs, a rhythm as old as civilization itself. Near the exit, you pass a Bedouin woman selling small carved stones, simple souvenirs for tourists. She smiles at you, gap-toothed and weathered, and you buy a small piece of rose-coloured sandstone polished smooth. It's not ancient, probably carved last week, but it's Petra stone, and that's enough. You'll keep it on your desk at home, a touchstone to remind you of this place, these days, and this journey through stone and time. She wraps it carefully in cloth, refusing at first to take your money, because you're clearly leaving, and she wants to give you a gift to remember Petra. You insist gently, and she finally accepts with good grace, blessing your journey in Arabic and gesturing for safe travels. These small human exchanges matter as much as the monuments, you realise. They're part of what makes a place real, what transforms it from a tourist destination into a lived experience. Walking back through the sick toward the outside world, you find yourself moving slower, reluctant to leave. Other tourists pass you, heading in, their faces bright with anticipation. You want to tell them things, to look up more often, to touch the walls, to sit quietly and just listen to what the stones have to say. But you don't, because discovery is personal, and they need to find their own relationship with this place. The sick releases you back into the modern world gradually, the walls lowering, the sky opening up, and the temperature rising as you leave the cool shadows. And then you're out, standing in regular sunlight, the magic contained behind you. The carved city returned to its eternal patience, waiting for the next person to arrive with wonder in their eyes. Your caravan will leave this afternoon, heading back toward the routes that connect to the wider world. But you know with the certainty of bones and blood that you'll carry Petra with you wherever you go. You'll remember the rose-red stone glowing in sunset light, the silence of ancient temples, the ingenuity of people who carved a civilization from living rock, and made it thrive in a landscape that should have defeated them. You'll remember that humans are capable of remarkable things when we combine vision with persistence, when we build not just for ourselves but for centuries we'll never see. You'll remember that beauty and practicality can coexist, that art and engineering are not opposites but partners. You'll remember that stones can tell stories if you're willing to listen, and that some places change you just by being there, solid and patient, waiting to teach lessons you didn't know you needed to learn. The desert wind blows warm against your face as you take your last look back at the cliffs, the tombs, and the distant glimpse of carved facades visible from this distance. The sun climbs higher, the day grows hotter, and somewhere in the city behind you, a cat stretches in a patch of shade. A raven calls from a high perch, and the stones continue their slow conversation with time, utterly unconcerned with endings or beginnings, content to simply be, to endure, to wait for the next sunrise, the next visitor, the next chance to inspire wonder in a human heart. You think about Burckhardt, that first modern Western visitor, trying to contain his excitement while disguised as someone else. You think about the Bedouin families who lived among these ruins for centuries, maintaining their connection to this place even as the wider world forgot it existed. You think about the Nabateans themselves, carving their vision into eternal stone, never imagining their city would one day be abandoned and rediscovered, that their monuments would outlast their culture by millennia. And you think about all the other visitors who have stood where you're standing, looking back at Petra with the same reluctance to leave, the same sense of having experienced something that exceeds normal categories of tourism or sightseeing. This place gets under your skin, into your imagination, and refuses to be forgotten. The call comes from the caravan master. Time to prepare for departure. You turn away from Petra finally, completely, and walk toward your packed belongings and waiting camel. The animal grumbles at you in greeting, a sound you've come to find oddly endearing over weeks of travel. You load your pack, check your water skin one more time, and prepare to rejoin the world of movement and commerce and everyday concerns. But as the caravan begins to move, heading back toward Damascus or Aqaba, or wherever your journey takes you next, you look back one final time. The cliffs glow in the morning sun, holding their secrets, guarding their stories, waiting patiently for the next person who needs to be reminded that humans once built impossible things and made them beautiful. That we once understood how to work with landscape rather than against it. That we once had the vision and patience to create for eternity. Good night, traveller. May your dreams be filled with rose-coloured stone and ancient starlight, with the memory of cool shadows in the sick and the glow of sunset on carved facades. May you carry with you the lesson of Petra, that beauty endures, that vision matters, and that some things are worth building to last forever. Sleep well, and wake with the certainty that wonder still exists in the world, waiting in stone canyons and carved cities, ready to transform everyone who finds it. Rest now, and remember. Picture this. You're standing on a wooden dock somewhere along the Norwegian coast around 950 AD, watching 30-odd bearded men load supplies onto what looks like an oversized canoe with delusions of grandeur. This ship is your ride for the next several months, a Viking longship that's about as comfortable as sleeping on a park bench during a thunderstorm. You'd probably expect something impressive, right? Perhaps you were expecting a majestic vessel with towering masts and spacious quarters. Well, surprise! Your new home measures roughly 75 feet long and maybe 15 feet wide at its broadest point. That's smaller than most modern two-bedroom apartments, and you're sharing it with 30 other people who haven't discovered deodorant yet. The whole thing sits so low in the water that you could practically drag your fingers in the sea while sitting on the side. The ship itself is actually a marvel of engineering, though your back won't appreciate that fact after the first week. Built from overlapping oak planks held together with iron rivets, it's designed to flex with the waves rather than fight them. Think of it as the medieval equivalent of a yoga instructor, incredibly flexible. But that doesn't mean you want to spend months pressed up against one. Your sleeping arrangements would make a college dorm room look luxurious. There are no beds, no hammocks, just a thin layer of animal hide between you and the wooden deck. Everyone sleeps wherever they can obtain space, which usually means curled up next to the guy who's been eating nothing but salted fish and onions for 3 weeks. The ship rocks constantly, even in calm weather, creating a gentle swaying motion that sounds romantic until you realise it never, ever stops. These longships are both very strong and very fragile, which is their most interesting feature. They are capable of manoeuvring through enormous waves and rough seas, effortlessly gliding across the water. However, a misstep on a loose plank can quickly lead to an unexpected immersion in the North Atlantic. The Vikings built these ships to be fast and manoeuvrable, not comfortable, which becomes painfully obvious the moment you try to find a spot to sit that doesn't involve someone's elbow in your ribs. Storage space is at such a premium that every inch matters. Your personal belongings, assuming you have any beyond the clothes on your back, get stuffed into whatever tiny gap you can discover. Most of your fellow passengers have brought along weapons, tools and trading goods, all of which take precedence over luxury items like extra clothing, or anything resembling comfort. The ship's sides are lined with shields when you're not rowing, which serves the dual purpose of protection and decoration. It looks impressive from a distance, like a floating rainbow of war gear. Up close, however, you realise these shields also double as dinner tables, cutting boards, and makeshift pillows. Medieval multitasking at its finest. What strikes you most about life aboard is how exposed everything feels. There's no privacy, no escape from the elements, and absolutely nowhere to hide when that person who brought the fermented shark starts opening his lunch. The ocean stretches endlessly in every direction, and your tiny wooden world feels both insignificant and miraculous, floating on all that vastness. The crew moves around the ship with practiced ease, stepping over sleeping bodies and ducking under ropes with the grace of dancers who've perfected their routine through sheer necessity. You, meanwhile, spend most of your time trying not to trip over the various bits of rope, sail, and humanity scattered across every available surface. As you settle in for your first night aboard, listening to the creak of wood and the slap of waves against the hull, you begin to understand that this journey will test every assumption you've ever had about comfort, privacy, and personal space. Welcome to Viking travel, where the journey truly is the destination, mainly because you'll spend so much time getting there. Morning aboard a Viking longship arrives whether you're ready or not, usually announced by someone stepping on your leg while heading to the side of the boat for their morning constitutional. Privacy, as you quickly discover, is a concept as foreign to Vikings as indoor plumbing, which is to say, completely non-existent. Your daily routine begins with the delightful realization that everything you own is damp. The North Sea has a way of making itself known through every gap in the ship's construction, and moisture becomes your constant companion. Your clothes feel perpetually clammy. Your bedding squelches when you move, and even your thoughts seem to develop a thin layer of condensation. Breakfast, if you can call it that, consists of whatever dried, salted or pickled provisions haven't gone stale overnight. The Vikings were masters of food preservation, mainly because they had to be. Fresh food deteriorates rapidly in an environment dominated by salt water, and there are no convenient options for dining, such as a medieval fast food establishment. You'll become intimately acquainted with hardtack, a biscuit so tough it could probably stop an arrow in battle, and frequently serves double duty as both food and construction material for emergency ship repairs. The ship's fresh water supply lives in wooden barrels that take up precious space, but represent the difference between life and a very uncomfortable death. Water is rationed carefully, and you learn to appreciate every slightly stale, wooden-flavoured sip. Beer also makes an appearance in these barrels, not because the Vikings were party animals, but because fermented beverages stayed safe to drink longer than plain water. Alcohol's miraculous ability to ensure food safety during the medieval era is truly remarkable. Personal hygiene becomes an exercise in creativity and compromise. You might get to wash your face and hands with seawater, which leaves your skin feeling like you've been rubbing it with sandpaper, but at least removes some of the accumulating grime. Hair washing happens when it rains, assuming you can position yourself to catch the runoff. The remainder of the time, one can only hope that others share a similar level of odour as oneself. The toilet situation deserves special mention, if only because it's so memorably awful. The head consists of a bucket or a hole cut in a plank that hangs over the side of the ship. Using it requires timing the waves correctly, maintaining your balance, and praying that the wind doesn't shift direction at an inopportune moment. Privacy means hoping everyone else is politely looking the other way, which they usually are, having been through this awkward dance themselves. Clothing serves multiple purposes beyond basic modesty. Your cloak doubles as a blanket, your boots work as pillows, and your belt holds everything from eating utensils to emergency rope. Vikings dressed in layers, wool and linen primarily, which sounds practical until you realise that wet wool smells like a combination of wet dog and regret, and takes forever to dry in the perpetually humid ship environment. Medical care consists mainly of hoping nothing goes seriously wrong, because your options are limited to whatever herbal remedies someone thought to bring along, plus the time-honoured tradition of walking it off. Minor cuts are treated with whatever cleanish cloth is available, while more serious injuries require creative problem-solving and a lot of optimism. The ship's rhythm dictates everything. When the wind picks up, everyone not actively sailing tries to stay out of the way of the crew, managing the sail and steering. When it dies down, you might discover yourself grabbing an oar and contributing to the collective effort of making the boat move forward through sheer muscle power. There's no such thing as a passenger on a Viking longship. Everyone contributes something, even if it's just staying quiet while other people work. Weather becomes your constant obsession. You learn to read clouds like ancient scriptures, watching for signs of storms that could turn your already uncomfortable journey into a genuinely life-threatening situation. The ship handles rough seas remarkably well, but remarkably well still means getting thrown around like laundry in a washing machine while trying to keep your meagre possessions from disappearing overboard. Living in close quarters with 30 other people for months at a time requires a delicate social balance that would challenge even the most experienced diplomat. Imagine your least favourite family reunion, except it never ends. Everyone's armed, and there's nowhere to escape for a breather. The ship operates under a strict but unspoken hierarchy that keeps things from descending into complete chaos. The captain, usually the ship's owner, and the one who organised this particular adventure, sits at the top of the food chain. His word is law, mainly because he's the one who knows how to navigate, and everyone else would prefer not to die horribly at sea. Below him, experienced sailors and warriors command respect through competence and the occasional display of superior arm wrestling ability. Your social standing aboard ship depends on a complex mix of factors: your fighting ability, your usefulness in sailing the ship, how much you contributed to funding the expedition, and whether you've managed to annoy everyone within the first week. Respect gets earned through actions, not birth, though being related to someone important certainly doesn't hurt your cause. Conflict resolution happens through a combination of peer pressure, practical necessity, and the ever-present threat of being thrown overboard. Minor disputes get settled through negotiation, major ones through combat, and really serious problems through the captain's absolute authority. Democracy has its place, but not when you're trying to outrun a storm or navigate through unfamiliar waters. The ship develops its own culture within days of departure. Inside jokes emerge from shared misery, nicknames get assigned based on embarrassing incidents or distinctive habits, and informal rules develop about everything from who gets to sleep, where to how long someone can spend at the ship's limited washing facilities. These unwritten laws become as important as any formal code of conduct. Storytelling serves as both entertainment and social glue during the long, boring stretches between exciting moments of terror. The Vikings were master storytellers, and evenings often featured elaborate tales of heroic deeds, mythical creatures, and adventures both real and imagined. These stories serve multiple purposes. They pass time, preserve cultural knowledge, and provide a socially acceptable way for people to brag about their accomplishments without seeming too obnoxious about it. Gambling provides another outlet for social interaction and tension release. Dice games, contests of strength, and betting on everything from weather patterns to wildlife sightings help break up the monotony. Vikings would bet on practically anything, partly for entertainment, and partly because small-stakes competition helps establish social dynamics without resorting to actual violence. Personal space becomes a negotiated commodity. Your designated sleeping spot is sacred territory, but everything else is open for communal use. Learning to respect others' few possessions while protecting your own requires diplomatic skills that would impress modern, United Nations peacekeepers. The golden rule aboard ship is simple: don't mess with other people's stuff, and they probably won't mess with yours. Food sharing follows strict protocols based on contribution, status, and practical necessity. Everyone eats from common stores, but portion sizes and food quality reflect your position in the ship's hierarchy. The captain eats better than the newest crew member, but everyone gets fed because a hungry crew member is a dangerous crew member. Despite the cramped conditions, romance occasionally blossoms, albeit with considerable creativity and absolute discretion. Most ships are all male affairs, but mixed expeditions do happen, especially for trading voyages or family migrations. Any romantic entanglements need to stay extremely low-key to avoid disrupting ship dynamics, because jealousy in close quarters can turn deadly fast. The constant proximity means that everyone learns everyone else's habits, both good and deeply annoying. You discover who snores, who talks in their sleep, who has digestive issues, and who insists on sharpening their weapons at dawn every single day. Tolerance becomes a crucial survival skill, just as important as mastering knot tying or reading the wind. Arguments, when they happen, tend to escalate quickly in the confined space, but they also resolve faster because there's literally nowhere to go to nurse grudges. You learn to apologise quickly, forgive readily, and pick your battles cautiously, because the person you're fighting with today might be the one hauling you back aboard tomorrow when you fall overboard. Finding your way across thousands of miles of open ocean without GPS, compass, or even accurate maps requires skills that border on the supernatural. Viking navigators, called sea-wise for good reason, relied on a combination of experience, observation, and what modern people might generously call educated guessing. Your navigator watches everything: the colour and behaviour of waves, the direction of wind patterns, the flight paths of seabirds, and the position of stars when they're visible through the perpetual cloud cover. He's memorised the location of every landmark along familiar coasts, and can estimate distance travelled by the feel of the ship's motion through the water. It's like being guided by someone who's turned environmental awareness into a superpower. The sun compass, when you can see the sun, provides basic directional guidance, but cloudy skies, which describe about 80% of your sailing time, require more creative navigation techniques. Your navigator might use a sunstone, a piece of Iceland spar that can locate the sun's position, even through heavy clouds by analysing polarised light. It sounds like magic, and honestly it is. Predicting the weather becomes crucial, not just for comfort. Storm clouds building on the horizon might give you a few hours warning to find shelter or prepare for rough seas. Your navigator reads cloud formations like other people read newspapers, interpreting subtle changes in colour, shape, and movement to predict what's coming next. He's right more often than modern meteorologists, mainly because his life depends on accuracy. Coastal navigation relies heavily on pilotage, the art of recognising specific landmarks, watercolours, and geographical features. Your navigator has spent years memorising the appearance of coastlines from specific distances and angles. That distinctive headland, the particular shade of green water near a river mouth, or the way mountains line up in the distance all serve as navigational signposts on the medieval maritime highway. Open ocean navigation challenges these skills to the utmost extent. Without land references, your navigator estimates position through dead reckoning, calculating distance and direction travelled from a known starting point. It requires constant attention to speed, wind direction, and the subtle clues that indicate current and drift. One small error in calculation, compounded over days or weeks, can leave you hundreds of miles from where you think you are. The ship's shallow draft, while uncomfortable for passengers, provides crucial navigational advantages. You can sail in waters too shallow for most other vessels, follow coastlines closely, and pull up on beaches for overnight stops. This ability to hug the shore whenever possible reduces the need for pure open ocean navigation and provides regular opportunities to correct course using familiar landmarks. Sea conditions tell experienced sailors volumes about location and weather patterns. The size, spacing, and direction of waves indicate proximity to land, depth of water, and approaching weather systems. Your navigator can estimate distance from shore by observing how waves behave. Larger swells suggest deep water and distance from land, while shorter, choppier waves often indicate shallow areas or nearby coastlines. Wildlife serves as another navigational tool. Certain seabirds range only specific distances from shore, so spotting particular species tells you roughly how far you are from land. The direction birds fly in the evening often points toward their nesting areas on shore. Even floating debris provides clues. Freshly broken branches suggest proximity to rivers or storm-damaged coastlines. Time measurement relies on natural rhythms rather than clocks. The navigator tracks days by sunset and sunrise, estimates hours by the sun's position when visible, and gauges travel time by familiar reference points when following known routes. It's imprecise by modern standards, but adequate for navigation, that focuses more on reaching general areas than specific coordinates. When everything goes wrong, storms blow you off course, clouds obscure celestial navigation aids, and you lose track of your position, survival depends on the navigator's ability to make educated guesses and gradually work back toward known waters. Your task might involve following bird flight patterns toward land, watching for changes in watercolour that indicate shallow areas, or simply maintaining a consistent direction until you encounter recognisable coastline. The psychological pressure on navigators is enormous. Everyone's life depends on their expertise, and there's no backup system if they make serious errors. Most navigators train for decades before attempting major voyages, learning their craft through apprenticeship with experienced seawise captains who pass down knowledge accumulated over generations of maritime exploration. The common perception of Vikings as mindless barbarians ravaging Europe overlooks the fact that they were among the most sophisticated traders and entrepreneurs of their era. Your longship serves as both transportation and a mobile warehouse, carrying goods that will be traded, sold, or occasionally acquired through less diplomatic means across a commercial network spanning from Greenland to Constantinople. Trade goods packed into every available inch of ship space represent months of planning and investment. Amber from the Baltic coast, walrus ivory from the Arctic, silver from Arabic coins, iron weapons and tools, fur from northern animals, and slaves captured in raids all jostle for storage space with your personal belongings. The ship resembles a floating department store specialising in luxury goods and human misery. Your trading expeditions follow established routes connecting Scandinavia with the rest of the medieval world. The eastern route takes you down Russian rivers to Constantinople and the Byzantine Empire, where Nordic amber and furs are exchanged for silk, spices, and Byzantine gold. The western route leads to Britain, Ireland, and France, where Viking goods meet Roman-influenced markets hungry for northern specialties. Each route requires different navigation skills, trade languages, and diplomatic approaches. Raiding, despite its dramatic reputation, often serves as just another form of aggressive business negotiation. Many raids actually begin as trading expeditions that turn violent when negotiations break down or when the Vikings realise they can take what they want more easily than they can buy it. The line between trader and raider shifts depending on circumstances, opportunity, and the relative strength of potential trading partners. The economics of Viking expeditions require careful calculation of risks and rewards. Ships, crew, provisions, and trade goods represent significant upfront investment, often requiring multiple investors pooling resources for major expeditions. Profits get divided according to complex formulas based on investment, participation, and predetermined agreements that would impress modern venture capitalists. Your crew includes specialists in various forms of commerce beyond simple muscle-powered intimidation. Some members speak multiple languages and understand foreign customs. Others have expertise in evaluating precious metals and trade goods, and a few possess the diplomatic skills necessary for negotiating with foreign merchants and local rulers. Successful Viking expeditions require as much business acumen as martial prowess. Markets in foreign ports operate according to local customs that your crew has learned through experience and cultural exchange. Understanding religious taboos, social hierarchies, and seasonal trading patterns makes the difference between profitable commerce and diplomatic disasters. Vikings develop remarkable cultural adaptability, adjusting their approach based on whether they're dealing with Christian monasteries, Islamic merchants, or pagan tribal leaders. Currency varies dramatically across your trading network. Arabic silver coins circulate widely and provide a relatively stable medium of exchange, but many transactions rely on barter systems, where goods are exchanged directly for other goods. Your navigator might trade amber for silk in Constantinople, then exchange that silk for silver in Kiev, then convert silver into iron tools in Norway. It's medieval international finance at its most complex. Slave trading, unfortunately, represents a major component of Viking commerce. Captives taken in raids become valuable trade goods, especially in markets where labour shortages create demand for workers. The Vikings' geographic position between slave-producing regions and labour-hungry markets makes them natural middlemen in this horrific but economically important trade. Quality control becomes crucial when your reputation affects future trading opportunities. Diluted silver, inferior weapons, or slaves who die in transport damage relationships with trading partners and reduce profitability of future expeditions. Successful Viking merchants maintain quality standards not because of altruism, but because repeat business requires satisfied customers. Competition comes from other Viking crews, local merchants, and established trading networks that predate Viking involvement. Success requires finding market niches, developing reliable supply chains, and building relationships with key trading partners. Some Vikings specialize in particular routes or goods, becoming known for specific expertise that commands premium prices. Weather and navigation delays can destroy profit margins by missing seasonal markets or arriving after competitors have saturated demand. Your trading expedition operates on tight schedules dictated by sailing seasons, market cycles, and religious festivals that affect local commerce. Timing becomes as important as the quality of goods being traded. Investment diversification spreads risk across multiple expeditions and trade goods. Wealthy Vikings rarely put all their resources into single ventures, instead participating in multiple expeditions with different destinations and objectives. It's medieval portfolio management designed to maximize returns while minimizing the chance of total financial ruin. Life aboard a Viking longship reduces existence to its most basic elements: staying warm, staying fed, staying dry, and staying alive. The small victories that punctuate your journey, a successful fishing expedition, a day of favorable wind, or simply waking up without someone's foot in your face, become monumental celebrations in the context of your floating hardship. Fishing provides both food and entertainment during the long stretches of ocean travel. Lines trail behind the ship constantly, tended by whoever isn't actively sailing or rowing. Catching fish means fresh protein to supplement the monotonous diet of preserved foods, plus the excitement of successfully outwitting sea creatures with medieval technology. The entire crew celebrates when someone lands a particularly large specimen, not just because it means better eating, but because it breaks the tedium of another identical day at sea. Cooking happens over a small fire contained in a sand-filled metal box. The ship's kitchen, dining room and social centre all rolled into one cramped, smoky space. The fire provides warmth, light, and the ability to prepare hot food, making it arguably the most important feature of the ship besides the hull itself. Keeping the fire going in rough weather requires constant attention and no small amount of skill, since a stray wave or sudden gust of wind can extinguish your only source of cooked food and warmth. Water collection becomes an obsession during rainy weather. Every available container gets pressed into service to catch precious fresh water, from cooking pots to empty helmets. You learn to position containers strategically to catch runoff from the sail, and everyone develops an almost supernatural ability to wake up when rain starts falling, no matter how exhausted they are. Fresh water tastes like the most luxurious beverage ever created when you've been rationing stale barrel water for weeks. Entertainment relies heavily on human creativity and social interaction. Riddles, word games, and contests of memory help pass time during calm weather. Physical competitions, arm wrestling, balancing contests, or games of skill with weapons provide excitement and help maintain fighting fitness. Music, when someone has brought along an instrument, transforms evening gatherings into something approaching civilization. Maintenance tasks occupy much of the crew's attention during daylight hours. The ship requires constant care, bailing water that seeps through the hull, adjusting rigging, and repairing equipment damaged by salt spray and constant use. These tasks provide structure to otherwise formless days and give everyone something productive to do. The ship becomes like a needy pet that requires constant attention to keep it healthy and functional. Personal rituals and superstitions develop to cope with the psychological stress of prolonged ocean travel. Some crew members develop elaborate morning routines. Others create personal ceremonies around meals or navigation checks. These behaviours, while sometimes appearing irrational, provide psychological anchors in an environment where every day blends into the next. Sleep becomes both escape and challenge. Despite cramped conditions and constant motion, exhaustion enables sleep, but regular interruptions from weather changes, navigation emergencies, or natural calls interrupt rest. You learn to fall asleep quickly when opportunity presents itself, and to function effectively on fragmented sleep patterns that would leave modern people completely dysfunctional. Weather protection requires constant adaptation and creativity. Your clothing layers are adjusted throughout the day as conditions change, adding garments when wind picks up, removing them when physical work generates heat, and rearranging everything when rain starts falling. Staying reasonably dry and warm becomes a full-time occupation that requires as much attention as any other survival skill. Small luxuries take on enormous psychological importance. A piece of preserved fruit, a drink of wine, or even a few minutes of privacy become treasured experiences that provide disproportionate happiness. You learn to savour tiny pleasures because they represent the only breaks from an otherwise relentlessly austere existence. Social bonds strengthen through shared hardship and mutual dependence. The people you might have ignored or disliked on land become crucial allies in the struggle for daily survival. Helping someone repair their gear, sharing food during shortages, or simply providing companionship during particularly difficult weather creates relationships that last long after the voyage ends. Negotiation, tradition, and occasional force resolve territorial disputes over sleeping space, storage areas, and access to the fire. Your personal space shrinks to whatever you can physically defend, but everyone understands the necessity of respecting others' minimal claims to shipboard real estate. Violating these unspoken agreements threatens the social fabric that keeps the entire enterprise functional. The sight of familiar coastline after months at sea triggers emotions that landlubbers struggle to understand. Your home shores, previously taken for granted, now appear as the most beautiful landscape ever created. The simple prospect of sleeping on solid ground, eating fresh food, and enjoying privacy becomes almost overwhelming in its appeal. Landfall requires careful planning and execution. Your shallow draft longship can beach almost anywhere, but choosing the right spot involves considering tides, weather, local politics, and the condition of your crew and cargo. A successful landing represents the culmination of months of navigation, survival, and teamwork. But it's also when many expeditions face their greatest risks from local authorities or competing Viking groups. Unloading transforms the ship from a cramped living space back into a cargo vessel. Trade goods that have been carefully protected throughout the journey now get evaluated, sorted, and prepared for local markets. The amber that seemed so precious during storms now faces the harsh reality of market prices and trading negotiations. Some goods may have deteriorated during the voyage, turning expected profits into disappointing losses. Your crew disperses according to predetermined agreements and personal relationships developed during the voyage. Some members came aboard as hired hands and departed with their wages. Others invested in the expedition and await their share of profits, and a few have become close companions who will maintain relationships long after the ship returns to harbour. The social bonds forged in hardship often prove more valuable than the material gains from trade. Reintegration into land-based society requires psychological adjustment almost as significant as the original departure. Months of communal living, shared hardship, and constant motion leave you changed in ways that become apparent only when you try to resume normal life. Your tolerance for petty complaints and minor inconveniences has increased dramatically, while your patience for people who haven't experienced real hardship may have decreased proportionally. Stories from your voyage become valuable social currency in your home community. Tales of storms you survived, strange lands you visited, and dangers you overcame entertain audiences and establish your reputation as someone who has seen the world beyond the familiar. Repetition refines these stories, gradually transforming them from raw experience into polished narratives that may bear only a passing resemblance to actual events. The practical skills learned aboard ship, navigation, seamanship, trading, combat, and survival, make you more valuable to your community and more attractive for future expeditions. Knowledge of foreign languages, customs, and market conditions acquired during your travels opens opportunities for employment with other expeditions or local merchants engaged in long-distance trade. Physical changes from months of difficult living become visible to friends and family. Your hands are more calloused, your face more weathered, and your body adapted to the physical demands of life at sea. These changes serve as permanent reminders of your journey and mark you as someone who has endured what many people cannot imagine attempting. Financial outcomes vary dramatically depending on the expedition's success, your initial investment, and market conditions at journey's end. Some crew members return wealthy enough to buy farms or ships of their own. Others barely cover their expenses, and a few face financial ruin if the voyage encounters serious problems. The Viking economy rewards success handsomely but punishes failure harshly. Planning for future expeditions often begins before the current voyage is completely finished. Successful trips generate demand for repeat journeys, while lessons learned suggest improvements for next time. The ship requires maintenance and modifications, crew members need replacement or recruitment, and trade goods must be selected based on experience with foreign markets. Your transformed perspective on risk, comfort, and human relationships affects decisions about future life choices. Some people observe that land-based existence feels limiting after experiencing the freedom and intensity of ocean travel, while others discover that one major expedition satisfies their desire for adventure permanently. The voyage changes everyone, but not always in predictable directions. The cycle of departure, journey, and return that defines Viking expeditions reflects larger patterns in medieval life, where travel was dangerous, expensive, and transformative. Your months aboard the Longship represent not just a business venture or adventure, but a rite of passage that separates those who dream about distant places from those who have actually seen them. Years later, when the pain is gone and the profits are spent, all that remains is the knowledge that you succeeded in one of the hardest endeavours of your time. You crossed vast oceans in a wooden ship, survived storms that could have killed you, traded with foreign peoples in distant lands, and returned home to tell the tale. In a time when the majority of people rarely venture more than a few miles from their birthplace, this accomplishment alone distinguishes you as a unique individual, someone who chose the extraordinary over the ordinary and persevered to share the story. September the 7th, 1533, Elizabeth Tudor was born at Greenwich Palace, amidst a flurry of anticipation and unease. Her father, King Henry VIII, had broken from the Catholic Church to marry her mother, Anne Boleyn, so Elizabeth's birth was charged with political tensions. The king, desperate for a male heir, found himself disappointed when the infant turned out to be a girl. Still, baby Elizabeth bore the weight of dynastic hopes. Her every coo or cry analysed for signs that the Tudor line might endure. The infant's earliest days unfolded in a court grappling with religious upheaval. Henry's new Church of England stood at odds with Rome. Courtiers whispered about the king's next move. The Queen, Anne, attempted to shield her daughter from the swirling environment, ensuring she received the best available wet nurses and comfort. However, the precariousness quickly became apparent. A few years later, Anne faced execution due to dubious charges of treason and adultery. Motherless at 2, Elizabeth was declared illegitimate by her father's decree, losing her title of princess. Raised in separate royal households, Elizabeth seldom saw Henry VIII. Various stepmothers came and went, with some offering brief maternal warmth. She formed a particularly close bond with Catherine Parr, Henry's 6th wife, who oversaw her education. Elizabeth's tutors recognised a remarkably bright mind. She excelled in languages by adolescence. She spoke fluent Latin, French and Italian, eventually picking up Spanish as well. She pored over classical texts, gleaning rhetorical finesse from Cicero and moral lessons from Greek philosophers. Even in childhood, she learned to keep her emotions cloaked, forging a calm exterior that masked inner tensions, an attribute that would prove crucial in her future reign. A fateful shift occurred when Henry died in 1547, leaving Elizabeth's half-brother Edward VI as king. Under the regency of Protestant reformers, the religious climate skewed more radical. Elizabeth, though outwardly cooperative, carefully navigated factional disputes. She relocated the household of Catherine Parr, who had remarried to Thomas Seymour. That arrangement sparked scandal. Seymour was rumoured to show Elizabeth overly familiar attention, fueling gossip that tarnished her reputation. The teenage princess soon departed, mindful that any whiff of impropriety could end her precarious position in the succession line. This brush with danger reinforced her instincts for self-preservation. Edward's short reign was followed by that of Elizabeth's half-sister, Mary I, a devout Catholic determined to restore papal authority. Mary viewed Elizabeth with suspicion, seeing in her a rallying figure for Protestant interests. As rebellions cropped up, Elizabeth found herself accused of complicity. She was taken to the Tower of London, where her mother had met her end, and then placed under house arrest at Woodstock. The gloom of potential execution hung over her, but lacking firm evidence, Mary couldn't condemn her. Over 2 years, Elizabeth trod a careful path, denying any involvement in plots while discreetly maintaining her network of Protestant allies. Eventually, Mary's failing health lifted Elizabeth from her shadow. In November 1558, Mary died, childless. Elizabeth, at 25, ascended the throne. The people welcomed her with cautious optimism, hoping for an end to religious strife. However, no one could foresee the firmness with which Elizabeth would steer the ship. She inherited a kingdom exhausted by years of persecution and entangled in European alliances. Furthermore, lingering doubts about her legitimacy and ability to produce an heir plagued the realm. Courtiers pressed for her to marry promptly, believing a queen regnant threatened stability unless a husband took the reins. Elizabeth, though aware of the political logic, also recognised that marriage might curb her autonomy. In her first weeks as queen, Elizabeth took bold symbolic steps. She chose moderate Protestant advisers like William Cecil, striving to unify the country. She declared her intent for a religious settlement that neither persecuted Catholics harshly nor caved to papal demands. She navigated a delicate balance, cognizant that either extreme could undermine her rule. She moved her court to Whitehall, re-establishing routine ceremonial events that signalled the monarchy's continuity. Observers described her as poised, with sharp eyes that hinted at an agile, strategic mind. The once exiled princess stood now at the centre of power, forging a monarchy that would come to define an era. Thus, the stage was set for a pivotal chapter in English history. Elizabeth's early experiences, maternal execution, paternal neglect, complex family ties, had shaped a cautious, perceptive approach. She had learned to conceal personal feelings behind a stately demeanour, armed with intellectual acumen gleaned from classical texts. The realm now looked to her for stability, religious compromise, and a reassertion of national identity. For Elizabeth, it was time to prove that a female sovereign, even one with a contested legitimacy, could guide England through its labyrinth of political storms. From the outset of her reign, Elizabeth I confronted a land torn by religious factionalism. Under Mary I, staunch Catholic policies reigned, with Protestant heretics burnt at the stake. Though those violent measures ended, many Catholics remained loyal to Rome. Meanwhile, radical Protestants clamoured for more extreme reforms. Elizabeth recognised that a middle path was essential for national peace. The Elizabethan religious settlement of 1559 aimed for a broad church approach. The Act of Supremacy declared her supreme governor of the Church of England, and the Act of Uniformity prescribed a moderate Protestant liturgy. While it alienated hardliners on both sides, it established a stable framework that endured. This religious compromise had consequences. Catholics abroad questioned her legitimacy, urging Mary, Queen of Scots, Elizabeth's Catholic cousin, to claim England's throne. Mary, exiled from Scotland in 1568, ended up in England, effectively under house arrest. Elizabeth, wary of dethroning a fellow anointed queen, faced a quandary. Mary's presence fueled conspiracies, yet executing her set a dangerous precedent. This predicament lingered for decades, turning Mary into an epicentre of Catholic plots that threatened Elizabeth's life and reign. Beyond religion, Elizabeth's foreign policy shaped her early years on the throne. England was militarily weak, overshadowed by Spanish might. The Queen needed alliances, but hated entangling treaties that might compromise her independence. She courted suitors from across Europe, France's Duke of Anjou, Austria's Archduke Charles, using marriage negotiations as diplomatic chess moves. Each negotiation offered short-term benefits, but she consistently evaded an actual wedding. By keeping her hand in marriage available, Elizabeth dissuaded certain powers from aggression, hoping for eventual union. The saga of the Virgin Queen was as much political strategy as personal inclination. Economically, Elizabeth inherited a treasury battered by wars. Her ministers, notably William Cecil, Lord Burghley, instituted reforms, curbing inflation and streamlining revenue collection. They supported maritime ventures, encouraging sea captains like Francis Drake to harass Spanish shipping and seize treasure. Such semi-official privateering enriched royal coffers and stoked Spanish hostility, culminating in deeper rivalries. Meanwhile, domestic industry, woolen cloth, for instance, expanded, aided by the stable environment Elizabeth's government fostered. As for the Queen herself, the court recognised her keen intellect and formidable will. She cherished erudition, employing multiple secretaries to handle a constant influx of diplomatic dispatches. Fluent in French and adept in Latin, she occasionally scribbled notes in Italian or Spanish. She revelled in masques and pageants, endorsing the arts to glorify her monarchy. She made a point of progresses, travelling with her retinue through the countryside, letting her subjects glimpse the royal presence. This practice built loyalty, for seeing their queen in person, resplendent with pearls and embroidered gowns, stirred patriotic pride. A lesser-known aspect was her reliance on intelligence networks. Elizabeth, aware that conspiracies loomed, authorised spy masters like Sir Francis Walsingham to intercept letters, employ informants, and uncover plots. This clandestine apparatus uncovered multiple assassins or traitors financed by Spain or papal agents. By revealing such threats, the Queen justified harsher policies against recalcitrant Catholics. Some criticised these tactics as oppressive, but to Elizabeth, survival mandated vigilance. Another challenge: cultural expectations for queens. She faced jabs about her gender, with some male courtiers urging a kingly partner. She responded by forging a regal persona, insisting subjects see her as both king and queen, a line reflecting her dual role. She skillfully navigated male-dominated councils, awarding title carefully to ensure no single noble overshadowed her. She also used fashion as a political tool. Her elaborate gowns, iconic ruffs, and jewel-laden wardrobes signalled the monarchy's majesty. This cultivated image buttressed her authority in an era still grappling with a female sovereign. In parallel, Elizabeth's personal circle remained small. She could be witty and charming, dancing or joking with favourites like Robert Dudley. But letting affection overshadow prudence risks scandal. Rumours flew about her closeness to Dudley, fueling suspicion that she might marry him. The potential controversy was immense, given Dudley's questionable reputation. In the end, Elizabeth never wed. She cherished her autonomy, well aware that a consort could overshadow or manipulate her. The choice drew bafflement from foreign courts, but domestically, it enhanced her mystique. The Virgin Queen identity solidified, spurring propaganda that cast her as wedded to the realm itself. Elizabeth's early reign involved balancing various tasks such as forging a delicate religious settlement, spurring economic growth, outmanoeuvring suitor entanglements, and stamping out plots. She skillfully used image and ceremony to unify the realm, though critics lurked. Her government's stability rested on an ongoing dance with foreign powers and internal factions. Despite the swirling tensions, Elizabeth projected calm confidence, forging a national identity that recognised the Queen's central role. Her mid-reign would bring graver trials, culminating in decisive conflicts that tested the mettle of both monarch and kingdom. By the mid-1580s, Elizabeth's realm faced a new wave of external threats. The ascendant Spanish Empire under King Philip II brimmed with zeal to reassert Catholic supremacy and avenge the raids on Spanish commerce by English privateers. Religious tensions spiked further after the Pope excommunicated Elizabeth, effectively urging Catholic monarchs to depose her. In response, the Queen's advisors realised that war with Spain was no longer a distant possibility but a near inevitability. They bolstered the navy, encouraging shipbuilders to refine vessels for speed and manoeuvrability. Commanders like Drake refined hit-and-run tactics designed to hamper Spain's massive, slower galleons. Additionally, the Mary, Queen of Scots dilemma reached a climactic stage. She had been implicated in multiple plots, culminating in the infamous Babington plot of 1586, which aimed to assassinate Elizabeth and seat Mary on the throne. Caught with incriminating letters, Mary was tried for treason. Elizabeth agonised over signing Mary's death warrant. The thought of executing an anointed queen offended her sense of divine order, but counsel pressed her that Mary's continued survival endangered national security. Reluctantly, Elizabeth signed. Mary was beheaded in 1587, an act that scandalised Catholic Europe. Elizabeth feigned dismay at the news of Mary's actual execution, chastising ministers for carrying out the sentence too hastily. The sincerity of her regret remains debated. This event further incensed Spain, and soon word came that Philip II was assembling an invincible armada. In 1588, that formidable fleet sailed for the English Channel, intending to rendezvous with forces in the Low Countries and deliver an invasion. England braced for catastrophe. Elizabeth visited her troops at Tilbury, clad in armour, delivering a rousing speech about having the heart and stomach of a king. That rallying cry, though perhaps embroidered in subsequent retellings, captured the national mood. The English navy engaged the armada in a series of skirmishes, employing fireships to sow chaos. Stormy weather and miscalculation forced the Spanish to scatter around the northern coasts, suffering devastating losses. The triumph at sea became a cornerstone of Elizabeth's legend, though historians note the fortune of unseasonable gales played as large a role as strategic brilliance. Buoyed by victory, Elizabeth's popularity soared. Poets extolled her as a goddess presiding over a fortuitous age. London's population boomed, commerce thrived in relative security, courtiers staged elaborate masques celebrating Gloriana, a moniker borrowed from Edmund Spenser's allegorical poem, The Fairy Queen. This cult of Elizabeth, with pageantry and stylized iconography, shaped a golden aura around her monarchy. She bestowed knighthoods on naval heroes like Drake, though she never turned them into unstoppable political rivals. Indeed, part of her genius lay in praising men just enough to secure their loyalty, but not so extravagantly as to overshadow her own regal glow. Yet cracks surfaced. The war with Spain dragged on sporadically. English expeditions to support Protestant rebels in the Netherlands or to raid Spanish ports often ended in fiascos, draining resources. The Queen's earlier frugality turned to reluctance about fully funding new campaigns, prompting friction with bold but cash-strapped commanders. Some younger courtiers, like the Earl of Essex, grew impatient with Elizabeth's measured approach. Essex attempted to replicate despite Drake's glories. He led half-baked military forays and returned with meagre spoils. Tensions between the old Queen and these ambitious youths escalated, culminating in the Essex Rebellion of 1601, where he tried a coup. She crushed it swiftly, and Essex was executed. As Elizabeth aged, her once intimate circle diminished. Longtime advisers such as William Cecil passed away, and favoured courtiers either died or fell out of favour. The Queen, famous for her fine dresses and elaborate wigs, now faced a more solitary existence. Gossip about her vanity circulated. She insisted on controlling her image, refusing to appear as a frail matron. She demanded loyalty from ladies-in-waiting, scolding them if they dared overshadow her attire or conversation. Although the realm viewed her as Gloriana, she struggled to maintain a mythic aura behind closed doors. Diplomatically, the final years of her reign saw a cooling of tension with Spain, not via a formal peace but through mutual exhaustion. The impetus for large armadas had waned, with Spain focusing on European entanglements. England, for its part, lacked the finances to continue heavy engagements. Meanwhile, the seeds of colonial expansion were sown. English seafarers eyed North America, establishing fledgling outposts. The concept of an overseas empire was embryonic but emerging. Thus, approaching the turn of the century, Elizabeth presided over a stable yet evolving monarchy. She had defied invasion, faced down conspiracies, and reigned as an iconic figure admired across Europe. But the question of succession remained, unmarried and childless. She had never named an heir. The matter loomed, spurring subtle negotiations as different claimants circled. This final stretch of her reign tested whether the Tudor line's magic could endure beyond her mortal presence, or if it would seamlessly transition to a new dynasty. By the twilight of her reign, Elizabeth I found herself contending with the question that had dogged her for decades. Who would follow her upon the throne? No official heir had been named, though many whispered that James VI of Scotland, a Protestant and son of the executed Mary, Queen of Scots, was the likely candidate. Elizabeth, ever cautious about naming a successor, understood that the moment she sanctioned an heir, her authority might wane. Yet the gentry and the powerful were anxious, fearing a resurgence of civil strife if the crown's transition lacked clarity. As the 1590s waned, the Queen's court saw fewer robust festivities. Elizabeth's health was not the best, and her mood darkened by the loss of cherished confidants. Once a favoured explorer, Sir Walter Raleigh fell from Elizabeth's favour. The Earl of Essex, her erstwhile golden boy, died a traitor. Meanwhile, the luminous circle that had celebrated her youth, Bess of Hardwicke, Countess of Leicester, and others, had scattered. England's population soared beyond 4 million. many living precariously in squalid conditions. Bread riots flickered in adverse harvest years, and the cost of warfare remained burdensome. Some critics murmured that the Queen's refusal to adapt to a new generation's demands indicated the monarchy was adrift. Yet Elizabeth never lost her political savvy. She carefully managed sessions of Parliament, deftly deflecting demands for certain policy changes. She employed subtle flattery, reminding them that as a mother to her people, she prized their well-being above all. This rhetorical style, combining maternal sentiments with regal authority, continued to woo the common folk. Indeed, from the countryside to London's teeming streets, loyalty to the Queen remained high, an outgrowth of national pride partly forged by that earlier victory over the Spanish Armada. In the realm of arts, the Elizabethan theatre blossomed, spearheaded by William Shakespeare, Christopher Marlowe, and others. Though Elizabeth seldom attended public performances at the Globe, she invited theatrical troupes to court. She found enjoyment in comedic interludes, even if she publicly maintained a formal veneer. This cultural renaissance, ignited under her watch, was a point of national distinction, with travelling players bringing both dramatic flair and moral allegories to distant corners. The synergy of crowns and creativity underscored an epoch known as the Elizabethan Golden Age. Throughout, the religious settlement endured, though Puritan elements pressed for stricter reforms. Criticising the hierarchical structure of bishops, the Queen tolerated moderate Puritan pleas but cracked down on radical preachers who undermined her supreme governorship. Catholic recusants faced fines or pressure to conform, though large-scale persecution was less aggressive than during Mary's reign. Despite friction, Elizabeth's stance staved off religious civil war. This equilibrium, though not perfect, enabled commerce and exploration to flourish. Merchants ventured to the Levant, the Baltic, and the Americas, sowing early seeds of a global maritime trade. In the final few months of her life, Elizabeth retreated to Richmond Palace. She was increasingly frail, refusing medical interventions that seemed invasive. Court rumours multiplied. The Queen's mind was drifting. She was losing appetite, or she stood for hours too proud to rest. Modern historians debate the exact cause of her decline. Some speculate pneumonia or depression. She dreaded naming James publicly, but subtle negotiations with his envoys paved the way for a smooth succession. Advisors like Robert Cecil quietly prepared the details. According to tradition, Elizabeth, too weak to speak in her last hours, made a vague gesture endorsing James as successor. She died on March 24, 1603, aged 69, after 44 years on the throne, a record at the time for an English monarch. Her coffin was carried from Whitehall to Westminster Abbey, the silent crowds reflecting on an era shaped by her image. That day closed the Tudor line, with James VI of Scotland becoming James I of England, inaugurating the Stuart dynasty. Yet the Tudor brand had not ended in chaos. Elizabeth's measured approach, for all her reluctances, ensured a relatively peaceful handover. In the wake of her passing, tributes soared. Pamphlets hailed her as the wisest princess, the mother of her people, and a near-legendary Fusilier who steered the nation from the shadows of religious tyranny. The wave of national mourning overshadowed her shortcomings, which included excessive favouritism, suspicion of rivals, and stifling certain freedoms. Over the next centuries, historians would reinterpret her story, dissecting the illusions of the Virgin Queen narrative, acknowledging her harsh treatment of dissenters, yet marvelling at her capacity to wield authority in a fiercely patriarchal world. The stage was set for the transition from Tudor to Stuart, and though overshadowed by the next monarchy's own tensions, Elizabeth's reign retained a special glow in England's collective memory, an epoch where a single woman's will shaped destiny. Immediately after Elizabeth's death, a swirl of legacies confronted the English. James I, newly ascendant, inherited a stable realm, but also the burden of living up to the fabled Gloriana. Over the ensuing decades, the myth of Elizabeth would be embellished by dramatists, historians, and genealogists, forging a romantic image of a queen unblemished by error. Yet parallel undercurrents recognised her complexities. Among the common folk, stories abounded of her witty repartee, her skill in navigating suitors, and the spectacle of her court. In the Catholic diaspora, she was demonised as a heretic who had executed Mary, Queen of Scots. This ideological tug-of-war shaped how Europe at large recalled her reign. During the 17th century, English authors occasionally staged plays referencing Elizabethan glories to critique or praise current rulers. The Elizabethan Age label took hold, conjuring a golden past full of maritime exploits and cultural refinement. Meanwhile, Puritan writers viewed the Queen more critically, noting that her religious compromise left them yearning for a more thorough reformation. Some pamphleteers portrayed her as a cunning politician, adept at double-dealing among Europe's Catholic powers. Over time, these multiple vantage points consolidated into a layered portrait. In the 18th and 19th centuries, national pride soared, fueling revivalist interest in the Tudors. Elizabeth's image was moulded by Victorian taste, emphasising her unmarried status as a demonstration of moral fortitude. Painters depicted her in elaborate ruffs, overshadowing any mention of the day-to-day hardships endured by her subjects. She became an icon of English independence, especially when the British Empire sought parallels between the forging of a national identity under Elizabeth and contemporary empire building. The Armada triumph narrative overshadowed the fact that storms aided English success. Her issues with Mary, Queen of Scots, became fodder for tragic romanticism, focusing on courtly betrayals and heartbreak. This romanticisation sometimes neglected the Queen's shrewd, often ruthless governance. Scholars of the 20th century took a more critical lens. They delved into archival documents to unearth how Elizabeth's intelligence network operated, how her finances were managed, and how propaganda shaped public perception. They passed the famed Golden Speech of 1601, analysing the rhetorical strategies she used to quell a restless parliament. The more historians explored, the clearer it became that her success hinged on forging an image that balanced motherly affection with regal severity, ensuring subjects revered rather than resented her. Scholars recognised the notion of the cult of Elizabeth, with its orchestrated pageantry, as an early form of state PR. From the perspective of women's history, Elizabeth's significance soared. She defied the misogynistic assumptions of her era, refusing to cede authority to a husband or to male advisors. That independence, though hard-won, showcased the potency a female ruler could wield in a male-dominated society. Yet the same narrative acknowledges she was no radical feminist. She often leveraged stereotypes of female frailty or used her womanly nature strategically in negotiations. Thus, her complex relationship with gender roles remains a topic of ongoing debate. Archaeological digs at palaces and old estates uncovered physical traces of her travels, like ephemeral scaffolds for pageants or remains of feasting halls. These glimpses illustrate the vast logistical machine behind each royal progress. The Queen might arrive with hundreds of courtiers and servants, imposing a heavy burden on local nobility hosting the entourage. Yet, from a political standpoint, these visits effectively reaffirmed the monarchy's presence across the realm. Over and over, Elizabeth used personal displays to connect with communities. In cultural memory, items such as the Tudor Rose, elaborate state portraits by painters like Nicholas Hilliard, or references to the Virgin Queen remain in the public imagination. Filmmakers in the 20th and 21st centuries capitalised on this allure, producing adaptations that frame Elizabeth's story with romance and triumph. Some films portray her as near saintly, others highlight her paranoia or the brutality of her crackdown on perceived threats. The continuing fascination underscores how she embodies a transitional moment in Europe, where medieval structures gave way to early modern states, with new forms of diplomacy, espionage, and ideology all converging. Thus, centuries removed from her actual reign, Elizabeth I stands as both a symbol of national identity and a figure whose complexities resonate with present debates. The interplay of female leadership, religious diversity, personal freedom, and the power of constructed image. Re-evaluating her life reveals how skillful governance can stabilise a fractious kingdom, even if it requires navigating a delicate balance between tolerance and coercion. The conversation around Elizabeth remains dynamic, shaped by each generation's vantage on monarchy, gender, and the cost of maintaining a carefully wrought facade of unity. Elizabeth's story resonates with the notion that midlife can be a time of both reflection and strategic boldness. She ascended the throne at 25, but arguably her most defining decisions, the forging of a moderate religious settlement, the careful dance of marriage negotiations, unfolded as she matured. In the face of personal regrets, lack of a direct heir, and external crises, Spanish hostility, internal plots, she repeatedly displayed resilience under the lens of older wisdom. Yet that sagacity was not innate. It sprang from a youth marked by precariousness, shaping a thorough calculation in adult life. One lesser discussed aspect is her intellectual curiosity. She was no passive figurehead. She read widely, from classical philosophers to contemporary political treatises, and engaged in theological debates with ambassadors. She wrote translations of texts, including Plutarch, honing linguistic precision. In an era when many noblewomen possessed only basic literacy, Elizabeth's depth of scholarship commanded respect. She used this knowledge to steer councils, referencing classical examples of leadership or mercy, grounding her decisions in a broader worldview than simple realpolitik. Another dimension concerns her approach to management and delegation. Faced with a swirl of court factions, some aligned with Cecil, others with Dudley, and various earls vying for influence, she balanced them by a rotating favour, ensuring no single man overshadowed the rest. This delicate manoeuvre allowed her to maintain her position as the ultimate arbiter, thereby preventing entrenched monopolies of power. While modern management gurus highlight transparency or direct leadership, Elizabeth's method was subtler. She nurtured multiple power centres, pitting them gently against each other to sustain a stable equilibrium. This method reveals a strategic cunning that, while occasionally breeding resentment, retained her supremacy in a fractious environment. The swirl of secrecy surrounding Mary, Queen of Scots, also underscores Elizabeth's careful manipulation of intelligence. She personally reviewed coded letters, weighed evidence, and authorised infiltration of Catholic circles. These actions might unnerve contemporary moral standards, yet in the cutthroat reality of 16th century politics, such espionage was standard. The difference is Elizabeth's relative subtlety. She rarely boasted of her spymaster's successes. She recognised the value of illusions, letting conspirators believe they had infiltrated her circle while, in fact, her watchers tracked every step. Age imbued her with a distinct sense of gravity. In speeches to Parliament, she framed herself as a guardian of the realm's welfare, addressing them as my lords and my good people, tapping into paternal or maternal imagery. She rarely showed overt temper in public, though courtiers recalled her sharp tongue in private, laced with scathing wit. She might banish a courtier from her presence for a trifling offence, then recall him soon after, sending the message that loyalty was paramount while partial forgiveness might be extended. This capacity to pivot from severity to magnanimity cemented her as unpredictable yet revered, a trait modern leaders might emulate in more tempered forms. Beyond the realm of politics, her personal attire and courtly fashion set trends across Europe. She championed fresh tailors to experiment with embroidered silks, extensive ruffs, and striking colour palettes. But behind the magnificence was a strategic layering of fabric. It signified her rank while concealing normal ageing or times of ill health. The resulting mystique helped define the monarchy's brand. Similarly, she championed structured ceremonies, like elaborate coronation anniversaries or public feast days. These events reaffirmed the bond between sovereign and subject, forging an emotional tie that buttressed the monarchy's intangible authority. Her approach to the arts had lasting effects. She never personally funded epic building projects like some European royals given her limited treasury, but her patronage of music, portraiture, and drama triggered a cultural efflorescence. Key composers thrived, producing refined polyphonic works performed at chapel. Her endorsement of secular drama laid the groundwork for Shakespeare's rise. She recognised that cultural prestige elevated national pride, thus investing in intangible capital that would outlast her. This fosters an analogy to modern soft power, a concept in global relations. In sum, Elizabeth's mid to late reign exemplifies how a leader can orchestrate multi-layered strategies, leaning on intellectual depth, balancing internal factions, leveraging espionage, and forging cultural identity. Her longevity on the throne was no accident. It was an evolving mastery of monarchy in an era thick with risk. For those in midlife, her model suggests that the lessons gleaned from earlier turmoil, exile, precarious legitimacy, can blossom into confident leadership when harnessed with discipline. Even so, her story underscores that behind the regal facade lay real heartbreak and regrets, particularly on questions of family and moral contradictions. that humanness only deepens the fascination with this queen who navigated a world not designed for women in power, forging a golden age from the crucible of adversity. When Elizabeth I died on March 24, 1603, at Richmond Palace, she left a kingdom dramatically changed from the one she inherited. Elizabeth averted religious civil wars, asserted an English navy against Spanish dominance, and planted the seeds of a maritime empire. Yet the Queen's final moments offered a poignant contrast to the ceremonial grandeur that had marked her public life. Accounts say she refused to rest, standing or sitting in pensive silence for hours, as if grappling with the knowledge that her story was nearly done. The question of her successor, James VI of Scotland, was all but settled. Elizabeth's last gesture, whether a whispered name or silent acceptance, cleared the way for the Stuarts, bridging the Tudors to a new era. The immediate aftermath saw an outpouring of tributes. Noble houses and commoners alike mourned the Virgin Queen, the stalwart figurehead who had reigned 44 years. Her body was transported by barge along the Thames, a spectacle of black drapes and heraldic flags. Observers lining the shores recalled how, decades earlier, a young queen had ascended to quell the chaos left by her half-siblings. Now, the realm faced another transition. But Elizabeth's half-century of leadership gave many confidence in the monarchy's stability. James's succession was mostly peaceful, a testament to the processes Elizabeth had overseen. Over the centuries, historians dissected her image with fresh angles. Some championed her as a golden archetype, praising her unwavering sense of duty. Others uncovered her manipulative use of virginity as political currency, or pointed out the authoritarian edge in how she stamped out dissent. 20th century scholarship introduced psychoanalytic readings, linking her mother's beheading to her reluctance to marry. Meanwhile, feminist analyses recognized her capacity to subvert patriarchal norms by forging a distinctly female monarchy that demanded masculine respect. Archaeological research, too, contributed. Excavations at palatial sites uncovered courtyards used for lavish tilts or dancing events, fragments of decorative tile bearing Tudor roses. Art restorations revealed how state portraits were retouched to remove wrinkles or human imperfections, reinforcing her iconic aura. The evolution of her visual propaganda parallels modern brand management, illustrating how monarchy leveraged illusions to maintain public fascination. Elizabeth's era, characterised by Drake's circumnavigation, Shakespeare's stage, and an assertive national identity, evoked a deep sense of nostalgia among everyday English folk. Actual living conditions for peasants remained harsh, but the sense of belonging to an up-and-coming realm soared. Elizabeth harnessed that pride to unify a land threatened by continental powers. She left behind no direct heir, but her intangible bequest was a monarchy reinvigorated by a sense of national destiny, though future conflicts like the English Civil War would test that unity severely. In the present, Elizabeth's story continues to enthrall. Tourists flock to the Tower of London or Hampton Court, longing for glimpses of her era's grandeur. Historians piece together details from diaries, ambassadors' dispatches, and state papers. The creative arts produce films reimagining her as everything from an iron-willed warrior to a lonely figure overshadowed by politics. Such portrayals reflect changing cultural values. We admire her resilience, critique her harshness, empathise with her personal constraints. Each generation reads new lessons into her life, whether celebrating female power or lamenting the cost of absolute monarchy. Her tomb rests in Westminster Abbey, overshadowed by the more elaborate memorial of her half-sister Mary I. Erected during James I's time, it depicts Elizabeth recumbent, ironically sharing a memorial with Mary in a symbolic burying of old rivalries. While the effigy is fairly simple, visitors often linger, mindful that the occupant reshaped Europe's power balance. The inscriptions hail her as a paragon of wisdom, praising her as, of her sex the pride, of all time the wonder. The rhetoric might be thick, but it echoes how she was revered by her contemporaries. In the end, Elizabeth I stands as a testament to the synergy of personal cunning, cultural stewardship, and circumstance. The child overshadowed by a father's quest for a male heir grew into a queen who refused to be overshadowed by any spouse or continental monarch. That improbable arc, from uncertain princess to undisputed sovereign, still captivates. Her life underscores that leadership is rarely straightforward. forging alliances, stifling conspiracies, and projecting authority demand constant recalibration. Indeed, her success lay not in an unyielding set of principles, but in agile responses to crises. Through this fluid style, she carved a stable realm from a swirl of dangers. Centuries later, that story endures, bridging history and myth, echoing that a lone determined figure, armed with intellect, cunning, and stagecraft, can shift an entire kingdom's course. You know that feeling when you find something in your attic that makes you forget about the cobwebs in your hair? That's exactly what happened to Dr. Sarah Chen on a particularly muggy Tuesday afternoon in Athens. She'd been rummaging through the basement archives of the National Library, hunting for anything related to her research on ancient Greek philosophy, when her fingers brushed against something that definitely didn't belong with the other manuscripts. The leather binding felt different, older, somehow more secretive. It appeared as though it had been concealed for centuries, awaiting discovery by the appropriate individual. The cover bore no title, just a small symbol that looked suspiciously like Aristotle's signature, if philosophers had signatures back then. Although philosophers probably didn't have signatures back then, you get the idea. Sarah pulled the manuscript closer to the single, flickering fluorescent light that made everything in the basement look like a horror movie set. The first page made her eyebrows shoot up so high they nearly disappeared into her hairline. Written in faded Greek letters were the words, "The teachings they didn't want you to know," though in much fancier ancient Greek, of course. Now, Sarah had been studying Aristotle for the better part of 15 years. She knew his work, just like some people know their morning coffee routine. She could recite passages from the Nicomachean Ethics while brushing her teeth, and had actually done so on more than one occasion, much to her roommate's bewilderment. But this was entirely new territory. Aristotle's hand appeared to write the manuscript, or at least it was a convincing forgery. But forgers usually didn't hide their work in dusty basement archives, where nobody would find them for centuries. Typically, they desired for their creations to be discovered, especially by individuals with substantial financial resources and dubious moral standards. As Sarah carefully turned the brittle pages, she realized she was looking at what appeared to be Aristotle's personal journal. His thoughts were raw and unfiltered, unlike the polished treatises that had endured through history. You might jot down notes in the margins of your own books, yet these margins held concepts that could transform our understanding of one of history's most influential intellectuals. The first entry was dated to what would have been 335 BCE, right around the time Aristotle returned to Athens to establish his school, the Lyceum. But instead of the formal, measured tone of his public works, the passage read more like someone venting to their diary after a particularly frustrating day at the office. "Alexander keeps sending me letters asking for advice on conquering the world," the entry began, "as if I have a manual for that sort of thing lying around. I keep telling him that wisdom comes from understanding yourself first, but apparently that's not nearly as exciting as charging across continents with an army." Sarah found herself smiling despite the gravity of her discovery. Here was Aristotle, the great philosopher, sounding remarkably like any modern mentor dealing with an overachieving student who'd rather skip the hard work of self-reflection and jump straight to the glamorous stuff. But as she continued reading, the entries became more intriguing. Aristotle wrote about ideas that seemed to contradict his published works, theories that felt centuries ahead of their time, and observations about human nature that were so brutally honest they would have probably gotten him exiled from Athens faster than you could say, corrupting the youth. The basement suddenly felt smaller, stuffier. Sarah became aware that she'd been suppressing her emotions unknowingly. This wasn't just any old manuscript, this was potentially the philosophical discovery of the century. The kind of find that would make her colleagues turn green with envy, and probably result in at least 3 documentary crews camping outside her apartment. She carefully closed the manuscript and looked around the empty basement, half expecting to see some shadowy figure lurking behind the filing cabinets, ready to snatch away her discovery. But there was only the gentle hum of the ancient air conditioning system and the faint smell of old paper and forgotten stories. You'd think that finding a potentially world-changing manuscript would keep someone awake all night, pacing around their apartment like a caffeinated philosopher. But Sarah had always been the type to process big discoveries slowly. like a fine wine or a particularly complex piece of music. So instead of rushing into anything dramatic, she made herself a cup of chamomile tea, settled into her favourite reading chair, the one with the questionable upholstery that somehow made everything more comfortable, and began to read more carefully. The second section of Aristotle's hidden journal dealt with what he called the art of comfortable rebellion. This chapter was fascinating because the Aristotle everyone knew was hardly a rebel. He was more like the philosophical equivalent of a competent insurance agent, reliable, thorough, and not particularly interested in rocking boats. However, his private thoughts revealed a distinct perspective. The greatest wisdom, he had written, often comes from quietly questioning everything, even the things you've spent your whole life teaching others to accept. Sarah had to pause at that line. She'd spent her career studying Aristotle's public teachings about logic, ethics, and the natural world. But this private Aristotle seemed to be suggesting that maybe, just maybe, some of those carefully constructed arguments were more like starting points than final destinations. The philosopher went on to describe what he called gentle heresy, the practice of challenging established ideas not through dramatic confrontation, but through persistent, quiet questioning. Like water slowly wearing away stone, you were instead eroding the assumptions that everyone took for granted. I've noticed, Aristotle continued, that the most dangerous ideas are often the most comfortable ones. The thoughts that feel so natural are often ones we never think to examine, like assuming that wisdom always comes from age, or that happiness means the same thing to everyone, or that the best way to live is the way our parents lived. Sarah found herself nodding along as she read. This was the kind of philosophy that felt less like an academic exercise, and more like practical life advice. You could converse about it with a knowledgeable companion over an extended meal, as opposed to engaging in a formal discussion with accurate citations and footnotes. What struck her most was how modern these ideas sounded. Aristotle was essentially describing what we might now call mindfulness, or critical thinking, but he was doing it in a way that felt gentle rather than aggressive. He wasn't suggesting that people should go around tearing down every belief system they encountered. Instead, he was advocating for a kind of philosophical curiosity that could coexist peacefully with daily life. The comfortable rebel, he wrote, is someone who can hold their beliefs lightly enough to examine them, but firmly enough to live by them when examination is complete. There was something deeply appealing about this approach. Sarah had always found traditional academic philosophy a bit exhausting. All that arguing and counter-arguing, all those elaborate systems designed to prove other people wrong. But this felt different. This approach to philosophy felt more like a way of living than merely a means to win arguments. The journal entries from this section were peppered with small observations about daily life in ancient Athens. Aristotle wrote about conversations with his students that went in unexpected directions, about moments when he realised he'd been wrong about something he'd taught for years, and about the strange comfort of admitting ignorance in areas where he was supposed to be an expert. Today, a student asked me why we call certain emotions good and others bad, one entry read. I gave him the standard answer about virtue and vice, but afterward I realised I wasn't entirely sure I believed what I'd said. Perhaps emotions are more like weather, natural phenomena that simply are rather than moral categories that should be judged. Sarah could almost imagine the scene, the great philosopher standing in his school surrounded by eager students, suddenly confronted with the possibility that one of his fundamental assumptions might be shaky. Instead of doubling down on his position, he seemed genuinely curious about this moment of uncertainty. As she continued reading, Sarah realised that the topic wasn't just a historical curiosity. These ideas felt remarkably relevant to her life. How many of her beliefs had she simply inherited rather than examined? How many assumptions was she carrying around without even realising it? The chamomile tea had gone cold in her mug, but she barely noticed. Outside her window, Athens was settling into its evening rhythm, but inside her apartment, she was having a conversation across centuries with one of history's most influential thinkers. Except this version of him felt less like a distant authority figure, and more like someone she might actually want to have coffee with. The third section of Aristotle's journal had a title that made Sarah nearly snort tea through her nose. On the noble art of making it up as you go along. This was definitely not the Aristotle she remembered from graduate school. I have a confession, the entry began, which I suspect would horrify my students if they knew. Most of the time I have absolutely no idea what I'm talking about. Sarah had to read that sentence 3 times before it sank in. Here was one of history's most confident-sounding philosophers admitting to what basically amounted to imposter syndrome. It was like discovering that your high school principal had been just as confused about how to run a school as everyone else. But instead of being disappointing, this revelation was oddly comforting. Aristotle went on to explain that he'd gradually realised that the appearance of certainty was often just that, an appearance. The really interesting stuff happened when you admitted you were figuring things out as you went along. I've noticed that my best insights come not when I'm trying to prove a point, he continued, but when I'm genuinely puzzled by something and willing to sit with that puzzlement for a while. It's akin to the distinction between forcing a key into a lock and patiently waiting for the right key to emerge. This was revolutionary stuff, philosophically speaking. The Aristotle that history remembered had built elaborate logical systems and created comprehensive categories for understanding everything from ethics to biology. But this private Aristotle seemed to be suggesting that maybe the best wisdom came from embracing uncertainty rather than trying to eliminate it. Sarah reflected on her own academic career. How much energy had she spent trying to sound like she knew what she was talking about? How many potentially interesting ideas had she set aside because they didn't align neatly with existing frameworks? The academic world practically demanded certainty, or at least the convincing performance of certainty. But Aristotle's journal suggested a different approach entirely. The wisest people I know, he wrote, are the ones who can say, "I don't know," without shame, and "I might be wrong," without fear. They're also, coincidentally, the most interesting people to talk with. The entries in this section were full of examples from Aristotle's daily life, where admitting ignorance had led to unexpected discoveries. He wrote about a conversation with a pottery maker who had casually mentioned something about clay that completely changed Aristotle's understanding of how materials behave. He described a discussion with a child who had asked such a simple question about justice that it had forced him to reconsider an entire chapter of his ethics. Children, he noted, are natural philosophers because they haven't yet learned to be embarrassed by not knowing things. They ask, why, with the same enthusiasm, whether they're talking about the colour of the sky or the nature of friendship. Adults, unfortunately, often lose this beautiful shamelessness about their ignorance. Sarah found herself thinking about her relationship with uncertainty. People expected her to be an expert on ancient philosophy in her professional life. Students came to her classes expecting answers. Colleagues expected her to have informed opinions, and academic conferences expected her to present research as if she had definitively solved whatever puzzle she was working on. But sitting in her comfortable chair, with Aristotle's secret journal, she realised how much more captivating her work might become if she approached it with the same kind of curious uncertainty that he was describing. What if not knowing something wasn't a professional weakness, but a starting point for genuine inquiry? The journal entries from this period showed Aristotle experimenting with what he called productive confusion. Instead of rushing to resolve every intellectual puzzle, he would sometimes deliberately sit with questions that didn't have clear answers. He would collect observations without immediately trying to fit them into theories. He would have conversations without trying to win them. "I've started telling my students when I don't know something," one entry read, "and the strangest thing has happened. Instead of losing respect for me, they seem more engaged. It's as if admitting my ignorance gives them permission to explore their own." This was exactly the kind of teaching approach that Sarah had always wanted to try, but had never quite had the courage to implement. The academic world could be brutally competitive, and showing vulnerability felt risky. But here was Aristotle, the renowned philosopher, suggesting that being intellectually honest might actually be more effective than pretending to be knowledgeable. As she read on, Sarah began to see how this embrace of uncertainty connected to the earlier themes in the journal. The comfortable rebellion that Aristotle had written about wasn't just about questioning established ideas. It was about being comfortable with the fact that questioning might not lead to neat final answers. The evening was growing darker outside, and Sarah realised she'd been reading for hours without noticing the time pass. But instead of feeling worn out, she felt energised by these ideas. It was like discovering that someone she'd admired from a distance was actually much more interesting and human than she'd imagined. The 4th section of Aristotle's journal opened with what might have been the most subversive statement yet. "I have come to believe that the most revolutionary thing a person can do is to live an ordinary life with extraordinary attention." Sarah had to smile at this. The idea that ordinariness might be a form of wisdom was not in the standard philosophical curriculum. Philosophy was supposed to be about big ideas, universal truths, and profound insights that elevated human thinking above mundane concerns. However, Aristotle's personal reflections appeared to be moving in a completely different direction. He was becoming fascinated with what he called the philosophy of Tuesday afternoons. The idea that wisdom might be found not in dramatic moments of revelation, but in the simple practice of paying attention to ordinary experience. "I spent this morning watching my neighbour hang laundry," one entry began, "and realised I was witnessing a perfect demonstration of practical wisdom. She knew exactly how much space each garment needed, how to arrange them so they would dry efficiently, and how to secure them against the wind without damage. This knowledge came not from books or lectures, but from years of patient attention to a simple task." This writing was vintage Aristotle in some ways. He had always been interested in practical wisdom, alongside theoretical knowledge. But there was something different about the tone here. Instead of analysing practical wisdom as a philosophical concept, he seemed to be celebrating it as a way of life. The entries in this section were full of similar observations. Aristotle wrote about the baker who could tell by smell exactly when bread was ready, the teacher who knew instinctively when a student was struggling with something beyond the current lesson, and the gardener who understood the subtle rhythms of plant growth better than any botanical treatise could explain. "These people," he wrote, "are practicing a form of philosophy that doesn't announce itself. They're conducting ongoing experiments in how to live well, but they don't call it research. They're developing sophisticated theories about human nature and the physical world, but they don't write papers about it. They're just living with intelligence." Sarah found this perspective both refreshing and slightly unsettling. She'd spent her career in an environment where the value of knowledge was largely determined by how complex and abstract it could become. The idea that the person who knew the most about living well might be someone who had never read a philosophy book was both liberating and threatening to everything she'd built her professional identity around. But as she continued reading, she realised that Aristotle wasn't dismissing formal philosophy so much as expanding its boundaries. He seemed to be suggesting that the kind of wisdom you might develop through decades of mindful attention to daily life was just as valuable as the kind you might develop through years of academic study, maybe more so. "I have students who can argue brilliantly about the nature of virtue," he wrote, "but who have never learned to listen carefully to another person. I know scholars who can analyse the structure of a perfect argument, but who cannot comfort a friend in distress. Knowledge without practical application is like a beautiful song that no one ever sings." Sarah found this observation particularly poignant. How many academic discussions had she participated in that felt completely disconnected from actual human experience? How many brilliant theoretical insights had she encountered that seemed to have no practical relevance to the business of living a good life? But Aristotle's journal was suggesting a different approach entirely. What if the goal wasn't to transcend ordinary experience, but to inhabit it more fully? What if wisdom wasn't about rising above the mundane, but about finding depth within it? The entries from this period showed Aristotle conducting what he called experiments in ordinary attention. He would spend entire days trying to notice things he usually took for granted: the way light changed throughout the day, the subtle variations in people's voices when they were tired or excited, and the small rituals that made daily life feel stable and meaningful. "I am trying to learn to see my life as if I were an anthropologist studying a foreign culture," he wrote. "What are the customs and assumptions I follow without thinking? What would a visitor from another world find most puzzling about the way I organise my days?" This practice seemed to be yielding unexpected insights. Aristotle began to notice patterns in his behaviour that he'd never seen before, connections between his emotional states and his physical environment, and small habits that were either supporting or undermining his well-being. "Today I realise that I think more clearly when I'm walking than when I'm sitting still," one entry read. "But I've been conducting most of my important conversations while seated. This seems like the kind of practical wisdom that's too obvious to notice until you notice it." As the evening deepened around her, Sarah found herself wondering what she might discover if she applied this kind of attention to her own ordinary days. What patterns might emerge if she paid closer attention to the rhythms of her life? Could she uncover hidden wisdom in her daily routines? The idea was both simple and profound, that the most important insights might not come from reading more books or attending more conferences, but from learning to inhabit her experience with greater awareness and appreciation. The 5th section of Aristotle's journal began with a warning that would have made his PR team very nervous. I must write carefully about what I'm going to discuss next, because it touches on the most dangerous idea I've encountered, the possibility that the best life might be the one where you stop trying to become someone else. Sarah raised an eyebrow at this. In her experience, ancient philosophy was usually all about self-improvement and moral development. The whole point was supposed to be becoming a better version of yourself. But Aristotle seemed to be heading towards something that sounded suspiciously like acceptance, which wasn't typically considered a philosophical virtue. I have spent most of my life, the next entry continued, trying to become the person I thought I should be. I have strived to become the wise teacher, the respected scholar, and the moral exemplar. But lately I've been wondering, what if the person I already am is actually quite adequate? Such an attitude was definitely not the kind of thing that would have appeared in the Nicomachean Ethics. Ancient Greek culture was built around ideals of excellence and self-improvement. The whole concept of virtue was about actualizing your potential and becoming the best possible version of yourself. But here was Aristotle suggesting that maybe all that striving was missing something important. The entries in this section were more personal than anything Sarah had read so far. Aristotle wrote about the exhaustion of constantly trying to live up to his reputation, the way he'd begun to feel like a character in a play rather than a person living his life. He described the strange relief he'd felt when he first allowed himself to admit that he didn't always enjoy teaching, that he sometimes found his students tedious, and that he had days when he'd rather be gardening than philosophizing. The most radical thing I can imagine, he wrote, is simply being honest about who I actually am rather than who I think I should be. He meant not being honest in a confessional, dramatic way, but rather being honest in the quiet manner of someone who has stopped performing for an invisible audience. Sarah found his words surprisingly moving. She reflected on her relationship with professional expectations and how she sometimes felt as if she were playing the role of Professor Sarah instead of simply being herself. The academic world seemed to reward a particular kind of personality, articulate, confident, intellectually aggressive, and she'd spent years trying to fit herself into that mould. But what would it be like to bring more of her actual self to her work? The parts of her that were uncertain, curious, and sometimes confused? Could she embrace the aspects of herself that prioritized comprehension over accuracy? Aristotle's journal entries from this period showed him experimenting with what he called authentic presence, the practice of showing up to conversations and interactions as himself, rather than as the version of himself he thought other people wanted to see. I tried an experiment today, one entry read. When a student asked me a question I didn't know how to answer, instead of deflecting or giving a partial response that made me sound knowledgeable, I simply said, "That's a wonderful question, and I genuinely don't know the answer. What do you think?" The conversation that followed was more fascinating than any lecture I've given this year. This kind of authenticity seemed to be having unexpected effects. Aristotle wrote about students who began sharing more personal questions about how to apply philosophical ideas to their actual lives. He described colleagues who started admitting their uncertainties and doubts. It was as if his willingness to be himself was giving other people permission to be themselves as well. "I'm beginning to suspect," he wrote, "that what people really want from a teacher is not someone who has all the answers, but someone who demonstrates that it's possible to live thoughtfully with questions." Sarah thought about her teaching. How much more engaging might her classes be if she approached them with this kind of authenticity? Instead of trying to be the expert who knew everything about ancient philosophy, what if she positioned herself as someone who was genuinely curious about these ideas and wanted to explore them together with her students? The journal entries also revealed Aristotle grappling with the social risks of authenticity. Ancient Athens was not necessarily a place where being different was celebrated, and philosophers were already viewed with some suspicion. Being genuinely himself meant risking the disapproval of people whose opinions he cared about. "There is a particular kind of loneliness," he wrote, "that comes from being surrounded by people who know your reputation but not your actual thoughts. It's the loneliness of being admired for qualities you're not sure you possess and respected, for achievements that feel less important to you than they do to others." But he also wrote about the relief of gradually letting go of the need to maintain that reputation. "I'm discovering that the energy I've been spending on trying to be impressive could be much better used for actually paying attention to what's happening around me." As Sarah read these entries, she realized that Aristotle was describing something that felt very familiar. The tension between who you are and who you think you're supposed to be, the exhaustion of maintaining a professional persona, and the yearning for conversations that felt real rather than performative. The section ended with an entry that felt like a small revolution. Today I told someone that I don't actually enjoy wine very much, even though I've been pretending to appreciate it for years, because that seemed like the sophisticated thing to do. It was such a small admission, but it felt like opening a window in a stuffy room. The sixth section of Aristotle's journal opened with what sounded like a contradiction. I have been working on becoming better at being confused, and I think I'm finally getting good at it. Sarah had to pause at this sentence. In her world, solving confusion quickly was the norm. Students were confused until they understood the material. Researchers were confused until they found answers to their questions. Confusion was a temporary state that you passed through on your way to clarity. But Aristotle seemed to be suggesting something entirely different. He was treating confusion not as a problem, but as a skill that could be developed and refined. I used to think the goal of thinking was to eliminate confusion, the first entry in this section continued, but now I suspect that the goal might be to become confused about more interesting things. This was a fascinating distinction. Aristotle went on to describe what he called productive confusion, the kind of mental state where you're not sure what you think about something, but you're engaged with that uncertainty in a way that feels alive and generative. He contrasted this with what he called dead-end confusion, the kind where you're stuck and frustrated and just want someone to give you the right answer so you can move on. The difference, he suggested, wasn't in the confusion itself, but in how you related to it. When I'm productively confused, he wrote, I feel like I'm at the edge of understanding something important. I don't know what it is yet, but I can sense its presence. When I find myself in a state of dead-end confusion, it feels like I'm struggling against a barrier that someone else has constructed. Sarah found this distinction immediately useful. She reflected on her own research, considering the moments when she felt genuinely puzzled by something compared to those when she felt frustrated by her inability to make progress. The quality of the confusion really was different in each case. Aristotle's journal entries from this period were full of examples of productive confusion in action. He wrote about spending an entire afternoon thinking about a single question a student had asked, not because he was trying to find the answer, but because he wanted to understand why the question was so intriguing. A young woman asked me yesterday whether it's possible to be brave about small things, one entry read. I gave her a standard answer about the nature of courage, but the question has been haunting me. There's something about it that suggests my usual way of thinking about bravery might be incomplete. Instead of rushing to resolve this confusion, Aristotle seemed to be cultivating it. He wrote about carrying the question with him for days, noticing how it changed his perception of ordinary interactions. He observed people making small acts of courage that he'd never recognized as such, speaking up in conversations where they disagreed with the majority, admitting when they didn't understand something, and choosing to be kind when it would have been easier to be indifferent. I'm beginning to think, he wrote, that there might be an entire category of virtues that I've been overlooking because they're too quiet and everyday to notice. This was exactly the kind of insight that seemed to emerge from what Aristotle was calling productive confusion. By staying with the question instead of immediately trying to answer it, he'd opened up a whole new way of seeing familiar territory. Sarah realized that she'd been having a similar experience with this journal itself. Instead of rushing to analyze it or fit it into existing categories of philosophical thought, she'd been allowing herself to be puzzled by it, and that puzzlement was leading her to see connections and possibilities that she never would have noticed if she'd approached it with a predetermined agenda. The entries in this section also revealed Aristotle developing what he called confusion practices, deliberate exercises designed to cultivate productive uncertainty. He would spend time each day thinking about something he thought he understood well, trying to find aspects of it that were actually mysterious. Today I tried to really think about what happens when I recognize a friend's face, one entry read. I know that I know this person, but I have no idea how that knowing works. What is the mechanism by which patterns of light entering my eyes become the experience of recognition? The more I think about it, the more miraculous it seems. This kind of practice seemed to be having a profound effect on how Aristotle experienced daily life. Instead of taking familiar experiences for granted, he was learning to see them as full of mystery and complexity. The world was becoming more interesting rather than more predictable. "I'm discovering that confusion is a form of attention," he wrote. "When I'm genuinely puzzled by something, I pay attention to it in a way that I don't when I think I already understand it." As Sarah read these entries, she found herself wanting to try some of these confusion practices herself. What would it be like to approach familiar aspects of her life with genuine curiosity rather than automatic understanding? What might she notice if she allowed herself to be puzzled by things she usually took for granted? The section ended with an observation that felt like a summary of everything Aristotle had been learning. "The wisest people I know are not the ones who have the most answers, but the ones who have the most interesting questions. And the most interesting questions are usually the ones that make you realize how little you actually know about things you thought you understood perfectly." The final section of Aristotle's journal felt different from the rest. Aristotle's handwriting appeared slightly shakier, suggesting that he had written it later in his life, and his tone was more reflective and settled. The opening entry was dated several years after the others, and it began simply, "I have been thinking about what it means to live a quietly revolutionary life." Sarah sensed she was approaching something important. This passage felt like Aristotle's attempt to synthesize everything he'd been exploring in his private writings, to see what it all added up to. "I realize now that I have been describing a particular way of being in the world," he wrote, "though I didn't set out to do so. It's a way of living that doesn't announce itself dramatically, but that changes everything nonetheless." The entries in this final section wove together all the themes that had appeared earlier: the comfortable rebellion, the wisdom of uncertainty, the revolutionary ordinariness, the dangerous authenticity, and the art of productive confusion. But instead of treating them as separate ideas, Aristotle was showing how they formed a coherent approach to life. "The gentle revolution," he wrote, "is not about overthrowing external systems, but about changing your relationship to your experience. It's about choosing curiosity over certainty, authenticity over performance, attention over distraction, and questions over answers." Sarah could see how these concepts tied together everything she'd been reading. Each of the practices Aristotle had been exploring was really a way of stepping outside conventional approaches to living and thinking. But instead of doing so through dramatic gestures or confrontational behaviour, he was advocating for a kind of quiet subversion. "The most radical thing you can do," one entry read, "is to pay attention to your actual experience, rather than to your ideas about what your experience should be." This approach sounds simple, but it undermines almost everything that society tells us is important. Aristotle went on to explain what he meant by this. So much of human suffering, he suggested, came from the gap between how we think our lives should be and how they actually are. We exhaust ourselves trying to feel the emotions we think we should feel, to want the things we think we should want, and to be the people we think we should be. "But what if," he wrote, "the person you already are is actually quite interesting? What if the life you're currently leading holds more wisdom and beauty than your training has taught you to perceive? What if the gentle revolution is simply learning to see what's already there?" This approach wasn't about settling for mediocrity or giving up on growth and change. Instead, it was about starting from a place of basic acceptance rather than fundamental dissatisfaction. It was about approaching self-improvement from a foundation of self-appreciation rather than self-criticism. Sarah contemplated how different her life might feel if she approached it with this kind of gentle attention. Instead of constantly measuring herself against external standards or future possibilities, what would it be like to genuinely appreciate the person she was right now, the work she was already doing, and the relationships she already had? The journal entries from this period showed Aristotle living this philosophy rather than just theorizing about it. He wrote about small moments of contentment that he might have previously overlooked: the satisfaction of a good conversation with a student, the pleasure of a perfectly ripe piece of fruit, and the comfort of a familiar walk through the city. "I am learning to treat my life as if it were a work of art that I'm both creating and appreciating," he wrote. Not in a self-conscious way, but in the way that an artist might step back from a painting occasionally to really see what they've been working on. This metaphor struck Sarah as particularly beautiful. Instead of treating life as a problem to be solved or a test to be passed, what would it be like to approach it as a creative work in progress? Something that was already valuable, but that could always be developed further? The final entries in the journal were surprisingly practical. Aristotle offered specific suggestions for anyone who wanted to experiment with these ideas. Keep a daily record of moments when you noticed something you'd usually overlooked. Practice saying "I don't know" without embarrassment. Spend time each day doing something ordinary with extraordinary attention. Allow yourself to be confused by things you think you understand. These are not dramatic practices, he wrote, but they are surprisingly powerful. They work by gradually shifting your attention from what you think should be happening to what is actually happening. But what's really going on is often more interesting than what you think is going on. The journal ended with an entry that felt like both a conclusion and a beginning. I have spent my public career trying to understand the nature of the good life, but I think the good life might be simpler than I imagined. It might be nothing more than learning to live your actual life with genuine attention and appreciation. Everything else, the wisdom, the peace, the joy, might simply be what emerges when you stop trying so hard to be somewhere else. As Sarah closed the manuscript, she realised that the fluorescent light in the basement had been replaced by the warm glow of early morning. She'd been reading all night, but instead of feeling tired, she felt energised by a quiet excitement. The find wasn't just a historical discovery, it was a practical invitation to experiment with a different way of being in the world. She carefully placed the journal back in its protective case, but she knew she'd be returning to these ideas again and again. Aristotle's forbidden teachings weren't forbidden because they were dangerous to society. They were forbidden because they were dangerous to the part of each person that preferred the familiar discomfort of striving to the unfamiliar comfort of acceptance. Outside, Athens was waking up to another ordinary day. But Sarah suspected that her own ordinary days might never feel quite the same again.